coming in from Lupus with the well, making the spray.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome here to the arena. My name is James Carroll, aka Kyle Aris, and I'm merely a hologram. I'm not even real. Don't worry about that. Now, due to the ongoing global situation, unfortunately, we can't have the players and the other talent here. However, we can have you here virtually to join us for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. And now, if I just click my fingers a second, we can allow the entire studio to materialize around me and we can get into proceedings. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get down to business. I'm going to be your host throughout the next 16 days of gameplay, and I can even bring and summon my analysis desk to me with my left hand. As to my left, I will be having Seven Worlds Gaming as well as Mustache Dave. Seven, put that level 3 helmet down. Get that out of there. You don't need the protection right now. We're good. We're good. I'm not going to get you. How are you doing, Seven? It's been a while since I saw you, buddy.
I'm doing great, man. It's good to work with you again. It's been a long time. I'm happy to be here.
And Dave, it's actually not been that long a while since I last worked with you. How are you doing, friend?
I am doing great. I am pumped up. Last month in the PMPL scrims were exciting, and I am ready for these teams to start getting on into the big leagues here in the PMPL.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a good time here for sure. And of course, you guys are going to be with me along for the ride. We have loads of other people to introduce you to later on. Let's take a look at the format of how everything is going to be broken down here throughout the next 16 days, because we've got 20 teams coming at you here to be able to play for your enjoyment. And we're going to be separating those up into 5 groups. There will be 16 play days, 80 matches in total. Now, what is important overall in this is that 4 groups will play per day. That means one group will get an opportunity to sit back, relax a little bit, maybe play some PUBG Mobile as well. But most importantly, Seven, they're going to be able to scout out their opponents, see how they're going to be able to play out on all these different battlegrounds, and try and formulate strategies potentially around that. What do you think about that, Seven?
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think something to take into consideration is maybe some teams won't be landing in certain positions that they're known for, and maybe other teams will try to take advantage of that, knowing that that team is not playing at all that day. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of strats are going to be coming out when some teams sit out.
And of course, at the same token, David, obviously the 4 groups that are going to be going into day number 1, they get the ball rolling. You know, some teams prefer that. Some teams would rather just get the ball rolling straight away, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you can come into today's matches, get a bunch of chicken dinners, a bunch of kills, like you're gonna paint a target on your back for these other teams to maybe, review in the VODs your play styles and your tactics. But it's also going to relieve that pressure here for a lot of these squads coming into the PMPL. So I'd rather go with getting a bunch of points and leaving everybody else in the dust here on day number 1.
I'll be all right with that. I like the confidence, Dave. I like the confidence. Let's take a look at the points that could be won, even by Dave. Maybe not by Dave. He's not playing, don't worry. As we have over to my right, 20 points for first place here. And then we go all the way down to 11th through 16th, where you can see almost a participation points. Woof, so many P's. And also is important is that 1 kill will equal 1 point as well. So Seven, we've seen in the past, people get big kill numbers as well as the chicken dinner, which will put you very mightily ahead when it comes to the proceedings.
Definitely. If you can get the win and on top of that, back it up with kills, that's going to be huge. Or even the opposite. Maybe you don't get the highest placing that you would like, but as long as you're still getting kills and you're being consistent with getting some points, it can be huge. And 1 point per kill, boy, all you need to go ahead and do is just see somebody that's knocked, steal that kill, and that's a point for your team. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's break down exactly how the prize pool shifts as well, because first place will be walking away with 50,000 smackaroonies, which is, very, very important as well, as it always goes all the way down here to 17th through 20th, which will be going away with $2,000 apiece. And, obviously, when we also look at this, Dave, there's bonus pool as well. So each week, if you place well, you're going to be able to get yourself good money and an MVP award as well. Very nice.
It's a ton of money. And, you know, this is almost as much money as I need to maintain this mustache. Let me just be real with you right now. But even if you find yourself getting 11th through 16th every single day, that's only going to be 1 point, like you mentioned on the points. You still get $2,000. So, you know, a lot of these teams, they had to fight their way to even make it to this stage. And even if they get at the very bottom, 20th position, they still get some money to take home. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and plenty more to break down as well. Not only the points, the prize pool, but also the path. It's all the P's, guys. I told you before, it's all the P's. The path that some of these teams actually had to take to get to this moment. Seven, who do you have on your radar? Because obviously some teams had to go through a grueling process. Some were able to breeze it through.
Yeah, and I mean, most of the teams that are here for a reason. They went through rigorous qualifying, just destroying a bunch of other teams, thousands of applications, and they're here because they got the skill to back it up. I think some of the teams that I'm actually going to be looking to is some of the veterans, like Cloud9. They've been in certain positions before where they've been in global finals. They know what that experience is like. They know what they need to go ahead and do and the mentality that they need to have. Another one is Team Queso, a heavy favorite from South America because it's the team from South America with the most experience. And actually another team that I'm going to be looking at is Loops Esports. During the scrims, they show me great skill player on their own. So I want to see if they can maybe combine that, what they're going to be able to do.
Damn, quick, Dave, pick a team before Seven picks them all.
Yeah. Give them a couple more moments. So Loops, I agree with you. During the scrims, the 80 games, they were phenomenal, consistent. Team Queso, I'm going to disagree with you on that one. Team Queso, Ayala, the hard carry for the squad. If Ayala gets taken out early, the other three members of Team Queso, they don't know what to do with themselves. And that's just me being real. But if I had to base my top team here in this lobby based off those scrim results, Tempo Storm all day long. I believe they got around 6 to 7 chicken dinners during the scrims with a bunch of kills. So they're going to be a team that I already know. Just give them the ticket. They're already making it. They're already making it, Seven and Kalaris. They're already making it.
Early on in the scrims, they were blasting. So let's see if that is coming to fruition here on the main stage. Let's take a closer look at these groups, of course, with a magnified view and see how they do shape up. Group A to start things off. Team Queso already mentioned. XQ also in there. That's a big roster to try and put up some big numbers here, Seven.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to. And I think from Team Queso, I'm going to see how they go ahead and start because they are one of those teams that tend to start very slow and they end up picking it up. So I want to see what they're going to go ahead and do here in day one. In XQ Gaming, one of the teams that was actually a little bit lackluster for me during the scrims. They didn't show me that much. So hopefully they're able to come in here with different strats. They were able to go ahead and take the time to see where they can improve. And last but not least, Tribe Gaming. My boy King A, he wants to be in this position, and I know they've been working together to just be able to be more consistent with their pushes. So I'm looking forward to all those teams.
All right, moving on. Group B, Cloud9, Grunto, Alpha 7, and Team Solid. Dave, what have you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, I'm going to be rooting for that squad every single day here. But Grunto Esports, the new edition of Sixless, I believe this was made official about maybe 2 hours ago. So I'm curious, you know, Grunto Esports, they didn't utilize Sixless during those 80 games that we had last month. This is brand new. So how will that team be able to come into day number 1 and work together? I don't know. I have no idea. Today's going to be the day to find out.
I mean, Seven, we've seen Sixless pop off in the past for SSG at PMCO in Berlin. He was basically keeping that team alive when it came to placements, at least.
Yeah, he can be one of those players that can change a whole scene for the team. And I think them bringing it in as a top fragger is good to see. I just wonder how, with them not being able to play so many games together, I wonder how they're going to be able to match that up. And here, Group C, I think the one, Kalaris, the one I'm going to be looking forward to, as my boy Mustache Dave say, is Tempo Storm and also Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming, one of those middle pack teams during the scrims. I'm looking forward to my boy Acer now that he's here to show us what he's made out of.
Nice. Thank you very much. And let's move on then to Group D. And, you know, it would be apt to contact Mr. Mustache Dave for Group D, all right? What have you got for me? Omen Elite, Loops, Lazarus, Mezexis? What's happening?
Yeah, so I agree with Seven, 100% Loops. They should be making some moves here today. Omen Elite, last week they swapped out Zute for Telly, and I believe it was made official that Telly will be the the main starter on the roster here when it comes to PMPL. Now, Lazarus also happening overnight. A lot of things happening overnight. Used to be known as Simplicity. Russell is known to be the main carry for the squad. I believe getting around 75 kills during the scrims, while the other 3 squad mates got like 15 to 20. So that's how big the difference is. Hopefully, Lazarus can come in here and perform, because they're going to have a lot of new eyes and a lot of new fans watching them, applying that pressure to the squad.
Yeah, I'm sad and I'm happy at the same time, guys, because, you know, Omen Elite, they've got Zute on there, but he's not playing. But he is doing a viewer party. There you go. I give you my shout out.
Yep.
There you go. And this is Group E as well. They're not going to be playing today. However, they do have B4 in there. And for me, B4 could be one of the wild cards to try and put... No pun intended for the other wild card team, of course. But they could be one of the, you know, the aces up the sleeve to try and push up these leaderboards quite nicely. What do you think, Seven?
Yeah, I think B4 is one of those teams that can definitely just surprise a lot of teams. Another one is Strem Coretta for Akal. They've been strong. They were able to go ahead and get some wins, but I want to go ahead and note that Pittsburgh's Nice recently picked up Carnage, the big man. He's a veteran in this scene. He has a lot of experience. He's been to multiple now global finals, and I think it's gonna be great for maybe some of the newer players, or maybe some of the younger players, to be able to help them out, tell them, hey, this is where I think you're doing it wrong. I'm not sure if he's gonna be playing right off the bat, since he is one of the newer additions to the team. I wonder if he's gonna be more of a coach, but nonetheless, it's great to see my boy Carnage back in action.
Mate, Seven, right? We're the short guys. Of course, Carnage is big to us. We're like 5'7" each. Dave is tall, all right? Like, anyway, let's take a look at the schedule. Ignore that. We have 5 games coming at you throughout the day here. We're going to be bookending it with Erangel at the beginning and then towards the end. But in between, we have the creamy goodness of Miramar, Sanhok, and then Vikendi. We'll go into the desert, we're going to the jungle, and then we're going to the tundra afterwards. So, very good selection of maps overall. Battlegrounds, even, I should say. Group E will not be playing, as is stated there. They are grayed out. And gentlemen, I'm going to go with you, Seven, to get this going. I feel like this gives teams, you know, a great opportunity, if they are adapters, if they are survivors, to be able to apply different techniques, different strategies to all of these maps, because they play out very differently, right?
They do. And one of the things that I like to see is that Sanhok is right smack the middle of that, because some of those teams might not have the best performances in Erangel or Miramar, but Sanhok is one of those teams that anybody can win it. So if you have those first 2 games that you just didn't perform to your ability, you can always use Sanhok to just kind of spring back up and recover and take that momentum down to the other maps.
And of course, Dave, you know, starting with Erangel and then ending with Erangel, that gives teams a good opportunity to kind of shape their destiny in terms of changing things on the fly in one day from what they saw in Game 1 to Game 5.
Yeah, and actually, I like this format. I approve of the format, because during the scrims I signed off on it, so you know, you're welcome. During the scrims, it was rotating groups. So if you did play in map number 1 on Erangel, you most likely were not going to play in the 5th game on Erangel. So you couldn't make those corrections on the fly that day. With the new format, only 4 groups play per day. So say something goes really well in game number 1, just rinse and repeat it for game number 5 and continue racking up the points. And on the flip end, say somebody surprises you. They drop on you in Yasnaya. You can make sure, hey, do we want to go Yasnaya again? Or do we want to go somewhere else where we know we can at least go for some early safe looting? So I really like it. I like it a lot. All
right, thanks very much, gentlemen. We are now ready to get into game number 1 as we take a closer look at our first battleground of the day. Let's jump in to Erangel. Let's take a closer look at Erangel, of course, here, as it is the hometown, it's the favorite of a lot of people. It's the classic PUBG Mobile battleground, and the drop locations varied and wide. We're taking a look at Yasnaya here to start things off. Personally, Seven, Yasnaya is one of my favorite spots, but I think you have a different favorite spot.
Listen, we've been doing this for so long. I think you know exactly what I'm going to go ahead and say, and I'm probably going to go ahead and say it's going to be Pochinki. Pochinki is the way to go. Tempo Storm is going to be able to go ahead and get anything in Pochinki, and nobody has challenged them at all, especially during Scream. So will they still remain the king of Pochinkis, or is any team going to try to go ahead and challenge them and get that extra loot, and most of all, get control of the middle of the map? Because that's why Pochinki is one of my favorite ones, because from the middle of the map you can go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point. Obviously, a central location is very important. And especially if you end up with something wild like a military circle or a far high north circle, then you can try and get that rotation going fast and try and get there as fast as possible. Thank you, Seven. You guys at home can be involved as well with the hashtag, any team name you want, and PMPL at the end of it. So tweet at us, at Kylaris, at the 7WG. Tweet at that man as well, and tell us who you think is going to be either winning or doing very, very well here at the PMPL, because we want to know, and then we're going to tally up your votes towards the very end as well to see, you know, who's doing well, So great stuff. We've got an opportunity here to be able to move into Erangel very, very soon. Seven, how about yourself? Who do you think is going to be starting things off fresh?
I actually want to go ahead and see how some of the top teams, some of the favorite teams are going to go ahead and react in the first game. What kind of strategies they're going to come out with. Are they going to be coming out aggressive? Are they going to be coming out a little bit defensive? Are they going to try to challenge and make a statement from certain teams like Team Kesso, Cloud9, Temple Storm? How are they going to go ahead and react on the first game? And this is going to be able to, believe it or not, this can actually go ahead and tell a lot of how this next couple of days is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much, Seven. We're going to banish you off now into the Nether Realm, and I'll see you later on after the game, as we're going to welcome on now our commentary team for our first Erangel of the day. And in fact, a few of the first games. You know what? Let's have them stick around for a little while, as we have John, Allen, and Blank joining me. John, it's been, I was about to say a hot minute, but I'm 31 years old. I'm not quite down with the kids. How are you doing, John?
Fair enough. Well, I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Super excited to be getting into the PUBG Mobile Pro League, the first day of competition. It's, as they were saying on the desk, going to be really exciting. It's going to hopefully set the tone for the rest of the coming days.
And of course, Blank with possibly the coolest first name in the world. How are you doing, friend?
I'm good, yeah, man. I mean, look, it's got to be done sometimes. You got to just whack off some of the rest of your name and just have the last part. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm feeling really, really good. It's great to be here on the PMPL. It's felt like so long since the global finals, but again, it also feels like it was just yesterday, and we're just picking up the pieces once again. But really good to be here.
Definitely so. Starting things off with Erangel, gentlemen. It's, as I say, it's the classic, and I think there's probably no better way to start off a tournament like this, right, John, when it comes to going to Erangel, getting things ground out there first and fast.
No, it's going to be where everybody is going to be very familiar. You know, people are going to know those drop spots. They're going to know those rotations. They're going to be clean. I mean, they should know them on every map, to be fair, by this stage. But Erangel sort of doubly so. They're going to have that ability to adapt maybe a little bit more. So we'll be looking for that as well. But in general, it's definitely going to be some top-level play coming out from these Americas teams.
All right, thank you very much, gents. It's time for me to vanish. The hologram is disappearing, and I'm going to lead you in the very capable hands of these two gents. I'll see you in a sec.
Thank you very much, Kylaris. We've obviously had to send you away. We've popped you in the recycling bin. Luckily, we're going to be able to restore you after this game when we come back to it. But for now, we're going to be setting to the skies. Me and my co-pilot, Blank, we're going to be taking you over match 1 for the PMPL Americas.
Exciting stuff indeed, Mr. John. I'm so excited to be here with you, you bloody numbskull. But it will be fantastic, I'm sure, as we head into the map very, very shortly. One thing to point out here, Dave mentioned it on the desk. He said that HA24 came up with 101 kills on Tempo Storm. Now, I just want to reiterate a small little point. He was the only player in the PMPL scrims to actually breach 3-digit kills in terms of frags, so that's insane. But again, on PMPL scrims, we've had 2 seasons this since Global Finals, so you're thinking to yourself, maybe these teams aren't feeling fresh, they've had a bit of a break. They haven't. They've been grinding it out. So if you want to go check out some more of those past games, you can see a little bit of the history. You can go check that out on the PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel, as well as over there at the Twitch side too. But for the time being, we're getting to PMPL Pro League, the big leagues with the big dogs.
Absolutely, we're going to be looking for that center map. So something that 7WG highlighted on the desk was the fact that no one's really been challenging Tempo Storm for that Pachinki spot. And in fact, we saw that all the way back to Malaysia, where they would just drop there, people would allow them to have it, and they were able to sort out those rotations and control the middle of the map. Do you think we're going to be seeing something similar, or do you think that someone is going to try and hot drop them this time around?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that's their place, that's their territory. It's actually pretty funny. When their group wasn't playing the PMPL scrims, what would happen, you'd have like 3 teams try and scrapping out for Pachinki. Tempo Storm came in, it was just quiet, silence over there. You had just hay bales like passing on through, tumbleweed, all everything going on through there, and just no one else was there with them. So they're having a really, really good start towards the middle of the map, and that gives you a massive advantage because no matter where the circle goes, you're in a pretty good rotational spot. So there's vehicles around you to get there. So they're feeling very, very happy coming into this one. And you know what? With two players like HA24 and Tensor, who were both pretty much new names last year, right? And they just came into it, and then they were just fantastic. You saw them on Team Totality. It was weird though, because they're in PMCO full split. Obviously, they came in the semi-finals. Team Totality did fantastically well, and then just weren't able to qualify in the finals for those global finals. So it's a bit weird, but I'm glad that these two players have been picked up, both massively cerebral guys as well as huge fraggers. I'm glad they found a good home.
So, all right, before we get up to the plane, who are you predicting? Who is your team? Who is your one that you're going to be looking out for over the course of the next 16 competition days?
Now, I think people mentioned Team Queso, right? Obviously, the PMPL scrims. Sure. You only had Ayla towards the top of the fragate leaderboard right there, okay? I still think this is a team that can do a lot. They've pretty much had the same roster for donkey's years now. I think if there's any team that can really rile themselves up to bring themselves into this tournament, is Team Queso. But on another side of things, Tempo Storm, obviously, we've talked about them enough. Cloud9, this is a team that we see do very well. They've had those seconds. They've got those chicken dinners in the PMPL. They did pretty well in the global finals. They were holding on to that 5th spot for quite a while there, just not able to breach into the upper echelons. But I think now in the Pro League, this is their time to shine, dude. I'm ready for them to vibe with the atmosphere. Sure, we're not in a live format. Doesn't matter. We've got this cool studio here ahead of us, and we're going to be leading you through all the action.
God, the AC, there's beautiful AC in this studio.
I'm getting liquid-cooled, yeah.
Liquid-cooled digital studio coming through.
Yeah.
Certainly peak-tier performance. We'll be pretty happy with that one. But yeah, I have to agree with you. Tempo Storm and Team Queso are my two to watch. It's you, me, and Dave, and Seven. We don't talk about his.
We don't talk about that guy.
But that's, it's fine. He's allowed to have his opinions, as are you, by the way. Hashtag team name PMPL at the end, and you can drop that one over for your opinion as well. But yeah. I'm going with Team Queso and Tempo Storm as well. I think that the impact that we saw Team Queso have in the global finals of the PMCO last time around really set the scene for them to be moving forwards. Because of course they've stuck with their roster, right? Like they're just so consistent in terms of who they're bringing to the table, and they're just going to be so used to playing around each other that I think that's going to be invaluable for them.
Yeah, and I mean, like, when I was watching back some of the PMPL scrims, doing a little bit of my studying time, right, you watch them and they come into some fights and it's a little bit messy at times, but by no means is the skill not there, because sometimes it's a case of one player coming in a little bit early, getting the crucial frag, and then another player not being able to be with him at that time. But we are now getting into our first map of the day, which is Erangel, as we see the plane path come over to the southern side, all the way across from Kroyov to Milta Power. I'm ready for this one, John, are you?
Oh, I'm so very much ready indeed. But this plane path, really very kind to most people. Most drop spots are going to be accessible. You've got places like Zaki, Severny, Kameshki. Those are going to be a lot harder to get to, but that's only going to hit one or two teams. A lot of these teams are going to be really heavily accessed to their preferred drop location.
Absolutely, you can see Tempo just zooming in towards Pachinki already. Doesn't feel like anyone's moving out towards them as of yet, but you've got a big cluster of players coming towards Georgia Pole's side. We know that C9, they like to hold round crates, that's their area. Then they can move up to the top of Everest, get a nice bit of scouting location, and then push into the circle. What we're really waiting for here now is that circle itself, and then we can see where the rotations will come in afterwards. Omen heading over to their usual spot over in Milta, and they'll be hoping to get some work done over there.
Yeah, a little bit isolated there in Primorsk. That's Team Queso, obviously one of our teams to watch, as we were saying. So they're going to be left alone. There's nobody else anywhere near them. They're going to be pretty happy with that. They'll know that as well, keeping their eyes on the skies. But I think Novo probably the place to watch.
Yeah, for sure, man. So Team Queso, they're a bit out of the way, like you're saying. Novo, however, two teams in very, very close contention right there. We'll be waiting to see what actually happens down in that side. But you got Garcia and Co up towards farm. A little bit limited loot, but decent rotational options afterwards.
Looks like two teams currently trying to occupy South George as well, with two other teams just on the outskirts, but they'll be trying to move on forwards later into the game. School and apartments being vied for as well. Two teams have landed over there, but they'll be okay for now. Not really butting horns just yet.
Not as of yet, John, though. We've got Mazexis here, Vega on the run. Halo on his head. I'm sure he's not going to do many good things this game. You know, he's out for blood right now. He wants to be able to get towards the top of the leaderboard. What is with Mazexis and having a very cutesy looking team? What's going on?
I mean, they got a vibe. They've got an aesthetic. They're playing. They're not just playing for the tournament. They're playing for our hearts as well, Blink.
Absolutely, absolutely, John. But we are just watching the beginning of the game here. Not much is happening. We'll see what happens as teams start to crunch together, as that play zone will shrink.
Have to wait and see where that first play zone lands, where we are going to be sending away from, as looks like a couple of early rotations starting to come in, as you say, from Mazexis. Oh, there we go. Back over to, I believe, the De Novo. We are going to see where those two teams did end up as well. Not really going to be fighting it out just yet. I think one of the teams did land a little bit further north. They're going to be playing in those compounds, so perhaps a little bit of rotational clash coming on. I think I can just see the south border of the circle there on the minimap, so it looks like it's going to be a southeasterly position, so not really going to affect too many teams that harshly.
No, it's really, it's only Team Queso stuck towards Quarry. We've got a long way to run, which just means they're going to have to loot quick and then also have a difficult entry into the circle, mostly playing edge side. But this is Grunto Esports here. This is the team that Seven was town with, as he called it, his boy, Sixless. This guy from SSG moved to Cloud9, dropped from that team, and then has moved over into Grunto. This guy's had a bit of a magical change coming through. I mean, this is the dude that's had... I mean, it's a nice redemption arc from this guy. I think things went very well from him, and then he left Cloud9, and now he's on Grunto Esports back in PMPL. I know, I'm really happy to see it. The guy's got a big heart at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's bounced about a little bit. Let's hope he finds his home with them. We'll see how they're able to perform. Of course, as we were saying before, they're looking to set the tone right now for the rest of the competition. So we'll see what they're going to be able to pull out the bag. Tempo Storm uncontested in Pachinki as predicted. Unfortunately, no contestation coming through there. Sorry, Seven. We're not going to see that happen, not this time around. Maybe in the future, but for now, they're going to be looted up and pretty geared to the teeth. They'll be ready to take a fight.
Dude, they will. You can see them getting their vehicles on right now. You got two currently. And we'll come back to your old favorite, John. Never rotating just one vehicle. They've taken it on board already. We're going to keep spouting that one till the end of our days, aren't we, John? But they have two vehicles. They've got a motorbike as well as this police car. So all is very, very well. You've got Team Queso now. These are the guys we were talking about. They have to get a move on. Surprisingly, they've got level 2s across the board and pretty decently meted up here too, John.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy. I mean, they had a really easy looting session. They knew they didn't have any pressure from the north. No one really landing too close to them on military, so no one going to be rotating out to the eastern side of them coming out of Primorsk. So they'll be okay for now, and they know that. So they're just going to chill. They're going to search every building, and they don't have too far to go. Although it's a little bit tricky to go a little bit further if you're going to run over those ridges like that. However, maybe a little bit of a clash coming in for Omen Elite as they take a little bit of fire coming on down, but it's only going to be one knock for now. Juicy is taken out and out in the open. I don't think they want to try and waste the resources to try and pick that one up, so I'll have to run away with their tails between their legs there, but they might want to swing around as well.
Yeah, they've got the hillside here, so they do have a little bit of protection. Also, a lot of vehicles affords them a lot of defense right here, so they should be able to get over the Juicy. There's really not the best of sightline to destroy this vehicle for EX right now, so they should be able to get Juicy back up again. They've got enough vehicles. If I was them, really, I just wouldn't take this fight. It's a very strong position here. You've got the prone position on top of the veranda there. It's hard to push that player out. So this compound's pretty firmly in control of these players. So Omen Elite, just take the L, leave. Sure, you've got a knock, have to use some meds, but that's about it. Oh, but it looks like they're getting ready to move out or just move the vehicles in. 4 vehicles. Wow, this team's pretty rich.
Yeah, they're balling right now. They're having a great time. They are fully kitted, as are most of the players as well by this stage. We are out of the looting phase into the first circle stage. And it looks like another fight for Omen Elite. They are really not coming into this one quietly. They want to stamp their name on the map and make sure people know to fear them. And rightly so, these guys, they're veterans of the scene.
G-Fan here, just watching XQ Gaming. holding a pretty legendary namesake here. Let's see what they can do in the PMPL. I'll see what happens, but they're just moving up towards the top of this hillside. It's a nice position, gives them pretty good scouting control going forward. But again, like you said, Omen Ali, they're trapped between a rock and a hard place right now. And crossing the road is going to be the big difficulty for them. If they don't want to do that, they've got to do a massive swing. Just waste a lot of time, and still they won't have found a home as of yet.
Not quite yet, but I'm sure they'll be able to get their foot in a door somewhere. Oh, so like Cloud9 are in a little bit of a fight as well. Just a knock for now.
Scuffle with loops.
Yeah, there's a headshot coming in, so I have to be worried about that. Looks like they might finish it out as well. Okay, so Cloud9 down to 3 players. That's unfortunate this early on, especially, 62 players still alive. This is really early doors, so taking that hit early for one of the top teams, not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, people were touting Adder as a pretty damn good player, so they've lost him from the roster just for the time being. He will be back, don't you worry. But for the now, Cloud9, like you say, 9 players remain for them. It'd be nice to know exactly where they are playing. I'm sure we'll find out that information very, very shortly. But Ace1 here, just holding their own in their compound, just keeping it nice and slow. That's tends to how we do see the first couple of minutes here on Erangel, you teams. Because the compounds are so split apart here, John, you're going to have teams taking up residence and not really seeing many other players. They're just looking for safety for the time being.
They're just chilling. They're just vibing, dude.
It's first day. It's first day.
That's all they're going for,
Yeah.
You don't want to... It's ripples,
Keep it
not
chill.
waves right now. That's what they're all looking for. They're trying to, just carry on down that creek and try and not disturb the alligators.
Pretty much. You got Team Solid, so not quite an alligator, but a rhino here waiting. You know what? From the desk, I would say a rhino is pretty solid. I think it's scary to come up against. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the hippopotamus is the true evil animal out of all of them. But the rhino, I wouldn't take my chances with him either. But here we go, got the map stream coming up. We see most teams making their way up. Grunto didn't actually run into Alpha 7 too much, but it'd be interesting to see that Alpha 7 might want to try and hold onto this eastern bridge here. Maybe gatekeep Grunto. They will surely have seen them come in, but you can see this clump of teams now towards the middle of the map. Wildcard coming down towards Kultu, who are also in vehicles, so looking for a position towards Lumber. But that will be difficult. There's a lot of forest area around there, so Kultu could go for a bit of an ambush onto Wildcard.
This is going to be a really tricky cross for the teams on Military Island as well, because this is the way the circle's fallen. All of those teams are clumped in all of their rotation paths. So they're going to have to not only compete with each other, but they're going to compete with that blockade that's going to exist on the other side, ready and waiting to meet them with, well, teeth bared. And it's really going to be tricky for them to find that ground that they're looking for, especially with that density that they're coming up against.
Yeah, this is the big thing. I mean, we've got 16 teams still in this one, John, and we're heading into phase 3 very, very shortly. You can see this. It's pretty much directly set just underneath Yasna to the south. Farm is where Team Queso have managed to get themselves off to, but XQ very, very close to them, as you can see.
XQuest looking for the crash onto Team Queso. There's HCL to go down first. They will take the knock. Mystic very low, but does stay alive for now. Gets knocked, gets refragged as well. They are going to flush out Mystic. So they're down to 3. The cheesy boys are going to be unfortunate to start it off, but Marco, I don't know if he wanted to go for that vault. You can see him flooding around the side, but out comes the utility now. This is the slower portion of this firefight, and there's potential here for it to be the first squad wipe of the game. A nice bit of damage being tagged on out there, so be able to maybe use that and fall back. They'll have seen those hit markers as a little bit of first aid being used. They've lost one. Do they want to try and invest and go for those trades, or are they going to fall back blank?
Yeah, and I see XQ. They've got another player coming in to the fight, just moving that vehicle out of the way. Starlight there, but Team Queso, they've already invested one player. They want something out of this one. They want to hold on to this compound. Leaving this one now would be a dreadful shame for them. I mean, the issue is they didn't act fast enough, but what they do have is XQ locked down in this warehouse the time being. The question is, do they have enough utility to take this fight, and do they want to invest as much utility early on?
They're pretty central in the circle, so they don't have a lot of time pressure to be worried about. It's a question of just purely, do you want this fight? Do you want to go for this? And it looks like XQuest certainly want to chase this one up. They know they have the numbers advantage. Marco.
He's got a lot of information here.
The buggy just blocking that rotation path, springs out wide, able to get one, hits the deck again, not a lick of damage, pops up, looks for more, will find it as well, looks for another spray down, and it's 3 for Marco. He's on an absolute tear. They might lose 1, but 3 in kind, and it's Exil to pick up the final kill. X-Quest demolished. Beautiful play from Marco.
Wonderful play from Marco. Like you said, he held just underneath the lip of that hill there, and then was able to get so much information they had no idea. He dipped up, got 1 kill in the confusion, dipped back down again, and even the circle is happy about that squad wipe as it lands directly on top of them. But now you can see Fuchs and Co moving down toward Team Queso. They're going to have another fight in their hands. Will they have advantage up fast enough? Here is the third party, John.
Well, it looks like we're going to be having fondue because Queso's heating up right now. They are going to have to face off against all of this angry horde to the north.
They're just leaving them. They don't care. They're like, you know what? You hold on to that compound. We're not bothered.
They saw that kill feed. They saw that kill feed and they were like, okay, fair enough, guys. You know,
Marco's on fire.
Marco's popping off right now. We don't want any part of it.
Now returning to a little bit more of a bit more of calmness, but looking towards the northern side of the circle, we've got C9 coming in, we've got Mazexis coming, but Team Queso, they're not done yet, spraying out towards any team that would even try and pass them. Starting off, Erangel with a big bang.
They are certainly making themselves a name to be feared, and it's kind of what we expected. We've seen how well these guys can perform on the global stage. We knew that these guys were on a trajectory for greatness, and it seems like that's going to start here. In game number 1, they are wasting no time at all in making sure people know who they are.
But hang on, John. I know you guys can't see the map currently, but we can. Grunto Esports somehow have flipped positions with Alpha 7 on that eastern bridge, and now it's Grunto who are the ones holding Alpha 7 back. They're going to try and make the cross now of the vehicle, so we might see some kills come up on the feed soon.
Right on the precipice of that fight, but it looks like neither team going for it just yet there. Is everyone settling down now into the next phase, phase 4 circle? Not really looking for too many fights, and in fact, not much to be found, except for right slap bang in the middle. There's a little bit of a close scuffle coming through. Team Queso and Tempo facing off. Oh, some shots coming through as well.
Damn,
and Rain
Marco
goes down. The vehicle gets boomed.
Marco is, like I said, he was on fire before. This man, he's cooking up a barbecue right now. So we'll see if they can continue this kind of rage as we head towards the latter parts of the game. But again, it's still early here, John. 56 alive, 15 teams still remain. Ace One with a lovely little spot on the top side, but now this is that fight we were talking about before. And look at the tricky spot that Alpha 7 are currently in, dashing around the side of this rock. And damn, yeah, this position is very rocky indeed.
They do have a little peek maybe under those walls. Unfortunately, some ankles can be broken here. And it might be pretty tricky to play around, so we'll see.
I mean, how do you get out of this one?
What Alpha 7 are going to be getting. I don't think you can. I think that's wedged. I think that's wedged.
Yeah.
Call the
you need four-wheel drive on that bad boy.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They might not be able to get that one out, but they'll be backing it up. A little replay here. Marco, look at his POV. He was able to do so much work.
Yeah, and that's not easy either. That's not easy to do. On PUBG Mobile, being able to make those kind of movements, dipping up and down from the blockade. Wow, that's some good stuff. And we also just saw Ayada there with the sniper rifle take out another player from Tempo. I believe he was rezzed up shortly afterwards. But again, look at this spot. That is not the best of smokes that you want. It does provide a little bit of cover. Here comes the UAZ on the side. Come on, just give it a bit of a poke.
Abdul being bumped just a little bit, but they're dropping out the smoke.
Drumping?
They're just drumping all over, and they will be able to send one away, actually, around the side. So looks like they're going for the beachway exits, and it will pay off. They are just going to disengage. Maybe a little bit of spray coming through. But, oh dear, not too sure what happened there.
That did a full front flip. Grunto Esports just witnessed a circus trick. I know, one player's out again. Rand did not expect this one, and unfortunately Alpha 7, after doing the most insane somersault on the UAZ, will be taken down there.
Goodness me, they are certainly looking pretty acrobatic so far, but unfortunately they're going to have to bend over backwards to pull this back now. There are 2 players left, and they'll have to try and make it work. Team Queso locked in a compound at the moment. All fronts being contested right now. We're still up to 15 teams, and in phase 4, this is primed to drop down now. We're going to be looking for plenty of engagements to start to come through.
Yeah, Lazarus coming down to try and get a bit of a third party onto Grunto, but let's take a look at what's going on screen right now. It is Team Queso. Team Queso currently have a really good side swipe on all of these players. Cult2 playing very close together. The thing is, the Team Queso start getting taken out one by one, things become bad, but it's a third party coming in from the side. I believe that might even be Omen Elite. No, it's Team Solid here. Rhino charging in.
Already going to be one taken down, but they are going to have to put a hold on that one for the moment. Team Queso still just able to sneak around the edges of this fight. They know that they don't want to take it, as Seal has Overwatch on these flanks, and if they push in, then they're going to know about it. Marco, though, goes down early. They're able to get the first knock. They haven't been able to get the flush as it is. Refrag goes to the spray, but it's Ayala to come out on top. Gets behind the door. 2 players down now on the push. He's going to go aggressive around the side. They have the heal up. They know where he is. He goes up the stairs, tries to get in through the door, and the Microzy is there. Team Queso, they will only go so far. 7 kills, but they will finish down and out 15th place.
Yeah, so it's really not that good at all. It's more like finishing at around about 6th or 7th place there. So a little bit unfortunate for Team Queso, but they did come under a lot of fire, and if that's anything to go by coming to the latter games here, you know, Team Queso one to look out for. Isla there from the scrims actually heading towards 84 kills total at the end of it all, so he tried to pull it back at the end, just couldn't quite do it. But now we're looking at Team Solid, who did come and try and get that third party in. Cult2 replied very, very well in my opinion, knew they had to push their advantage then and there, take Team Queso out, and find a little bit of a compound, a little bit of respite.
Quiet before the storm. 14 teams remain, 49 players. But plenty of full force fragging squads right now. Tempo spotted up on the hillside by Team Solid. They did manage to get their team member up, and there will be 4 as well, so they won't have lost too much on that fight, other than a little bit of armor, maybe a little bit of confidence, we'll see. And they have got a building, and they are currently pretty chilled out right now, but a little bit more to the center of the circle. Looks like Tribe and Omen are going to come into contact.
Yeah, now Mazexis looking towards Team Solid, but it's Omen Elite. Tribe taking a little bit of damage. Telly with a beautiful grenade onto Kingy. Mazexis just trying to do some damage onto Team Solid, but yeah, massive things coming through from Omen.
Tempo as well, locked in a fight, and looks like they are going to take a lot of punishment there. They lost a player early on, eliminated early on. That's 2 of the heavy hitters that we were talking about down and out in very quick succession. 15th, 14th as well. Both of them going to fall down, and now Omen Elite and Tribe are going to go into contact with one another. Still just carrying on that fight. There's just Sam alive for Tribe.
Yeah, and C9, we're on the western side of the map here, but suddenly they've flown in towards the middle, looking to try and find a third party. They were gifted a little bit of a loot drop, but favoring to just ignore that to get into the circle, get across that road early. You know, I respect that decision. Now they've got a good foothold here. They haven't been in the game so far very much. They've been more favoring getting towards that top 10 spot, but now they have to start doing something. Cult2, though, coming up big.
They are starting to really frag out in the meantime. They've already managed to rack up towards 5 kills, make that 6 coming through, I believe, as they just continue to make these fights work for them and control in a really dominant position on the map. They'll have to try and make it work for the rest of it, as they do have to come into contact on that northeastern side.
And that's Mazexis now down. Team Solid getting a nice little grenade kill coming through. Grunto, though, they're still on the southern side of the map. They were a little bit of a tricky situation where they're being gate-kept by Omen Elite as well as Lazarus, but they've managed to sneak their way in. Unfortunately, they're in the middle of the fields here, John. Crossing this one is going to be so hard for them without being spotted, and there's 3 teams directly to the north of them.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Cult2 lose a player again, and Tribe get eliminated in that fight. Of course, they were down to 1, so that's the final player flushed out. Speaking of down to 1, Cult2, they are being snuck around right now. They're not going to spot him out, as Team Solid have not peeked out, have not peeked the angle. Oh,
God damn.
A little bit of damage being taken from
Paolo. Look at Paolo, he is in enemy lines, but a huge push here coming through from C9, all inside the crate. The reload has to go through. Ace is coming over the top side.
Oh, he drops down, he drops in, and it looks like he's going to go down as well. C9 still have a player alive. It's Beowulf. He's going to out the fight for now, but from the sidelines, they get eliminated, and it's disaster for the heavy hitters in match 1 blank. They have gone down in really suboptimal conditions.
All they had was the shack there, and you know what, Ace, they incorporated some damn weird little parkour moves, but it seemed to work. They had a player waiting on the sidelines. That's cool too now. We saw Paolo hiding on the sidelines, but it looks like he was found out finally. But Grunto still making their way in. Sixless still doing that work. Did take down Try by himself beforehand, but now it's Loops coming on to X.
They're going to go towards the top, and it's Loops trying to throw them for a loop as they push on up and get yet another rattle down. They do trade 1 for 1. Paris Boy able to hold it down for now, but in they go, and he falls too. Need to try and get those refrags, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Huge kills being racked up right now for Loops. I'll be really happy with that performance, coming in with 5 kills now.
That was one of the most coordinated stair pushes I've seen in a long time, John. That was so well from Loops. Garcia just gets absolutely ruined there. Very unfortunate, but now Omen coming, trying to get a little bit of the action themselves.
They know that Loops are on the upstairs. They know that they've just had a fight with Izame. They'll have to fall down.
That's
really nice
nade.
nades coming through. That is absolutely huge. It pushes them out and forces them to take an unfavorable
Oh my lord!
Huge nades again, but they trade it back. Juicy is going to go down. They have to try and take control of this garage. All of the vehicles in their possession right now, but Loops can try and drop down around the side.
Smokes all coming down. Omen just want to delay the push right now. They don't have to heal up. Surprisingly enough though, Loops, they're getting all the loot that was upstairs, so they are so good when it comes in terms of medical assistance. Right now, Omen, they're sharing a house with a load of angry bees all waiting upstairs, ready to descend upon them.
They might have to take the fight to the hive, unfortunately, but they are certainly very worried about their current situation. Holding on to it for now. A little bit of pre-fire coming out. Not too sure what he's shooting at there, but they are going to lob a little bit of harassment down towards the lower half of this garage. Is full of smoke, and no one really wants to take this fight. Pulling the trigger now could prove to be disastrous, but we're down to 6 teams.
Yeah, Wildcard in a really good position toward the northern side, but next circle about to pop very shortly. If it can go either side of the road, it's going to cause problems for a lot of people. Grunto Esports still trying to make their way in. Sixless, I think, is currently out in the zone. No, he's just about in there. You can see him beginning his snaking shenanigans once again.
Goodness me, well, it's starting to get to the point now where those points really will matter for placement. There's huge leaps about to come on through.
That's an awful circle, John, there, right in the middle of the road. People will have to die if they want to cross over to it.
I have to try and expend some of that utility, and in fact, this garage fight might prove fatal for that. They've used so many nades, they've used so many smokes as well. How many do they have in reserve?
I don't know, it's ridiculous in there. It's getting very smoky indeed. Someone left the Team Queso barbecue on for a little bit too long in that house. Right now, Team Solid making their way into, you see Wildcard just towards that side. Pretty much their only cover is this loot box, but it's very good cover indeed. Won't get destroyed, and they can hide behind it for quite a while. But Team Solid just creeping their way in now. They can see the smokes coming through from Wildcard. They do have a vehicle. Enigma takes a lot of shots, does drop out, but he's in cover.
They force the reload, and that might allow the rest of the team to make a better crossing. Not too sure if they're going to get the flush out. Still alive for now, but no. Loops lose a player in the meantime. Oh, a lovely nade. That might just be on target. Enigma
done, yeah.
ticking down. Yeah, he's no way getting out of that. In fact, the rest of Wildcard taking a lot of damage as well. And trying to rattle it down, however. Asa, one of the players we were going to be looking out for, remember, as well. Wasn't playing at this sort of level before, so he's coming through and he's doing a lot of work already now into the final circles. Team Solid coming into that firefight, and he's already taken 2 of them down.
You can see on the bottom right of your screen there, the 8-man house party is still in effect.
Okay.
The top though, and that's the time for Omen to go in.
They might want to try and find Loops, and they will be able to get one, but a team knock coming through onto Juicy, and Nico goes down. It's disaster as Loops do get eliminated. They manage to make themselves into that top 4. They'll be able to go for the res, but the close push. Sixless trying to rattle it on in. The snake has risen. He's trying to strike, but thinks better of it. Was trying to capitalize, but now has to fall back.
I can't believe he even went for that. He almost took down a player. That could have gone so much better. Now they're trying to throw some grenades over towards him. He has the VSS. Pretty famous for using this thing. It is absolutely phenomenal in the hands of someone who can use it. Iron sights on the M4. Finds one pick already. It's flashbacks to Berlin, John. SSG6 come into effect, but this time under a new name of Grunto.
They're going to be pretty happy with this performance right now. The team up to 7 kills right now. Omen Elite have 9 on the cards, so some pretty heavy hitters coming through. As Wildcard still going through. A nice flush coming out, and they will be able to get the knock. Omen able to find Aesor, though, in the meantime, so that is going to be the end of his story for this game, but he's done a lot of work for them so far. Down to 8 players remain, 6less just in this next circle.
If he can make third, it will be a massive victory for him. Just about gets through at the right time. There's a player on top of him, gets in the vehicle, tries to drop out, won't find anything. 4th place is not a bad spot indeed to find there by himself. Leapfrogged about 4 teams on his own. That is massive.
But in the meantime, that fight is being watched like a hawk, and Team Solid will take the knock. Omen Elite, however, they're up to double digits in kills. They're doing a lot of work. Wildcard Gaming holding it down with 1 now. A total of just 1 kill, it seems, on their boards. So they're just trying to go for that placement, but with only 3 teams left alive, if they can ladder up into second, they'll be more than happy. And Omen Elite right now, the Juggernauts, 4 players alive versus 1 and versus 1. There's really not too much more they can do on the other 2 teams, but try and survive for as long as possible.
This is fantastic, though. Just watching Omen, who have gone through so many iterations, almost making it here and there, have such a dominant performance with 4 members left in this final circle, just 1 player remaining. It's Wildcard going down in second, but Omen Elite, they take first.
They're going to have a huge entry into this first game. Omen Elite with a massive 13 kills on the game, 33 points. What a way to kick things off for Wildcard.
Yeah,
not Wildcard, Omen, there we go.
Omen, yeah, damn good from them, damn good from them. Team Solid, Wildcard make their way in, Wildcard mainly through rotations, but Omen, damn, 33 points, like you say, that's not only rotational advantage, compound advantage, but that's fragging prowess as well. That is very, very good job.
Certainly is, and I think we're going to be going back to our host. What do the holograms think about what's going on here? Omen obviously having a massive final set of circles coming through. I believe. Oh no.
Oh,
we're waiting on.
Hey up. I'm back.
Hey up, lads.
Hey up.
What's going on?
Hey up, all the Brits are here. No, of course. Great game there to get things going. Omen Elite get themselves the victory. John, looking at how they were able to rotate as well, I saw that they had a great split over towards Lumberyard and then prioritize the important compounds. And when you got circles like that towards the end, that was a great play.
That is true, although they did have a little bit of shaky ground there against Loops. It was very uncertain for a moment, and 6less might have been able to turn that on its head. So they did have a really strong compound, but they had to fight tooth and nail for it. So they really proved their mettle in this first match.
Yeah, they definitely did. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to end up going to the analysis, guys, and talking a bit more about that, because otherwise, if I talk about you with everything, then I'm never going to have anything to talk with them about. So that's how that's going to break down. Thank you very much, gents, as we now bring in 7 as well as Dave. Come to me. This way. Haha! Fantastic. Gentlemen, welcome back. Of course, a great game to start things off. 7, Dave. And when you look at how Omen were able to play that out, Dave, I'm going to start with you. What really stood out to you there for that victory?
Yeah, Omen doing a great job. They started over there in Milta, kind of split, and they actually had Exam Gaming gatekeeping them as well. We saw Juicy got knocked really early on, clutch revive coming out from Omen, and then from there, they just focused on getting centralized positions, and it paid off in dividends because they had, Juicy fragging out at the end, 5 kills alone, and the whole team, all together, they were just defending every single push, and fragging out. I mean, coming into his first game, getting so many points is going to be such a confidence booster for the squad.
Definitely so, 7. When you look at the final compound that they actually had, we were discussing it whilst the game was actually going on here. They were underneath Loops, having a bit of a hard time actually getting up, and even so many vehicles there causes them lack of movement ability to be able to get themselves to the right spot that they want, but eventually they won out that war of attrition, and that was pivotal to get them success here.
Yeah, they were. As you mentioned, there was 3 vehicles under that garage, and that kind of just blocked them a lot of places that they maybe wanted to go ahead and hide in, and that's why 2 players ended up getting knocked when Loops Esports threw a grenade down there, and it stopped them in their tracks. And on top of that, Loops was actually defending the second floor really well by just throwing Molotovs towards the stairs, so Omen wouldn't be able to push. I think Omen waited for the right moment, and they executed that perfectly, and that's why they were able to get this sweet chicken dinner with 13 kills.
Yeah, 33 points coming to Omen Elite here. Team Solid doing themselves solid with 18 points in second place. But Grunto Esports, or should I just say Sixless, as if we were hyping him up before as much as we were, he is able to get himself and his team all the way to 3rd place here, David. And considering they started over towards Novo, somehow got themselves in the circle, when it's difficult to get into a circle like that when everybody has already claimed a lot of those compounds from across military. So finding a spot for him was very difficult throughout this game.
Yeah, exactly. And for them to drop Novo, it shows me that they have been studying the lobbies when it comes to scrims, because usually B4 like to drop there, but I don't believe they're in today's matches. I think they're in group number E. So it was amazing for them to drop there. And then we saw about 8 players all together making their way up that eastern bridge. It was Grunto and Alpha 7. We saw the gas station attempt to, kind of fight each other back and forth. Alpha 7 hopping in there, UAS doing some double backflip thing. I don't know what they were doing, but that is kind of what initiated the Sixless, the snaking strategies, because we saw in the very end there, they're down there in the south, just in the grass chilling, racking up some more points. And at the end, I gotta point out, Sixless going for a huge play. Hopped in the US to get more information, to see exactly where Omen were, because you can get more information in vehicles, and then popped out. Unfortunate, they were spotted in the process, but huge play coming out from Sixless right there.
Yeah, definitely so. And looking at some of those final circles as well, 7, for anybody that wasn't in the compound, having your utility available to you towards the end and not using it earlier on in the game was very, very important, because there's not that much hard cover in some of those final circles, so smokes were very important on the roads.
Yeah, I think that was huge. And actually, just to talk a little bit more about that, Omen Elite, Juicy, was actually down at one point. Early, and I mean super early in the match, and I thought he was gonna get finished, but his team was able to revive him, and they ended up using some smokes. So it goes to show that they were aware of that, and they make sure they replenish those smokes, because they knew they were gonna need it at the end. And as we're currently seeing here, one of the plays that actually stuck out to me, that was Team Queso just absolutely destroying XQ Gaming. It was beautiful to see, considering they actually have one player down, and they were still able to go in and clutch a 3v4.
Yeah, we saw there as well, Grunto taking out a bit of A7. That was important for them to try and get themselves to the spot that they would eventually accrue. And Dave, talk to me about these next engagements.
Oh man, right here, I believe this is when Coltu started to try to make their push to gain some type of foothold here on the edge, and that position alone was attracting so many people. I do believe right after that, we saw an insta push from Team Solid, but the death shack from Cloud9, I feel so bad. They all piled into that wooden shack thinking that they can get some placement points, but it did not work out. Unfortunate for them.
Juicy having himself a Groza there, and in those kind of close combat situations, 7, a Groza can turn the tide. It's a very powerful weapon there.
Oh yeah, in moments like that, you want to have a Groza, you want to have a Nuzi, you want to have anything that's absolutely gonna destroy in close range, and Juicy had the right idea. And as we're seeing Sixless right there, being able to pick up kills for his team, he was the last one standing. Trust me, when I was watching this, I was having flashbacks at Berlin when my boy Sixless was just snaking, taking people out and being the last one alive for his team. So it's good to see that that man still got it. He is improving, and hopefully the team will be able to back him up in the upcoming matches.
Man, Iron Sights M4, could barely see the guy. Very, very impressive stuff by Sixless. That's why we've been hyping him up even before all of this went down. And plenty more to boot when it comes to those kinds of circles, Dave, because just in general, when you look at that kind of circle, so many compounds were taken so quickly going into circles 3 and 4. Wildcard, who managed to get themselves into a decent position throughout this game, came in last from the far northwest into that circle. I thought they weren't going to have a spot, but somehow they managed to make it work.
I mean, just playing the edge, it seems to work out. Honestly, with Circle 1, with Circle 2, I was kind of thinking Omen Elite would go for the same strategy because they do drop Milta power, but instead they went for a more centralized position every single circle. Once when the circle popped, they're already in their vehicles making that move. But Wildcard, like you said, able to snake it out at the end. I think they had around 5 kills, so they got a couple kill points, but the placement points, coming into game number 1. And this is a huge shift for Wildcard as well, because when we look back at the scrims, at least the last 2 weeks, they were always at the bottom of the leaderboard. So they went back on this last week, they did some studying, they did some homework, and that synergy on the squad is looking really strong right now.
Do you feel, looking at this 7, that the teams like Wildcard can thrive with those kinds of tactics, coming in late and trying to find themselves a spot, or do you think it's circle dependent? Do you think that they're going to have a hard time in some circles compared to others regarding that strategy?
I feel like they're definitely going to have a hard time, just depending on the circle. Although they do have great players with great skill. Want to mention, Acer was the one that was snaking and being able to go ahead and knock people down. And the other players had no idea where that was coming from. And as we're seeing here, the damage, Loops Esports was one of those teams that if they saw you, they were going to go ahead and just try to attack you. So hopefully in the future, they'll be able to go ahead and back it up with a little bit more kills. I can't remember right at the top of my head how many kills they had. Actually, they had 6. And for 2,000 damage, I feel like they should have had a lot more, as we see Omen Elite with 2,000 damage and getting 13 kills. So it goes to show, man, you got to be able to go ahead and finish those knocks.
Well, Dave, I mean, when you look at Loop's damage in general, that comes with the territory, I suppose. They had one of the more central compounds in some of those final circles, and when you've got the second level of that compound, you're going to be able to just shoot at anything that goes, right?
Yeah, and they used a couple strategies as well. I believe it was Omen who made that push on the first story, like you mentioned, a ton of vehicles.
Yeah.
But Loops, they prevented the breach from Omen Elite by tossing Molly after Molly on the stairs. There's only one way up, and that's the stairs. So the only thing that Omen can really do at that point was toss in a couple grenades up in the top. They attempted to do so, but Loops, they were just doing such a good job of making sure not to get impacted by those grenades. They held it down for some time.
Very well done by them, very well done. And I don't know what else to really talk about here when it comes to this game. There were a lot of moments leading up to that, but I don't quite have my notes here. I can't quite, figure out everything that actually went down. 7, anything else really stand out to you throughout this?
Yeah, and I think I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be seeing a highlight of this at some point. Team Queso going up against XQ Gaming. That definitely surprised me because I know Team Queso had lost a player to XQ Gaming, and XQ Gaming they were feeling themselves. They thought they had what it took to go ahead and take out Team Queso with only 3 players. Little did they know, my boy Marco was going to go ahead and put up some work on them. He went and knocked 2 players. It stopped their push, and then at that moment, you could pretty much see him just stopping on their tracks. Are we going to go ahead and see here the Mountain Dew game fuel highlight from Marco, knocking 1 player down. He knows that somebody else was coming. He goes prone, knocks another player down, finishes that 3rd one, and guess what? You have the other members from Team Queso just having different angles with Axel and finishing off that team. So love being able to see that, love being able to know that those players are going to be able to back it up, but sadly Dave didn't get so lucky here on this 2nd time.
Yeah, I mean, what a prime position over here in Farm. Call 2, they are going to get that initial knock onto Marco. Axel all the way out there in the fields, attempting to toss out some smoke so that they can come and provide that support. But already, as mentioned, Marco bleeding on out. The insta push from Fran and the flush. Axel didn't even have a chance to make it across that field, and Call 2 overthrowing their compound there, getting more points in placements.
Yeah, and of course for Team Queso, the road wasn't as smooth sailing in the end. I think they got themselves around a 14th place, but 7, getting the kill points can keep you up in the overall standings.
Oh, it definitely can. I believe they ended up getting out in 14th place, but meanwhile, they were able to rack up at least 6 points in kills alone. So they ended up with 7 points overall, which I think that's great for a 14th place. So if you're one of those teams that you might end up leaving early in a certain match, in a certain map, you want to at least be able to push for kills, or you want to be able to at least execute and get those kills when you need to get them, because it's going to add up at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely so. Dave, are there any teams that you kind of expected to do a little bit better from this first lobby from the day, then kind of moving on forward, do you expect to kind of get that ball rolling a bit faster?
Yes. There is one team we saw on the stats just a couple moments ago, the damage. Tempo Storm had 0 damage. They didn't even get the chance to pick up the gun. And that's the team that I'm cheering for just based off of all the results that they were able to acquire during the scrims last month. They got a bunch of chicken dinners. They got a bunch of kills. My fear is over this week break that we had from the scrims to now, maybe a lot of teams, they went back in the VODs and they know the strategies that Tempo like to implement, and that might be playing a factor here, at least in game number 1, but I'm not going to think too much into it. I mean, everybody has a bad game here and there.
All right, Omen Elite get themselves the first victory of the day on Erangel, and now we're going to be moving on into Miramar, the desert. So exciting stuff here to be able to shift gears once again. And 7, whilst we saw a lot of close quarters action here for our first game, in fact, more aggression than I even expected from the first game, Miramar is more about the DMRs, more about trying to find yourself nice little cheeky angles to get some prime picks.
Yeah, and it comes just as you just said. It comes down to angles and also having plenty of smokes. That's something you're going to be seeing a lot of teams packing up on. They're going to look like squirrels in winter, just packing up those smokes, making sure if they're going to make it to the end, they're going to be able to at least be able to defend themselves. They're going to be at least able to rotate with the smokes. If not, they're just going to be people picking them apart with the sniper rifles, with the DMRs, and you get some pretty impressive stuff over there with DMRs.
That's fair, because, you know, Dave, depending on the circle, some circles can have very little hard cover, and of course there's some topology that, you know, creates some dips and divots and stuff like that, but you don't have the luxury like Erangel of trees, of rocks in certain positions. A few rocks here and there, but not quite as much when it comes to Erangel compared to Miramar.
Not only that, driving, it's so difficult. It is so difficult. We always tend to see teams, you know, straight on sending it, flipping their vehicles, and, you know, mistakes happen. And when those mistakes happen, most of the time, other squads, they see the kill feed, they recognize, they quickly look around, and they capitalize on those mistakes. One area in particular that I'm looking forward to seeing is Los Leones. Usually, at least when we look back at scrims, we had about 3 squads always dropping Los Leones. Wildcard, they love Los Leones. They made some plays. That's actually where we got to see some Win 94 plays. Yeah. Hopefully, Los Leones is a little more peaceful here, at least in day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conundrum that you actually bring up, Dave, because Los Leones is not necessarily that central, and sometimes it can be hard to rotate out of 7. Let's take a closer look, of course, here at Miramar. So what do you think about that, 7? Because sometimes getting out of Los Leones, especially if the circle's encroaching out of Los Leones, can be a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, and as Dave was mentioning, it is super hard to drive on this map. If you stay on the road, you're more than likely going to go ahead and pick off. But if you go off-roading, depending on the vehicle that you have, you can end up flipping and then getting caught by the zone and dying to the zone, which is something that I have seen happen before. Now, Hacienda del Patron is one of those that is just my favorite, man, because it's dead center. You're able to go anywhere, and more than likely, nobody's going to try to push you. And if you do get there, there is a brand new car that they added just to that spot. And I'm sure a lot of players want to be driving around with that car.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. So a lot to come here for the desert in general. And also, Dave, when you look at, you know, Miramar and the additional locations that were added, not in the too far distant past, you know, it gives an opportunity for potential extra loot spots, potential extra rotation paths that have kind of been smoothed out for these teams to actually, you know, utilize.
Yeah, Miramar 2.0 coming out about a month ago, I believe, to the day. And when it came out, 3 hours later, we had all of our teams currently playing in this lobby. We threw them in it. And a couple teams that utilized those new spots, like Oasis, like Runes, were the Knights. The Knights, they're not playing today, so maybe, depending on the playing path, maybe we'll see a squad, you know, kind of sneak in there and try to utilize that loot.
Yeah, maybe. How about yourself, 7? You enjoying the map?
I have. I'm enjoying the new car. I'm enjoying the racetrack. I'm enjoying the new gun. The Winchester with the 2.5 scope on it. It's really nice. So I want to see if anybody's going to go and use it. We saw somebody use it in scrims. I don't remember quite well who it was. But if somebody can go ahead and use it here, I think that'll be amazing to see.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Our game is ready, so I'm going to banish you once again to the Shadow Realm here in my virtual world. And we are going to welcome back our commentary team from our previous Erangel as I drag them back on in. Yes, oh, it's so good. John, Blank, welcome back. We're going to Miramar, we're going to the desert. How about yourself, Blank? What are you expecting here for Miramar?
Look, I'm expecting things to be a little bit slower towards the beginning and then things get really hectic towards the end. America already is showing itself to be pretty aggressive. They're taking fights a lot of times. We saw a little bit of patience. There were 8 players in one house for quite a while, which is quite nice to see. But damn, Omen, looking at the stats just very, very quickly, they're on 2k damage as opposed to the second highest damaging team with only 900. So that's kind of crazy to me. So I'm expecting Omen to do hopefully a little bit more this game and show us just how good they can be.
Mate, aggressive was an understatement for that last game.
Yeah,
It was just
yeah.
balls
It was
to the wall from circle 4 onwards, just non-stop. All right, I'm gone once again. Enjoy, John. Enjoy, Blank. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Once more, we will take to the skies, this time over the desert wastelands of Miramar. A little bit longer range, so the aggression we saw last map might not be so impactful this time around. It could prove to be pretty tricky to close that distance, which is always what you could be looking to see on Miramar.
Now, one thing, let's talk about it really quickly. Miramar, if you can get an advantage in terms of position, for instance, you get a valley and you can watch down to the players trying to rotate through that valley, you've got a massive advantage there. Specifically, as you come up towards Picado, just north of there is a really nice little outcrop that you can play on top of, gives you very good scouting potential, and one team I'm looking for is Cloud9. Now, although they got trapped in the shack and were immediately taken out by about 5 different teams, and it was gloriously sad to see, the thing I saw about them was that they'd rotated in, and then as soon as they saw the opportunity to go to the shack, they took it. Now, I think that if we take anything from that, is that they're a decisive team. I mean, these guys have been playing together for quite a while now. They're in the global finals. They definitely have synergy down. So if they can take a decisive approach here, find a really good position in the beginning of the game, I think they could do pretty well here, John.
I think they're going to do pretty great things indeed. I mean, that's what we saw from them in the global finals at the end of last year. We praised them a lot for making those smart rotations and giving themselves that leapfrog into the late game multiple times. So we're going to be looking out for it here, but the skies of Miramar are ready to go. It looks like we've got our plane path all set. Our course is locked on in, and we're going to be heading on over right down the middle of the map.
Indeed. Now, there's one player I just want to quickly highlight, and that's Kingy from Tribe, right? I mean, this guy's he's been in and out of the PUBG mobile game, right? He made his little retirement process a little bit while back, then he got back into it, started grinding. And you know what? I'm so proud to see him on Tribe today, coming back to the game, and he did some pretty good stuff last game on our angle. So hopefully we can see a little bit more coming through from Tribe, because man, yeah, it's good. I'm glad to see this guy back in the game. He was a staple part of PUBG Mobile, and it would have been sad to see him go. So welcome back, Kingy.
Indeed, it's good to see him. He's a right proper good lad, is he? We'll be looking out for him on the flip side. So we'll see what he's able to bring to the table. See if Tribe can rattle up a few more points this time around. Now, a lot of these teams are going to be starting to spread out now, obviously, with the map being so much bigger. There's a lot more ground to cover, and they'll have to try and spread themselves out and get that loot on board. Los Leones, they were talking about it on the desk, seems to be fairly occupied. At least 3 teams gathering around that location.
That's a hot spot right there, and a very, very kind circle indeed. This circle would hold the door open for you if you met it, because that is dead center. Everyone is very, very happy with that one, and no one even went out towards the furthest northwest or northeastern sides as of yet. But it doesn't really matter. You can go take up Tierra Bronca, El Azahar, even Campo Militar, because it's not a long time to get back into this circle. Whereas you see a circle come down toward Minas del Sur, then you're having a bit of troubles as you go into Campo Militar. But this is very kind. You can go anywhere, loot anywhere. I'm excited to see what happens. I'd be interested to see if anyone goes over to their new spots like Oasis on the north side, or Ruins all the way on the northwest side of the map, although Ruins is a little bit out of the way.
A little bit out of the way indeed, but we'll see if no one wants to try and take that chance, take that fight on a different front. But at the moment, everyone, as we were saying before, pretty spread out. They're going to be pretty much okay for the majority of this round, of this game to start off. Not really too close. A lot of really large settlements can just be essentially looted on 3 different sides, and no one really has to come into contact with each other.
I like Angry's approach there with the double mini 14. Does drop it now in favor of an Uzi, but will be telling his teammate that there is a DMR over there, which will be very useful. As Kalara said on the desk over there with us, DMRs are very, very good, very, very handy here in the mini 14. That thing hits like a truck. Now, Tempo, on the other hand, let's take a look at where they have landed just south of Picardo. So this team, just like the Circle, loves to be central right now. They like to have a lot of options ahead of them. Sadly, last time, it was that rotation. They found themselves right in the middle of everybody. So everyone was looking at them when they started to rotate. And maybe that's a little bit of an issue. So they need to start taking teams on maybe a little bit earlier, clearing out some areas, and then going from there. Grunto are actually making their way up towards them, but half the team is still making their way down from the western side of the roads there. Felt like a bit of a weather forecast guy there for a second.
Goodness me, yeah. Start putting on the start giving the easterly fronts and the what have you got, the triangles?
Sandstorm coming in now from the western side.
Well, yeah, tempo storm certainly. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what they're able to rack on up. But for now, it is just biding their time. They are a storm in the gathering right now, so we'll have to wait for that thunder to strike. I heard some thunder out my window earlier, Blank. Maybe that was them coming in for a little bit of a pre-warning for me.
Don't say bad things about us. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about this. Look, if you play bad, man, what can I do? That's all I'm saying. Then the lightning just crashes through the window and I just cut out. That's how you know what's happened. So if I ever cut out, that's Tempo Storm coming to get me, all right?
Yeah.
Team Solid, though, towards Power Grid. Yeah, they've sent Monica around. Monica's going to come get me, but to be fair, she's lovely. I don't think I'd be too scared of her.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday, Monica, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday, Monica.
Really glad to...
having a great day, you know. You know how you can tweet out who you think your favorite team is? Don't forget to tweet out Monica, letting her know happy birthday. Make sure she's having a really great day today, okay?
Yeah, fantastic. Right, back into the action though. Tribe, this is one of the teams that you talked about. We want to see a little bit from King A. We were talking about him in the IGL role. And a lot of the players on his team as well, veterans of the scene. I remember Seagut making some phenomenal plays back on, I think it was, I believe he was on Luminosity at one point. And there was some really great plays coming out from him. There's a clip in particular where he was able to spray down around the wall that was really phenomenal. Sticks out in my mind, in my memory, but X-Quests are gonna... okay, there we go. He didn't quite manage to land the shots onto Mystic, but Queso are gonna know that he's there. Yeah. Rattles up for a second.
I like that from X-Quest. They're still not done from Team Queso from last game. They're like, please, just go give them a slightly bad time, okay? Mystic's like, for God's sake, I just want to rotate. That's all I want right now. Let me go up this path. And there you go, there's Sixless once again, hitting hard onto Tempo. That's HH24 coming down, and that's the fight I was talking about before. So they're a man down right now. Team Queso lose a player as well. Mystic definitely going to be finished there.
Goodness me, heavy hitters, light as a feather right now. They are taking knocks left and right. There's the flush out onto HH24, so down the player for Tempo early on. That's really unfortunate. Mystic has fallen in the meantime as well. That's been flushed out, and looks like they're not going to stop their Team Solid charging. No one's taken away their credit card.
Look, this is the sad thing, right? Is Team Queso not only came into contact with X-Quest early, but also Team Solid on Miramar, the biggest map possible. Like, we just wanted to rotate. But now you've dropped us down to 3 members once again. You've revealed our final form. Now you have to deal with Marco.
And you don't really want to be...
I think Mystic died first last game as well, you know.
Goodness me. Well, they're not having a great time of it for now, but hopefully they'll be able to get a little bit more on the cards this time around. We'll have to find out what they're able to do. But for now, again, everyone's just going to bide their time. A lot of conflict going on around the south side of San Martin, perhaps more than we were expecting, so the circle does crunch everyone in. Yeah. Interesting that people are choosing to go into those settlements and take those fights, but Marco gets flushed.
And that's Marco out now, so only 2 players for Team Queso. This has not gone well from them at all. Miramar, I mean, I don't even have to see very much of the map right now. Miramar is about as big as Sandhawk right now, the way the players are on this map. They're all the way to the middle. I'd love to get a shot of the map for you guys on screen. That would be very, very fun to see for you lot.
God, is this Vikendi? It seems like everyone's headed central, go right for those compounds, but no. Seems like those hillsides around to the northwest proving a little bit too maybe intimidating for a lot of these teams to try and hold on to. And down around that southwestern side, just north of Chimacera. It's not going to be the optimum place for these guys. Everybody wants the middle.
Yeah, I'm okay with Loop's position though at the moment. They're off on the eastern side of the map. They're coming up to La Bandita, so that's going to give them a lot of cover. They can skirt around that one. They can check in, make sure it's clear, and then play on the corners of the big lip that goes up to the top side. So really, I'm quite happy with their position. I think they can do a good job. All they have to worry about is Xiaomi Gaming, who are coming up from the southern side, up towards Impala, who might be able to stab them.
I don't want to have that happen. Certainly going to be uncomfortable, to say the least. But at the moment, we're certainly witnessing a Malcolm situation, everyone in the middle. Trying to vie for those spots, but I have to point out Cloud9 as well on the western side. Right now, they are playing that safe game. It seems to be their strategy going in. Certainly to that first game, they stayed out of it. They didn't have any kills when they went down. Looks like they're staying out of the fights yet again, and they just want to have that Overwatch position. They're playing just to the west of Power Grid right now, but they're going to hold on to that ground for a while. Next circle just about to pop.
Yeah, Cloud9 are playing a little bit more like a bowling ball right now. They're just winding up, and then when they're ready to strike, in they go, and fast down into position they want to take. Sadly, didn't work out last game, but hopefully we can see a little bit more of it coming into this one. So they're already moving up to the northeastern side, or at least that's what they want to move towards, but they're currently really stuck on the northwest side for the time being. And Xiaomi Gaming, they're going to have to make a little bit of a scurry up from the southern side. You can see towards Loop's Esports. But currently, Loop have a pretty decent position. The only thing is that this is pretty much graveyard position behind them. It's so bare. It's so open. So in Xiaomi Gaming, we'll be able to see them almost immediately, John, unless they get around this corner very fast.
Very fast. They'll have to use those rotates. Oh dear, tempo. Is that 3 in a car? Do I see 3 in a car? Oh, I'm spinning it. Well,
No, not 3 in a car, just 2. Remember, one of their players died very early.
Oh, yeah.
With a beautiful little car 98 shot. Omen are getting involved.
Oh dear, those 2 in that car, not going to be happy about that, and that's 1 going down to the explosion. Spec falls, and Tempo
God.
Storm, they're down to Tenso's just sailing away, trying to save face for Tempo Storm right now, because they are having a disastrous early run into this tournament.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and say it now, John. So I think that Omen Elite, this is the strongest iteration of Omen Elite we have yet to see. I think some of the players on this team, like Nico, they are some fantastic names. Getting a little bit of revenge on his old teammates there on Tempo. But damn, it is fantastic to see. I mean, I've seen some incredible plays come out from Nico. And you know what? I'm really happy to see Omen Elite still being a big name within the PUBG mobile scene.
Yeah, certainly. They are having a great impact. I know, even, their substitute Zute, we see you doing those viewer parties.
He's going to be doing a viewer party, He's probably doing a viewer party right now, And that's what you like to see, supporting his team. But Kultu Juang has to move around the corner. He's fine.
It's going to be all right for now. Thinks better of it after a couple of bullets sent your way. Probably wise, and we'll get that cover back at the moment. But they are under threat right now. Their position has been given away, and there's an Overwatch coming down. Russell looking to land some shots. He's a sliver, but not going to be able to land it. Tensa, he's not going to be out of the fight just yet either. Nico will go down, as well as Exil taking a knock.
Oh, and Team Solid, they will get the side swipe. Flush Nico out, so he's gone. Omen Elite down to just 3 players. You can see them in the bottom right screen having a bit of a scuffle with a player who's inside that building, but still they're going strong. I think that's Tensa by himself. This guy's a massive pickup. Tempo said it himself, but finally does get taken down by Juicy there.
Tempo Storm eliminated, down in 16th place. Unfortunate situation for them. Not the early run, but if there's one thing we know about Tempo Storm is that they have got consistency to their name, so hopefully it's not this consistency, but they'll be able to pick up their feet.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Like you said, the storm is gathering. It's gathering. Yep. It's coming. It's on its way, John.
It's coming in. It'll be here in a minute, I'm sure.
Very soon, I'm sure. Almost immediately.
In due course. But we'll have to wait and see when that is going to be, because it's certainly not going to be now. And in the meantime, Omen Elite, they did lose Nico. Angry got knocked down, but they managed to get him back up. And now the next circle is going to start to come in. Everyone really quite central here. A lot of teams occupying the foothills of San Martin, and San Martin as well in general. But after an eastern shift, they're going to have to move towards Graveyard, towards Junkyard, and that's a real tricky area to try.
Yeah, now, Loops have a really strong spot here, but they have to get rid of Enshami Gaming. Do they know they're just to the east side of them? On our screen right now, we're seeing some lovely grenades being thrown out here from the players from Lazarus. Another one comes through, but Kultu want nothing to do with it. But Lolo in a perfect position on the high ground. They knew exactly what was going. They were playing 4D chess.
He's going to be able to rattle down that shot. The flush is there. They get a kill on board and secure themselves a really nice position. Lazarus will be rising from the pit. They will have a decent shout into this next circle, but there's going to be plenty of teams out for blood on their turf. They are in a really crucial position. You can see right on the western side of the circle, and everybody's mounting up. It's Mad Max straight towards them.
That has to be one of my favorite shots right there from Kultu. Not this one was awful, but the one where you saw the drive-by with the Uzis, he's pointing out.
Oh no.
But again, Kultu, they've just walked into an absolute lion's den, and there are many lions right around them.
Goodness me, they hit that little bump and they went flying. They got knocked off the bike, and that was it. That was curtains for them. Kultu go real low. Fran has been knocked as well, so it's just Lux up and standing. A really unfortunate situation for them, but we'll have to try and pick up the pieces. In the meantime, everybody else making their way in. Team Queso still in with a shout. They've still got some players going forwards. 2 of them still alive.
Yeah, and there's the C9 bowling ball coming straight over the top side, now crunching themselves in just towards the middle of the circle here, finding good position towards the hills. They will have to come into contact with Lazarus, who are in that compound. They've got great positions, great little spots on the high grounds, just to get those sniper shots down onto players that do want to come near them. Like I said, the Team Queso are still alive, making the long rotation over on the edge side of the blue here. Mazexis, Wildcard, XQ, as well as Grunto and Tribe all playing edge on the western side of the map here. Absolutely barren on the eastern side of the map towards Junkyard and the little road down that side. So much of the action's on this left side of the map right now.
It's really difficult to make your way out to that location. I mean, Cloud9 have made a really smart push, and that's what we were talking about from them, making those smart decisions. Under the watchful eyes of Beowulf. He's a leader, certainly, and has led them to great glory before, and it seems like he's starting off to do so again. It was an unfortunate turn of events that led to their demise in the first map, but it seems like they'll learn from those mistakes and play a little bit safer this time around, and it's credit to them.
Yep, indeed. Now we're just looking at Omen once again. We still have 3 players alive with 3 kills on board. 1 apiece, you'd imagine. Right now we're looking back onto Team Solid, who are just looking for a little bit of favorable ground, but with the next circle popping towards the eastern side of the map, once again, we will have to start see the pilgrimage from a lot of these players moving across. C9, though, they've got a beautiful position on the northern side of the map right here, just to insert themselves just underneath Junkyard, find some nice little area on the hillside, and just shoot anyone that tries to come close.
Central position being vied for right now by Loops as they do start to strike out. Omen Elite, they lost Nico, but they're still 3 strong, and they've already got 3 kills, even with not that many really coming through. Oh dear, Kultu getting eliminated. Final player will go down as Loops getting pushed on by Enshami as well from the south side. Taking a little bit of a harrying as Omen skirts around the edge of them.
This is kind of reminiscent, though. It kind of reminds me of when we casted South Asia, John, where, you know, Entity, when their IGL went down, they tended to play a little bit better because you just get to focus on telling them where to go. Unfortunately, that's another player down for Roman, and things start to look a little bit dire for them with only 2 players scurrying off into the distance.
But let's scurry off they will, and they'll be happy to do so, being able to stay alive and try and rack up a couple more placement points moving on forwards. Wildcard looking to go a little bit too close to the fire, maybe. We'll see how they stack up against Cloud9. They're both vying for the ground to the west of Junkyard. I think Cloud9 might want to push a little bit more central to the next circle. But Enshami at the moment have a compound in Minas Generales, and they'll be happy to hold on to it for now.
It's very difficult for C9 to really go anywhere from here because they'll be pushing down to a valley, which is why this position is so strong. They can take out anyone on the other side of the valley as well as anyone passing through the roadside. Right now they've got a bit of a line up. They've got to take care of Wildcard, but right now it's Grunto coming in, trying to get a bit of a clap back onto Sixless.
Tribe taking a a little bit of punishment as well, but for now, everyone holding ground, trying to get a little bit of push up, a little opening, but it's just being denied from so many of these entrenched teams. Real difficult to find your ground, but this is the time where we're going to see these team numbers drop. We're on 14 right now. I'm not expecting that to last for so much longer. A lot of damage being sent out towards Tribe, a lot being sent out towards everybody who's trying to push on forwards as Grunto get eliminated. They are down and out, 14th place for them. It looks like A7 trying to hold on to the ground as well, maybe looking to eliminate Tribe at this stage.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate indeed here. It was Safa Grunto as well as Tribe. They kind of just became a bit of a practice range for Alpha 7, who just mowed them down as they tried to make their way into the circle. Now Ace 1 taking a little bit of punishment from Inshami. Sega taking down to the play zone. Just a couple of players remaining. Those smokes will keep them in the game for slightly longer. Alpha 7 starting to come underneath pressure as well from the backside.
They'll have to deal with it, see what they can do there. Looks like Team Solid trying to sneak their way in as well on the western side, but they get denied. And that is a need to finish it out as well. They're going to get eliminated in 13th place. XQ Gaming will be able to hold that western front, but they have to make a long push now as the circle is going to push in towards the east.
Team Queso, oh my lord, Ayala, Axial, both very, very chuffed with themselves. They have the circle right at their back, so they only have to worry about everything to the west side of them. C9, they locate and they know this is a good position. They start to rotate to the eastern side, trying to push their way in, but Team Queso, do they see this coming? And can they hold off 4 players?
It'll be tricky, but we know they've got the skills. We've seen them clutch out. I mean, I always remember, I believe it was Exil around one of the windmills, able to hold off almost the entirety of Biggitron. It went down to a 1v1 after being a 1v3, so they certainly have got the fragging chops to be able to make it happen, but do they have the position? It seems like Cloud9 will find out just how strong these guys are.
Damn, that's a full explosion there. And now what we're looking at, I'm just starting to find where C9 are, how many players they just took down. Uneven Adder, both down in the blink of an eye.
It is unfortunate.
And that's Beowulf down too now.
They're losing a lot of players, and Charme trying to push in now from the western side. XQuest as well, taking a little bit of hurt. A lot of knocks coming in as everybody's trying to get their way in, get their foot in that door. Tribe get eliminated. They're going to be down as well as Mezexis. They fall, and it's starting to become the Thanos snap time. The circle is there. You see the number 5, and we're going down to half the lobby.
Oh yeah, and it's the thunderous cacophony of bullets just hitting the floor here. It's been non-stop. It's almost like the background music to Miramar as these bullets just firing off. But Team Queso, like we were saying before, still in a great position. 7 teams remaining, 17 alive. They've set themselves up well. Omen now doing a little bit of damage towards Alpha 7, trying to make an entry into this southern side of the circle, but they know they have to get rid of Alpha 7, who are currently a thorn in their backside.
Alpha 7, the only team left with all 4 players standing. So if they can keep that going, if they can stay alive, they've only got 2 kills now, but that number is sure to change. Cloud9 trying to hold on to a position towards the north against Wildcard, but Bayo going down yet again. And now Inshami really struggling to try and push on in. I believe that's most of them going out, but they might still have a shout moving forwards. They'll have a struggle on their hands nonetheless, and looks like Ace trying to just heal outside the zone. Only 1 player left for them.
Yeah, he knows he has to make his way in, but he's probably just going to play the game of meds versus the world. Unfortunately, he's all out of meds. Only bandages remaining. I don't think he can get back into this one. Got to be quick. He can actually take down a couple on loops, but he needs to get the flush through. Does not find it, but definitely does a little bit of nasty damage to loops before he goes down. Now the circle does pop once again, and that's Team Queso who have to move, but still the circle's at their back. They're feeling pretty good. Firing off some shots towards C9. It's going to be tough to make the move.
That was a really annoying shot as well coming through. He waited for the meds to have already finished, so he wasted it, and then he knocked him out after. So they bust even more in there. It'll be unfortunate, but On top of the hill right now, Cloud9 in a really strong spot. Despite only having 2 players, I'd pin them as probably the team to beat right now. They're going to have a real tricky time, but Team Queso trying to move around on that northern side, trying to dismount them, but they're going to be seen and spotted out by pretty much everyone. Zoman Elite taking the fights as well.
Yeah, Isla will just get himself towards the compounds. He has a vehicle, knows he has to move in quickly enough. Beowulf goes down now. It's the wild card. Moving the top. Aesor just gets slammed by Pyra. But they're on a hill. They're fighting up towards Pyra. He has the high ground.
They've got loops as well on the sidelines, throwing in all of that damage. It makes it so difficult for Wildcard to assault this hill. They just need to go straight up in a line, and when you're running at Cloud9 like that, it's going to be real tricky, but there's a nade, and oh my goodness me, Wildcard, they're going low. Team Queso eliminated as well as Loops just start to push on forwards. They're trying to take control of this hillside. Cloud9 up the top, Wildcard around the side. They know both of these teams are smarting right now from previous engagements, and Loops clear it out. Wildcard eliminated, 4 teams remain. Cloud9 stay atop of the hill.
Yep, so Pyra will opt to get Beowulf up instead, but they need some smokes desperately, and they need them now. Have to drop them down because Loops will be making their way over the top of the hill. It's not a monster, it's Loops. Can they get away from them?
That's going to be pretty tricky to do. They've got Alpha 7 at their back. And they've got, well, Juicy's still going into the fight. He's going to be outside of the blue, so he'll have to get a shift on, unless he's just trying to heal it out. We'll have to wait and see, but Loops now with 3 players standing. You've got Alpha 7 still 4 persons strong, but that might change if only Becca could land a shot. Unfortunately, no. Only 2 being found and only a little bit of damage. An energy drink being chugged on up by Bayo. Loops trying to push around the side. A nade. Gonna find Pyra, and that's Cloud9 eliminated down in 4th. A lot better performance from the last round, but hang on a minute. Look at this. Loops, 15 kills right now, Black.
It is a massive game. They had some huge third parties coming out through the majority of that one, and now they're just playing volleyball with these grenades. But it's Loops are coming out on top. I know I said it wasn't a monster before, but it depends on what Loops you're thinking about. It feels like a honey monster's coming at them right now.
Goodness me. Send in the Loops, brother. We're gonna have a meal on our hands, and it might just be breakfast time for Alpha 7. In the meantime, Juicy trying to make a break for it will get shut down. That's Alpha 7 picking up another kill. They're up to 5 now. And it looks like we are going to be locked into this fight, 4 versus 3. Nades being expended very early on, but this hillside, one hell of an arena for this final fight.
Oh, absolutely. I'm loving to see it. Loops, they weren't the 3rd highest fragging team for nothing in the PMPL scrims. Now they're sending Becca forward to get a little bit of information, maybe throw another nade across, and then the 2 players at the back, they can try and pincer.
Have to see what they're able to get done. A little bit of damage found, but it's going to be traded hopefully by Mitek. He's lobbed it in. Will it find any tags? Not too sure they're getting too much value for these right now, but they're trying to gain that info. Becca takes a tickle, but he'll be able to heal that up. Has the backup of the rest of his squad, and at the moment, it's just projectiles going back and forth. We trade in gunfire for explosions.
And now the smokes start to come through, changing up the environment here, John. Making things a little bit more tough, but Loops, they've still got grenades in the pocket. Heavy ordnance still coming through. I don't know where they're holding them all. They've got them strapped to their chest, strapped to their legs, strapped to their head. You know, they're just pulling them off now with the duct tape that they used earlier.
They've got grenades for shoes right now, it seems, and they're kicking them off into the shoe rack of
That's
Alpha
why
7.
I also keep my grenades in my heel.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got a surprise heel nade. That's exactly what you want to find. But still locked in this 4 versus 3. Neither team wants to make this first push. Neither team wants to make this first engagement, potentially giving up that early frag. But with the numbers advantage, you'd expect Alpha 7 to try and make that break for it, but it's just not coming through.
Yeah, just biding their time. I mean, it's a very, very nice little hill that Loops are playing against, but the circle is going to pop next, so we're going up to the 8th circle. Things are going to start to get a little tougher. Obviously, Alpha 7, they had the resupply with the loot crate that did drop behind them, but that is a disgusting circle for both teams. It will be truly a savage fight to end this one off as the circle drops dead center.
It looks
teams will have to push one another here.
Looks like meds are pretty low for Alpha 7 right now. 2 of their players stuck underneath that 75 health limit, and so no boosters for them. Maybe Loops have found themselves an opening with that, and they'll be able to win out those firefights. We'll have to wait and see. They're skirting out, trying to isolate the fight right now. Abdul on the sidelines has got that flank position, and if they want to, they might just be able to peek him out. He is behind a hill right now, but he's going to have to move into the next circle, but so are Loops, and Alpha 7 know it. They've got control of the center. They have control of all of this ground, so the initiative now on to Loops. They're making that push, they're making it out wide. Abdul spots it out, has got the Defilate to duck behind, will do so much work. They're not taken down just yet. Abdul goes out wide into the blue, but he gets the knock, almost finding two. He trades it 1-for-1 right now, and they go for the rest of the fight. 2 players alive, 2 players standing, 4 Loops up the top of the hill. Alpha 7 trying to make the push, they go out wide. Loops take another knock, and Alpha 7, it's their time to try and roll it on through, taking down the top fraggers, and they'll be able to do it. Alpha 7 take it home. And unfortunately, Loops, despite being so heavy on the frags, they will go down. The final hurdle proving just too much.
Alpha 7 there ending the game with 28 points, but Loops, even though they came second, came out on that one with 29, with the huge amount of fragging potential that came from that team. And you know what? They had the circle on the eastern side. I was surprised they didn't go further east, but they held down that position. They knew it was super strong. And you know what? I'm happy for them. I respect that play because it worked out massively well for them. But again, I've got to give props to Alpha 7, keeping 4 players alive and playing that lineup that they did. Abdul, as soon as he found the information, peeked over the top, it was pretty much over for them because he could keep peeking over whilst the rest of his team went in for the pincer.
Well, fantastic game. Omen Elite as well coming third, capitalizing on a beautiful performance in that first. Cloud9 having a better shout of it as well. But Kelaris, I'm sure your guys are going to have a lot more to say about it as well.
Hello, welcome back. Of course, thank you very much, gentlemen. John, looking at how things actually went down there with Alpha 7 picking themselves up the victory, it's a risky play, but it's a bold play to spread that far out in that last circle. If one person gets knocked, you're not going to be able to recover them, but the circle control was there, so very important for them to get that.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that that Loops weren't able to push out and isolate that fight against Abdul. If they'd been able to take him down, that's just a full frontal assault at that point on even numbers. So maybe they could have had a little bit of a different turn of events, but they'll be happy with that anyway. Top scoring nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to go over to my analysis boys as we banish them once again. They'll be back for another game in a few, of course, as we bring in Seven and Mustache Dave in a few moments' time too. And I'm going to be able to talk with them exactly how things went down on Miramar, and there is a lot to talk about. Seven, Dave, welcome back, guys. And the rotation that we saw in from Alpha 7 to be able to get themselves into that spot, Dave, worked out wonders. From the south, it's very, very vulnerable, but they came in from the south, clearing out what was there, the few scraps that were there, and then when they have that fortified spot across the circle, it's not too bad for them after that.
Yeah, not only that, we saw them, they were making the push. They had 4 vehicles, and 2 of the 4 vehicles were missing tires. So they were just driving, missing tires. They were popping out the sides, taking shots. They pulled up to that hill in the south. They had the perfect cover that was to the north of them, and they were able to clear out the teams behind them to make sure they don't get backstabbed. That was Circle 4. And Circle 5 popped. Once again, another hard shift to the east. They immediately all popped in the vehicles, even though they were missing tires, and did a wide rotate all the way to the east, and they ran into Omen Elite with only 2 up at the time.
Yeah, those hard shifts that you're mentioning, Dave, are very, very pivotal in this game, of course. And Seven, when you look at those, there were so many teams committed to central positions over towards the west when those hard shifts come along. And whilst central positions can be strong, sometimes edge play works well, and if you don't get the circle shift towards you, you can just try and rotate wide, as Dave's mentioning.
Yeah, and edge play worked well for Loops Esports. They were actually able to get a lot of teams off guard. That's why they were able to put in the numbers that they put right there. 15 kills. That is a lot. They came in, I believe it was wildcard against Cloud9. They came in and then just swept up that whole place, as we're going to be seeing it pretty soon in the highlight. But something that I love to see from them is just the aggressiveness. Something that I believe wildcard Slicky was slacking a little bit on. It took him some time to go ahead and engage against Cloud9, and I wanted to go ahead and see a little bit more of a decisive turn from him. And as we're seeing here, some of the other teams surprised that actually Granto Esports ended up getting knocked so early in the game, and Tempo Storm still not being able to perform to what we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, Dave, I want to focus on our technical lobby leader here for a moment when it comes to Loops' points coming in. They had 15 kills before they even went into that match, and it really does feel like they almost had a knack these past 2 games for finding themselves central spots, even though towards the last 2 circles they had to move, of course, because of the hard shifts, but those central positions are really working out for Loops when they're playing reactively.
Yeah, pretty much like you mentioned, they were playing the center, and I believe around the time we had a shift up to the north, they already had 13 kills at that point. So this is a team, once when they start to gain momentum, there is nothing stopping them. So I'm getting a little concerned for these other squads in the lobbies.
Here's Alpha 7 getting themselves top spot though for this game, and 1,200 damage coming in across the 8 kills. So overall, they were able to do a decently effective amount of damage to be able to pick up those kills, but some of those trades that they went in for towards the end especially, very fortunate for them, 7, that they were able to keep Abdul alive during all of that fire that was coming in from 3 members. If some of them more of those shots had hit, it could have been an entirely different story towards the end.
Yeah, it would have been. And something that you were mentioning earlier as well, I was so surprised how spread out they were going up against Loop Esports towards the end. That's something that you usually don't like to see, but somehow they made it work. Usually what you like to see is a 2-2 split, especially so you can get different angles and at least be within reach. So if your teammate does go down, you'll be able to go ahead and back him up. So interesting play there for them. Luckily, it worked out for them. Luckily, Loops Esports didn't have a full squad as well. So I think a lot of stuff to be taken into consideration because this could have gone either way, especially with the way they were playing that towards the end.
Indeed. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game, Dave. What do you think make of it?
Yeah, Tempo Storm. You know what? I'm gonna take the blame. That's the team that I said they're gonna come in today number 1 and they're just gonna dominate. Listen, they got 2 points altogether so far, and that's just for participating. Early on, though, I feel like the Thorn and Tempo's side right now is Sixless from Grunto. Early on, it was circle number 1. Sixless in the kill feed with the Car 98 took out the top fragger in the entirety of the lobby, who is HH24. And then we saw in the highlights just a moment ago, Tempo, they were making a push past Picado. Once again, past Omen Elite, Nico got a vehicle explosion.
An unfortunate lack of a proper spray transition there means Ace 1 had to go out in, I think, a kind of middling position towards 7th or 8th. I can't quite remember, but that's how that's going to go. And Loops here pushing across this. Technically, the C9 position that they actually had, whilst we take a look at the final moments of this game, 7, the C9 position is actually very, very strong. As long as they clear out the north as well as the south, they had great coverage from the east and the west, but it's unfortunate they were just 2 guys, right, compared to having a full 4 strong in that very strong little divot.
Yeah, and at that case, it becomes just a numbers game, right? If you only have 2 players, there's only so much that you can go ahead and keep track of, especially with so many teams starting to push towards you. You have Wildcard with the full squad pushing towards you, and then all of a sudden, once you think you got rid of Wildcard, here comes Loops Esports just destroying everybody and sweeping the team and taking advantage of that spot that Cloud9 had. So yeah, it becomes a numbers game. At that point, you want to be able to have your full squad. Sadly, it didn't happen that way for Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the total damage throughout this lobby as well, because that will tell the tale of how things actually unfolded between some of these teams. Loops, I can only imagine, is going to be quite high regarding this, because they were able to blast it out, especially with the third parties that they were able to accrue after their central position. So 2,103 damage coming in for Loops. And I mean, Dave, after these first 2 games, they are painting a target on themselves. Some of these teams are going to have to be looking out for Loops.
Listen, the other teams are the ones with the target, looking at the damage numbers. I believe the same thing was after game number 1. Loops had like 2K plus in the damage department. They are just dominating right now, and they have 3 more games to go. Honestly, I don't think anything's going to be stopping them. But real quick, huge shout out to Alpha 7. They, I know I bring up the scrims a lot, but the scrims were all last month here. The same teams. Alpha 7, they weren't able to get a chicken dinner in the scrims. Their best placement was a 3rd place, a couple 5th places sprinkled here and there. But this is their first chicken dinner in the lobby, and this is when it counts. Day number 1, PMPL, baby.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at the overall numbers coming in for these 2 games so far, because it will also show us exactly who's been able to accrue the most over these 2 games. And Omen Elite actually still far up towards the top. I think it was Juicy 7 that was able to survive all the way down in the blue until maybe like 3rd place or so. So despite them not getting too many kill points from this game, they got a few here and there. It's still very, very impressive because one person snaking can make all the difference, a la a Sixless, etc. What do you think?
Yeah, and I mean, it comes down to being consistent, right? You want to be able to see teams that are consistent in the top 5. We are going to be playing 80 matches overall. So you want to at least be able to stay within the 5. Because let's say, for example, at the end of the last week, you're in 5th place. You want to be in the top 3. You need to be within at least striking range of being able to get there. So we're going to be seeing a lot of teams doing that. If maybe they lose a player, they play a lot more passive. They play snaky, as you mentioned. And sadly, that's the way to play it when you are down a couple players.
Yeah, definitely so. You're looking at Tempo Storm, Tribe, and Mazexis there, really needing more points from their current following games here. Don't want to be going out across these next 5 or 3 games, I should say, Dave, with just single-digit points. That's going to leave you in bad stead when B4 and all these guys coming in from Group E eventually get onto the battlefield and start fragging out.
Yeah, they will be playing here tomorrow. And if you finish the day with only like 5 points because you get the participation points, you are going to be setting yourself way back when it comes to day number 3. Another team that we saw down at the bottom, Lazarus, they just got picked up overnight pretty much. They used to be known as Simplicity. I can only imagine the pressure coming out from the fellows on the squad because now they got a lot of new eyes watching them.
Yeah, they definitely do. And that now brings us on nicely to game number 3. But of course, we need to look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moment of the game as we take a look at. It was the dip that we were talking about and the third party that eventually came in 7 from Loops on towards Wildcard. And an attempt here to try and get the good old spray down, but it's going to be for not 7.
Yeah, and then one thing that I actually want to go ahead and mention from this clip that you're going to be seeing is Ace could have went ahead and knocked at least 2 players down. But it goes to show that Loops Esports has an immense talent because even when they were caught with their pants down, they were able to turn around and absolutely destroy that player from Ace right here. Nunes should have at least killed 1 player. It didn't go that way. Hopefully in the future, he'll be able to realize, listen, there's 3 players. I'm not going to go ahead and spray all over the place. Focus on 1. If you can at least kill 1, that's an extra point for your team. And that's something that's going to look good in the long run.
Yeah, well, that is one option, of course, 7. But another option is if you have a little bit of extra meds or something like that, Dave, you could have tried to snake in behind that and maybe got yourself a little bit of extra placement points to kind of play with for your team. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Nunez definitely had a lot of teams and a lot of factors kind of against him in that situation. So I do believe trying to at least, and I agree with 7, Nunez should have at least tried to have gotten that thirst. You know, at least that would have been 1 additional point. And the fact that Loops, they already had a couple smokes tossed behind them, that leaves me to think that they kind of thought someone was back there getting ready to backstab them. Just unfortunate for them. They moved over to the right just a little too bit. Nunez with that off angle. I mean, great shots from Nunez, but the quick flick from Loops, they did not allow that to happen. They denied it, and they got the revive at the end there, and then pushed on forward into that clip that we saw. They got the third party onto both Wildcard and Cloud9, who, you know, disengaged from each other pretty much. So Loops, aggressive squad. You love to see it. That's why we see him 2 games in a row now with 2k plus damage.
He was thirsty for the first, my friend, and that's when he should have drank a Mountain Dew Game Fuel, right? They would have probably been able to get the play going there. That's how it would have gone down. Let's take a look at the schedule for the PMPL for day number 1 of the Pro League. A, B, C, D playing currently as we take a look. And Alpha have won the 2nd game of the day on Miramar. That means we are jumping all the way into Sanhok. We've gone from the desert to the jungle, and we're going to be going to some temples too. Who wants to drop Painan? I know I do, as we go over to Sanhok. Later on, we're going to have Vikendi and Erangel going down. 7, dare I ask you where you like to drop? I can only imagine it begins with a B.
You are right.
Oh, what a surprise.
I'm going to be going to boot camp. Either boot camp or Paradise Resort. One of those two. I like being in the center of the map, man. I don't know why. I know usually it's hot drops, but I like being able to go ahead and take control of the full map because then you can go anywhere. And with so much vegetation in this map, you want to be able to rotate quickly and maybe set up some kind of ambush for another team. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing that a lot here.
That's right on the money, Seven, because Dave, when you look at how Sandhawk plays out, there are a lot of roads that come in from kind of a valley area, but across that entire area of the valley, there is so much of that vegetation, as Seven mentions, where people can hide, people can lurk, and third parties can be extremely common here.
Third parties. I mean, we're looking at this right now, boot camp. Listen, I am hoping right now, with the performance that we've been seeing tonight in the first 2 games from Loops, I'm hoping Tribe, they are not stubborn. You know, when it comes to the 80 games that we played last month, Loops, Tribe, every single time dropping on each other at boot camp. I believe the score is like even right now, but with the performance here tonight from Loops, if I'm Tribe, I am not going to want to be anywhere near Loops, and hopefully they can do that. Hopefully they can find somewhere else to go here in this game number 3.
Hopefully. Let's check in as well with the Twitterverse, because you guys at home can be involved as well. Use the hashtag with whatever team you prefer to be doing well here or you think is going to win for the PMPL, and include PMPL as well at the end of that hashtag. You can tweet at me, at Kyle Laris, and you can tweet at these 2 gentlemen with their respective Twitters as well. Tell us what you guys think at home for the next game coming up. So exciting stuff going on to Sandhawk here. Do you guys, Seven, do you call it the lobster building in Painan in mobile? Is that a thing?
I'm not sure. I'm not even gonna try to name it.
It looks like a lobster, so I've always called it the lobster building. That's how it goes. I'm just into lobsters.
Someone's hungry. Someone's hungry.
Yeah, maybe. I'll go and get some food after this. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm dismissing you once again, and I'm going to be bringing on our casters in a few as we get ready for Sandhawk game number 3 for day number 1. So, Mr. John, Mr. Blank, where are you at? Hey, there you go. John, excited for some Sandhawk?
Absolutely. I'm ready for all of the close-fought combat. I'm ready for everyone to get up in each other's face. And it's a map with, as you were saying, almost as much vegetation as my self-isolation haircut. So it's going to be really exciting.
Oh, you should have seen my haircut before I actually had a chance to get it cut. It was truly horrific, but that's how it's going to go. I used to have long hair like Xander as well, and there's very famous pictures of that online. Don't Google it. Don't Google.
I've seen them.
You've
Googling
seen
that now. That's my new endeavor. I'm doing it immediately.
Well, John will show you, I promise you, because he's a pretty sight. How are you doing, Xander?
Group chat icon.
I'm good, yeah, man. To answer your question, bro, I think people either call it C block, but yeah, we've got people call it lobster building as well. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
In boot camp, you know, those pincers. I mean, it is pretty dangerous in boot camp, to be fair. As dangerous as the pincers on a lobster. So yeah, it's pretty scary down there. I wouldn't want to go. I don't know why Seven likes going down there. Whenever I drop, I'm like out in the water. Man. Then I swim into the map. That's how I do it.
Seven's nuts. He just drops
all
the hot drop locations every single game. I'm like, calm down.
He's been drinking Mountain Dew non-stop. He's just fired up all the time.
He's so fueled up. He's on that game and fueled 24/7.
Maybe. I don't. Well, we'll find out where he goes on Vikendi. I'm hoping it's Goraka personally, but maybe not. Like he's a crazy lad. Talking about Sandhawk a little bit more though before we actually get into the game here. It can be a map that can be very treacherous when it comes to rotations, gentlemen. We've seen circles up towards that top left island, which if you don't have that mountain location, can be utterly insane. It is so hard to be able to kind of breach that area if someone has control of it.
Absolutely. We've seen absolute bloodbaths on the foothills of that mountain, all the way up, every single side. It's so difficult to move around, and if you don't have that circle luck, if you haven't eaten your magnets for breakfast, it's really, really tricky to have that sort of impact that you're maybe able to have in other locations where you can play that aggressive strategy into places that maybe you have to move to.
All right, well, gents, we're going to a short break here, and then when we return, we are going to have that Sandhawk match for you coming at you here for the PMPL. We'll see you in a few for more PUBG Mobile action.
We're back. We're ready for Sandhawk this time around. Just had to have a little bit of a remake, but we are going to take to the skies over the jungle islands. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We are going to be getting right into the action. As we were saying before, it's time to get a little bit hot and humid as we head over to Sandhawk.
Oh yeah, a little bit hot and humid indeed. A little bit too close for comfort. Some of these teams will definitely get here on this very, very small map indeed. I'm just watching the players mooch around in Balm for the time being. You don't have a set location on this map. And most of the maps you've got your little tutorial zones, really, like at Erangel, but here you just get slapped in the middle. It's like we don't have time for another island on this map. We just have the map itself. You're getting straight in there immediately.
Yeah, you've got you know on your Miramars, on your Erangels, even on Vikendi, you've got your strict constitutions. This is where everyone goes. You've got your lines, but over on Sandhawk, it's more like the Pirates Code. They're more like guidelines, right? So they're going to flex it up. We're hopefully going to see a little bit more combat maybe early on. We'll have to wait and see who's going to go for the Pincer Lobster building that early on. Only time will tell as we set sail over the top.
True, so what we're going to have here is a bit of a southeast plane path off to the northwest. Again, Kalaris makes a really good point. Depending on where the circle can go on this map, it can be horrendous to play going from there. So I'm very, very excited indeed to see what does happen in terms of the circle and also where all these teams situate themselves. Remember, this map is extremely small. So we'll see where these people go. And the big team that I'm looking out for, Tempo Storm. Do they still go central? Do they try and take that boot camp? Do they try and go Paradise Resort? Are they going to do something a little bit more safe this time around? It looks like they are going all the way down to the southwest, and they've called it perfectly as we get that circle over the southwest island.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that, but I mean, for the moment, they're looking not so strong. They haven't been having the bluster of usual, less tempo storm, more tempo mild easterly breeze. They're heading out to the west to try and change that, though. Will that be in their favor? We'll have to wait and see. Already Tribe laying claim to boot camp in the Lobster building, as it is playing against Loops. Remember, these guys are real heavy fraggers, and I'll show you just why. Memo tries to duck down behind the concrete, but that's not going to save you.
I like the Seaguts even changed the outfit, especially for Sandhawk for this occasion. Got the shorts on. It's a little bit hot and it's starting to heat up here as the team members from Tribe start trying to take out Loops. But you know what? Team Case is a team you've got to worry about. They've got those couple of compounds on the northern side where they can rotate down into boot camp and try and take out the survivors of the brawl that will be ensuing. As 12k here is available for Dadin. That's about it. Instead, you got yourself on this side with Sam on the top of the building, just holding it down for the time being.
We're going to get a little bit of oversight onto proceedings. Tribe will be able to keep all of them alive, but I think they have taken a pretty hefty chunk of damage. And this early into the game, you haven't looted up those meds, really, so you might want to try and force out the fight. Loops down to 3, but we've seen how strong they can be nonetheless. We'll have to find out where they're going to be able to go. Are they going to try and continue this fight, or are they going to pull back?
Yeah, I mean, if you are the players in boot camp right now, if you do not control boot camp almost instantaneously, things start to get a little bit worrisome. The sweat starts to appear on the brow because you know teams are going to start coming down here, sniffing out the area, see what's going on. So you can see these players starting to make their way out of here. They don't want to spend too long here after all. But again, those teams on the northwest side of the map, like C9, Call 2, Wildcard, they're feeling pretty happy. They can move into the circle, a nice leisurely pace, and there's no real way for you to get caught up in that chokehold in Quarry. It's really only Team Solid there and Ace 1, but Ace 1 have already crossed over the western side. Just a couple of players remaining there, but they have a vehicle. They should be getting out fairly shortly.
Team Queso as well. They are currently split on either side of the banks of that central river.
Going fishing.
Certainly are. They've got their rods, their lines, their little bobbles as well, but they're going to have to try and land themselves a pretty hefty fish. They've got teams pretty close to them on both sides.
He is down there. I think they do know that he's down there as well. They're like, I'm almost certain there is a player there, but I can't be sure. Mystic wishes he had his Mystic Ball right now to observe underneath him. The rest of his team are off yonder in the water. And now the player from Lazarus will spot them out. There's a bit of a boat in the water there they will be able to use. It looks like Team Queso aren't going to come down and investigate boot camp after all, but Tribe Again, playing this dangerous game, holding on to this for maybe a little bit too long. You see King, he doesn't even have a vest on.
He's going bare-chested. He's trying to beat the drum and signal strength. Seems to be working for now, to be fair. They've already managed to get themselves a kill. In the meantime, Tempo have left Painan. They've headed out southwest. Omen Elite also just a little bit further north of them. Loops have extracted themselves from Boot
I
Camp.
love this position.
To head south.
Yeah, this position from Loops is really damn good because you know that really Triumph, they want to get a very strong position and not have to cross an awkward little water crossing there onto the west side of them, the river. They're going to have to walk downwards towards the south, and they're going to have to catch Loops who have already looted up that side of Boot Camp and now just lying in wait like vipers, ready to strike. But it's Grunto and Team Queso just taking some cautious shots at one another, not quite unleashing anything too hectic as of yet. Team Queso, they've done fairly well in terms of points, but they want to continue this forward. Like Seven was saying on the desk, you want to make sure you have enough points in the basket to be able to propel yourself towards the end of the season. That means consistent placements. Consistency, consistency, consistency.
What are you looking for? Is it going to be custard? Are we going to be looking at, you know, a little bit of finely ground spice? We'll have to wait and see. Is Team Queso coming to combat? Certainly a spicy frag there to be able to take one down, almost finding a second, but Doc able to slip back behind cover. However, the rolling tides will not relent as they rattle it on down, able to get the flush. A little bit of healing found from Doc, and Ayala pushes up close, trying to get out that side window, but they have the flank as Mystic holds his own. In the close range combat, they'll be able to come out on top. 2 players already down on Lazarus. Russell on a large flank, but he's all the way in the river, has a long way to go to try and get back into it. And it's Irish hiding for his life right now behind the moss, behind the boulder. He'll be safe for now.
Yeah, Team Queso have run into a lot of firefights, Spear on Erangel, Miramar, and now here on Sandhawk. They definitely want to focus on surviving this time round. Only 15 points. They are currently in 9th place so far. At the top, we still have Omen Elite with 46. The closest behind them is Loops Esports with 42, and then it drops quite a bit there for Alpha 7 GG at 29 points. So Team Queso can definitely keep themselves in the running, but I want to see them last a little bit longer here on Sandhawk. Marco walking forward, doesn't know that Irish is there. Should have spotted him out now, has to leap behind the boulder.
No way, I thought he got away with that, looking for the flush, but in come the reinforcements. He's got a second. Hang on a minute, Irish is starting to pop off. He goes down finally, and it's just Russell for Lazarus, but he's on the other side of the river. They don't want to refrag that, but that was too close for comfort for Team Queso.
Yeah, they know they have to prioritize getting members of their teammates up rather than finishing off Irish here, understanding that Lazarus should be running in very soon. Now it's Loops and Grunto very close to one another. I like this position from Federal, has a nice little cheeky spot looking into the window there.
It's got 2 teams. This is just on the northern point of the trifecta of the river, and they're going to continue to try and battle it out. Not the greatest start here for Grunto. They'll lose 1 as the fight continues to push on through. Really quite a vertical linear fight here with the river on one side and open ground on the other. They have to try and fight through these buildings, and it's a real tricky spot if you don't have that utility to give you that cover, but especially when you're playing against Loops.
I like how Bucky was walking out with the nade and he just gets absolutely naded in his own face. He's like, well, you know what? I'll wait. I'll bandage first, then we can go again. But Tribe's got a very disgusting spot here up on the high ground, just looking down like eagles, ready to swoop and take the kills where they can find them. But, oh my lord, Federal, okay. Just launches shots backwards. Seagut's down. Memo's extremely low.
Gonna go well for them so far. I mean, they lost a player early, and they're pretty peeved about that.
Yes, they
They'll
are.
have to see what they can do to get over it, but it seems like they're dealing with that pretty well.
Team Queso, though, now moving away from this fight for a very short second. They're currently on the northwest side of the map. They're holding that mountainside that KLRS talked about on the desk there. If the circle does move towards them, they'll have a significant advantage. If it doesn't, they will have to move down, pass through the water, past the river, back into contention with all these other teams. But we'll have to see if it does pay off. It does not. They are now trapped on the northwest side of the island, and they will have to walk down into them. But it means that they can play circle for quite some time, and they have a nice little bit of a looting fiesta for themselves up there. There's absolutely no one around them, and there's a loot crate right in front of them as well. So they're feeling pretty good. It's just a dangerous position to rotate from.
The next circle coming in will zone in towards the southwestern island. So, as you say, that Team Queso will have to leave the safety that they've managed to gain themselves. They'll have to fall down just a little bit. But around that southwestern island, there's a lot of teams already vying for a lot of position. Down southeast of that circle is really occupied right now. You've got Ace, you've got, who's that, Cloud9, you've got Team Solid. You've got loads of teams. You've got XQ Gaming as well, all trying to cram themselves in there, and it's primed to blow up any moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from where we're standing, in fact, I was going to say from where we're standing, we can see the map. It's starting to make me cringe a little bit with all these teams getting so close together, so claustrophobic. But now you guys can see it too, and also experience the same displeasure that I have right now of all these teams. They're feeling so sad. Hopefully, we can see some teams start to get a little bit of advantage. You can see a firefight breaking out between Cloud9 and Wildcard. But Team Solid, they're on the sidelines to the west. They can come in here and third party this should they want to. From the forest, they're pretty covered right now. They're camouflaged.
This is what I was talking about with how close and crunched they are right now. It means the Wildcard have this incredibly difficult rotation. They've managed to send one of their players all the way out west in the meantime, so they'll be able to have a little bit of a foothold. One will survive throughout the rest of this fight, but the rest might not be so lucky. They have got some real heavy hitters to try and move through. I haven't even gotten everyone across the bridge yet, but Cloud9, they are getting third-partied. In come Team Solid from the jungle, and it looks like two players have been knocked as well. This might be the opportunity for Wildcard to roll on through.
Yeah, and if you're a Wildcard and you saw that fight breaking out beforehand on one of your players, you know that C9 down there, you can read the kill feed, see that they're taking damage. Beowulf gets absolutely rinsed there, taken out by Team Solid. This is the camouflage coming through clutch. Pyra has to get that almost immediately. Adder drops in the smoke, but there's another team. It's Wildcard. They've come in like I said they would. It's Slicky there, and now Cloud9 down to just one player.
They're going to be able to get those flushes. An unfortunate situation on the southeastern side of the circle. We said it was primed to explode, but who'd have thought it'd be Cloud9 who would be the ones to evaporate up in a puff of smoke. It's unfortunate, but they're down to one. They still have a shout, and it's now Adder's time to prove his worth to the squad. We'll see what they're able to come up with. In the meantime, however, the rest of the teams also trying to vie for those top positions. There's still 16 teams remain, so there's still a chance for Tempo Storm to go out first, but it's looking less and less likely as time goes on.
And Show Me Gaming, let's take a quick little talk about these guys. They've made it through to quite towards the end of a lot of these games. They've found themselves high into the rankings. They find really good positions, I find, and then also are able to hold them down for a long time. So pretty proud of these guys so far, but currently they're right on the eastern side. They have to cross the bridge into where C9, Wildcard, and Team Solid are currently battling it out. So it's one more member to throw into the pit here. Things are going to start to get a little bit messy, John.
Wildcards, they lose another. It'll be unfortunate. Russell has to vie with Sixless and co over on the northern side of that peninsula, but the next circle...
Isn't this guy been like swimming the entire time? Wasn't this the same guy that Team Queso?
He's got his speedos on. He is zipping about right now.
He needs some of those penguin flippers, you know. I can't remember the name of them now, but yeah, he needs a couple of those. Some flippers, yeah. Needs some of them.
Well, he's going to need some water wings as well to try and stay afloat in the rest of this match. So we'll see how buoyant he's going to be. But the next shift comes south, and everybody from that northern side is going to have to move. But most of the teams are already in here, Blank.
They are. It's just Team Queso really are just having the most leisurely little swim from the western side of the circle. Kind of reminds me of Purple Mood all over again. Here's that replay from Team Solid, absolutely mashing. And then Wildcard, obviously, great read from them, knowing that C9 are pinned in, and Slicky just finds the easy double cleanup.
Should be all right to be getting on with. They'll be all right with that. I'm an elite. Under pressure. Hang on a minute. What's happened there? They've all started to disappear on the kill feed. They're coming through. Is that Omen Elite eliminated?
Oh, 15 teams.
I think they might have just
But
gone
yeah,
down.
that's them out, and Cloud9 do follow in second. So this is the game here, John, for someone to try and take the lead or try and beat those 46 points that they currently have. It's very difficult to even get there, but if Alpha 7 can stay alive with a very nice little position here, there is potential for them to at least close the distance, close the gap before the end of the day. We do have 2 more games after this one, ladies and gents, for Kendi and Erangel, as Kalara said, to buck enders at the end of the day here. Grunto, though, pretty happy with their position. They've not come into as many firefights, and they're a little bit safer this time around. I found that they definitely have a little bit of the Sixless mentality in terms of aggression, but this time they've toned it down a little bit. Sixless allowing the rest of his team to follow along with him, maybe try and find some of these third parties, and right now it's Team Queso walking up to loops towards Tambang, and Grunto are right there with them at Ruins, ready to third party at a moment's notice.
Team Queso playing Circle's Edge right now. And they're trapped around the side of a mountain that they don't want to be finding themselves on, and it's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest spot at all.
It's very purple moody, isn't it? Let's be honest.
It is actually, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It is reminiscent. I'm seeing lollipops.
Yeah, hugely. I don't know. They've even got the purple skin as well in game. So I don't know.
Purple team color, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think it was meant to be. It was meant to be. Just why are you swimming all game? You had so much time to rotate in, and now you've kind of in an issue. You've got an issue.
I think they've got a boat. I think they might be rotating all the way
Yeah.
around somewhere. We'll see where they opt to land up.
They will have to pick up the boys on the way, hopefully. So they do have the right idea. They at least have some boats on board, but it's Grunto here. Federal goes down immediately.
Oh, a nice spray from Bucky. Able to rattle off a few from long range, but Dardin trying to answer in kind. Tempo Storm, we're able to get a knock in the middle in the meantime, but the fight rages on the hillside. Loops continuing to have a little bit of a say. Federal not being flushed out just yet. Loops might just be able to get over to him. You can see very low, but not too sure they want to try and go for that res. I think they managed to get him up there, actually. So we will be continuing, getting some healing on board and continuing into the rest of the fight. The next circle coming on through. It's going to move relatively central to the current situation as Team Queso do land up in the little inlet to the west. And they'll be able to find themselves relatively close to Mazexis.
I love when the circle ends here, because it's just north of Sami, and what you have is the 3 roads that branch out from one another, and it creates for a really interesting end circle. Like you were saying though, Team Queso, the major place that they could have rotated in was towards this little docks area on the western side of the map. So again, though, they had to rotate in just next to Mazexis towards where Loops are and Alpha 7. They've got a tricky job ahead of them to try and work their way into the circle, but if there's anything they are, it's looted up. They did take 2 loot crates before they headed into the circle right now, but now they've got to make some work happen. Already, there's 14 teams remaining, so there's still a lot of opportunity for Team Queso to go out with only 1 point in the basket, John.
Oh, Team Queso taking a couple of shots. You can see those beams just across the mini-map. They're moving on towards Mazexis. They're trying to find the shots. We'll see if they're able to get a little bit more done. There he goes. Vega will fall, actually. Hang on a minute. They found another. Brilliant stuff coming out from this western flank. They're playing Circle's Edge beautifully. Grunto on the northern side have to push in as well. As Tempo getting locked into a firefight for the eastern side. It's combat on all edges of the circle, and XQ Gaming are just going to sit in the middle pretty happy with themselves for their current situation. Team Solid, they're out on the south, they're out on the blue, and it's in Charme to try and fight them off for it. They've already sent a player out ahead to get themselves away, but that's a lovely flank coming out from Dudu. They'll be able to get themselves a knock.
The recoil control there was pretty stellar as well. I mean, he was using the M4, the easiest weapons to control in this game. But again, this is what I touted them for. I said that they could get good position early, but unfortunately they're not here whatsoever. They're stuck out in the blue. Now Dudu's moving in. As the QBZ with its insane fire rate from Rezi on Team Solid just destroys him as he tries to walk through, and Garcia now in an awful spot himself.
He's so far away from the next circle as well. They're all the way out in the blue as the next circle pops in his heavily north. It's pretty much a death sentence for Ed Charme right now, not to mention the most of Team Solid as well. So That's unfortunate, but XQ Gaming as well, they're just going to be so happy with this move yet again. But who's that sneaking around near them? It's Russell. He's got his speedos off now, and they're drying in the wind as he sets sail towards the final circles.
Yeah, he's finally made it. I mean, in this humidity, he's probably not going to be dry for a little while. But again, out of the frying pan into the fire, as they say. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for him. But again, Team Queso still making the way in. You can see here, Mazexis thinking a little bit of their bite early on. I've got to start barking back at them. Alpha 7, who had a perfect position, now rotate in very, very early towards where X-Quest Gaming are currently playing. But it's Tensor here, taking down Tribe.
It's interesting, actually. You got Ace sending a player out wider to try and get those angles, but Tribe, as you're saying, taking a fight as well on the northern side. It looks like they are going to be locked in combat. The first player of Ace goes low, but hang on a minute, who's that? It's Kulto coming into the fight, and actually that's 2 players getting knocked. Ace eliminated in the meantime, but Tribe still locked in a fight. Tempo Storm caught in the middle. Team Solid eliminated in the meantime, and now Tribe with 1 player left standing on the sidelines. Tempo take yet another knock, and they're going low as well. They've still got plenty to be getting on with, but a nice shot coming in from Sam. Has to be pushed in. Is going to try and vie for the blue. Tempo Storm eliminated in 11th, and Tribe somehow slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, and this is just an awful start to the day 1 for Tempo Storm. Everyone was bigging this team up here. They've just not been to perform so far. The last 2 games of the day are going to have to be a little bit more consistent, maybe focus on just surviving. Team Queso, though, on the western side, did a lot of damage, managed to remove Mazexis from the tables, and now they're taking a fight with Alpha 7, who are trapped in this really nasty little compound. It's good early on, but once you get trapped here in terms of the circle, especially when it's not favoring them like this, you're just going to get shot from 8 different angles.
And Team Queso will be the one to find that angle first from the western side, all the way on the other side of the road. The circle shifts again in the favor of XQ Gaming, and they have so much cover to be getting on with. They've been gifted this so far. Ishame eliminated. Lazarus still in it with Russell. Somehow they've managed to sneak their way through. Wildcard all the way out on the south, Team Queso on the west as they try and push on through, but those numbers going down. Marco getting finished on out for Team Queso. That cross proving to be just a little bit too tricky. Wildcard eliminated from that south side as everyone started to come in. Loops still in with a shout. As Russell might just be found out now. Kultu trying to push around the edge. I think they're going to spot him out. Finds 1. Trying to look for more, but no, that's as far as he'll go. 6th place for him. That's more than they probably expected, and they'll be happy with that turn up.
Russell, just as slippery as his speedos, but even so, finally taken out. X-Quest are in a very awkward situation, dancing around several teams at the same time. Team Queso still in this one. Not many players, just Mystic remaining now, but Loops have made it towards the end. X-Quest doing a lot of damage. Federal will go down.
Only 1 player left standing, 4 Loops now, and there's a similar story for Kultu, but XQ Gaming, they still have all 4 of their players left standing. Alpha 7 have to move as well from their compound.
It's tough.
They're hiding in that little overlook shack. They're not going to have too much to work with. Smoke's coming out for Alpha 7.
This is why it's so tough with this compound in particular, is if you walk out, it's directly into an area without trees, without cover. It's perfect for the beginning. If you can hold it down, it's great. Nice Molotov comes over the top, forces XQ to get that little pick there, and now AZ will just heal up before picking up GFan. Trying to keep as many players alive as possible. Alpha 7 just laying down fire. Now this is the perfect time for them to move. This is really, really good. Alpha 7 can try and get a little bit of a bead on this fight, a little bit of a foothold, but a nice nade comes over the top.
The unfortunate thing is they have to try and take this side of the road, but XQ have hard cover. It's almost impossible to get anything done. You can see they're taking so much punishment. Only 1 player left alive. Team Queso eliminated in the meantime. Kultu trying to play this third party, and they'll start off pretty well, able to get 1, but they take the trade. The flush did come through. Very, very low for HCL. They're trying to push on through. It's Kultu actually starting to come back into it. They're coming alive into the fight. They're clearing out the other side of the road. 2 teams left standing, and Kultu try and get that side swipe. Final player, and they take him down. It's Kultu to win the 3rd match of the day 1 finals for the PMPL. Not the finals, there we go. This is PMPL anyway, 3rd match, and they are going to win it.
tricky situation for Alpha 7. They had the spot, they were banking on the circle, moving towards them. They get a nice smoke train coming through, but just as that happens, the fight between Cult2 as well as XQuest, it quietens, it deadens, and Alpha 7 just get the full brunt of Cult2 as they all turn upon them and just spray through the smokes. So very sad in those last moments, and to me, it just felt like XQuest Gaming just started to panic. But there's a big plus side to this for at least one team. It's Team Queso. Mystic was able to survive until that 4th place. So like I was saying at the beginning of the game, they're starting to claw those points back. And so they'll be very, very happy with that one indeed.
Certainly are, and well, big turn up for Cult2, and we'll have to see if they're able to try and continue some of that power. But
Yeah.
Kilaris, hologram, activate. How are you feeling about that one?
Hello, welcome back. Yes,
Hello.
that's right, I'm here, cheeky. Of course, that was a very big win there for Cult2 to be able to get themselves that spot. And you know, I normally ask John a question, but I'm going to ask Blank a question right now.
Oh, okay.
Because, obviously, what am I even talking about? XU Gaming were able to get themselves into a very decent compound, but Cult2 eventually actually got onto them. And that could be the difficulty, I suppose, on Sandhawk when you actually have the compound and waiting for everybody to come to you, because you have to cover so many angles in those final circles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like you said, XQuest, they had a decent compound, but I was saying, I felt like they definitely panicked towards the end there. So Cult2 able to snap onto Alpha 7.
Yeah.
They know the push is coming through as the smoke train is coming over the top, and then snap back onto XQuest. So Cult2 BGBG, more like Cult2 GGGG, because they had a great game there.
Yeah, they definitely did. Well, thank you very much, gents, as I'm going to once again banish you, and you are gone for now, and we'll bring in our analysts here in just a moment's time to break down everything that went down here on Sandhawk. It can be a very trying game when it comes to, for all these teams even, I should say, on Sandhawk, and I do have 7 as well as Mustache Dave here joining me once again. Guys, we had a southwestern circle on the island. It was difficult for some teams to try and rotate on into there. Team Queso was one 7 that actually had to come in from boats all the way up from that northwest island, and they actually got themselves a pretty decent placement with Mystic towards the end there.
They did, and something that actually worked out for them is that Loops Esports did not try to gatekeep them. I think they were thinking about it, and then at last minute, Loops Esports says, you know what, let's just go ahead and try to get better placement here, get better rotation, and they moved away, which allowed Team Queso to just slide in.
And obviously, Dave, as I was previously mentioned with Blank as well as John, it's you see this quite often on Sandhawk, where you have everybody claiming their territory, everybody claims their kind of compound, and then once that circle's zooming on in, then it's going to be up to that one team to defend that certain location against what could effectively be 5 or 6 teams trying to close in on that area.
Yeah, and in particular when it comes to this game on Sandhawk, you know, XQ Gaming, they were defending their compound. I believe they picked up that compound in circle number 2, and I really appreciate Cult2 at the end. They tried to push XQ. They started taking some shots at them. It didn't work out, so you know what? They had 2 members. They pushed back, and they just waited. Then, I believe Blank mentioned, once when that smoke train started popping on out from Alpha 7, that's when Cult2, they started popping up and catching XQ off guard once again for that second attempt to try to take them down and out.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game, of course, here on Sandhawk, as we will see. I mean, once again, Loop somehow gets themselves another big placement when we take a look at how things do shape up. They got themselves 10 points, as we previously mentioned. Cult2, they're up towards the top, 13 kills with 33 points coming in. XQ was willing to welcome all challengers with 9 kills, so 23 points will go to them. It's a big result for them, for XQ Gaming 7 to push themselves up, as well as Cult2, of course, here in the rankings.
Yeah, it is, and it's something that you want to go ahead and see in Sandhawk. That's something that I mentioned at the start of the broadcast as well. You want teams that might have done just not so great on Erangel and on Miramar to just kind of step it up and take advantage of all the mayhem that can actually happen here in Sandhawk. And Kulto, BGBG, and XU Gaming did just that. Another team that actually went ahead and did really well that I want to go ahead and point out is Stripe Gaming. They did perfect, man, especially landing on Loops Esports. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that in a little bit. And then you got Temple Storm. I want to see more from them. Now they're starting to get the kills. The next couple matches, I want to see them backing it up with the kills. Not only that, the placement as well.
Yeah, well, five kill points going to Tempo Storm there, Dave. They're one of your picks to actually push it. And getting yourself 6 points for one game after having, you know, a rough couple of games before, it's a start, right?
Hey, their best performance yet here. So hopefully those 5 kills will be able to kind of reset from the first 2 games here of the night. And once when they were starting to get their stride together, I think they had 4 there at the end. They all made the push up. And then Sam, the snake in the grass, taking out at least 3 members right there from Tempo. Just unlucky. But like you said, 2 more games to go. Hopefully Tempo are on the ball coming up next.
And Cool2 was cleaning up teams left and right here on Sandhawk. I feel like they really took advantage of the chaotic situation towards the very end, gentlemen. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you had Alpha 7 coming up from the south side. They had to be using an entire trail of smoke to get up towards XQ. They had Mystic on the back of them that could have acted as a devastating spoiler, and in the end, Alpha 7 wasn't able to do it. So, Cool2, what do you think, Seven? Do you think they were able to take advantage of the chaos well?
Yeah, I think they were. I think what happened there, XQ Gaming was just so focused on Alpha 7 to go ahead and push out. As soon as they saw those smokes from Alpha 7, XQ was just like, you know what? I think there's a full team. Yep. Let's take care of them because we're not going to have any other full teams to worry about. And by them doing that, by XQG taking care of Alpha 7, it allowed Cool2 to just move up and just kind of rearrange themselves and get themselves in a better position. And it ended up working great for Cool2.
Seven, did you see that? That was the lobster. Did you see it in boot camp, mate? No?
Was it a lobster or was it a crab?
No.
Okay.
No. Definitely not a crab. Get away, you with your weird shapes. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game. Dave, what have you got for me?
Yeah, right there. You know, Lazarus being forced to defend themselves. Marco going for an interesting jump shot right there at the end from Team Queso. Not exactly sure what was that. What was it about? I mean, the confidence level. But Cloud9 right here, they kept going to the same exact rock, and both Wildcard and Team Solid both had sight lines on this rock, so Uneven would be knocked. They would send Pyro up, get the revive. Pyro would be knocked. Uneven would revive Pyro, and it went back and forth for at least 2 minutes. My question to Cloud9, just let them die. Why didn't you just let them die behind that rock? Obviously, behind that rock was not free and clear. Unfortunate for them to get taken out that way.
QBZ being utilized there as well by Team Solid as we take a quick look. A lot of 5.56 usage here across a variety of guns. Obviously the M4 being an absolute mainstay for a lot of people, but Sandhawk with the QBZ sometimes can be beneficial here, Seven.
Yeah, and we're gonna be seeing it right here. Just perfect, especially for that range, for close to mid-range. That's the gun that you want. It is so accurate and it knocks people so fast, man, that's a gun you want to be able to go ahead and use. Keep in mind, it is only able to be used on Sandhawk, so I'm pretty sure a lot of players out there that don't get to use it often, they're gonna try to get it and pick it up any chance they get. Yeah. And it's wonderful to see the variety of guns that we have here in the game.
Yeah, definitely so. But we're already seeing the kind of versatility of things like the M4, Dave, really come into their own. Of course, DMRs have their place for great long-range accuracy and stuff like that, but the teams here and the players here have great spray control to be able to control the M4, even at great distances, even on Sandhawk, which normally doesn't present great distances to fight from, right?
Yeah, a lot of players, you know, I want to say the meta right now definitely always have that Uzi lock and loaded for that up close and personal spray. And then after that, it's kind of a toss-up, especially on Sandhawk with the QBZ, maybe the M4, even an AKM Iron Sight. That's pretty popular here as well.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, let's move on, of course, because we have more to show you here coming on up. We can take a look at exactly how things are shaping up in regards to the damage coming in here from these teams. And you can see over towards the end, Cool2 getting themselves a big spot as well. You're expecting it from XQ when it comes to the compound that they were able to hold, but Loops just keeps on appearing. There's Tempo Storm, though, Dave, actually showing up quite considerably in this game, so it's a shift in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, those 5 kills right there are going to be racking up some damage for the squad. And hey, first 2 games, I'm gonna forget about it, all right? I feel, you know, I got my knees, they start getting a little weak because my arthritis when the storm starts to come. So the storm is coming, Kalaris.
Well, I mean, what's important to take away from this, Dave, I think, is that 1,248 damage for what was eventually 5 kills meant that there was maybe some unlucky situations there, and they could have potentially got even more kills off the back of that kind of damage, right?
Yeah. So hopefully, you know, next time you get these knocks, make sure you prioritize, get the flushes. You got to devote like 2 more seconds to making sure you can get that flush with those very last bullets, because a lot of times we see them, they get the knock, and a lot of these players, they like to reload right after that. And then by the time they're done reloading, that enemy that is knocked out there in the distance, they're already behind some cover. So if you got a couple more bullets left, just do a little pop. Get that point.
Or Dave, you can play like me, and after like 3 or 4 shots in your M4, you can be like, damn, gotta reload. I gotta, you know. And
Not enough bullets.
Yeah, it's not going to go well for me. My spray control, my spray transitions, probably not going to work on out. Let's take a look at the overall rankings coming in so far here from our 3 games that have gone down so far. As we have up towards the top, loops, just keep showing on up. As we have Omen Elite in 2nd place as well. They didn't have the easiest of games just recently, but Alpha 7 in the last 2 games has really been able to pop about. Cool 2 getting themselves pushed up towards 4th place, and XQ in 5th right now. 7, what's standing out to you so far?
XQ Gaming. I'm glad that we're able to take advantage of the position they were. Hopefully they'll try to get in more positions like that, because as you can see right there, if they get into that kind of position, they are able to take advantage of it. So hopefully we can see more of that. And Alpha 7 GG, man, that's actually a team that's surprising me a lot right now. I love to see just a performance from them. And right here, looking at the second part of the ladder here, Grunto Esports is one team that's actually surprising me. They started off super strong in Erangel, but right now it seems like a lot of players are just doing their own thing. We saw Sixless throwing smokes for himself and then just started rotating by himself. So hopefully they can be a little bit more of a team in certain situations and start working together.
And to that point here, Dave, when Seven's talking about Grunto, they were obviously up towards the top, kind of near ruins, coming in from what was kind of near that water river area. And I suppose it's difficult to try and get in towards the middle of the circle from that spot when you've got other teams looking out for you. Do you feel that there was another way that they could have approached it, kind of like Seven's mentioning, or?
I think just stay together. I mean, let me just point out real quick though, even though, you know, they got Sixless and they're not playing as a group, they're still doing better than they were doing in the scrims. At the scrims, they're always bottom 5, maybe, you know, 5th place once, but I want to see them start to play a little closer together. Right now, at least in my opinion, it looks like Sixless always holding off that anchor position, trying to get some picks themselves. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of the team are playing together still like it was the scrim. So maybe this is just a suggestion. I don't know who the IGL is or whatnot, but whatever happened in scrims, it didn't work. Today's a new day. Let Sixless make some calls. I don't know if that's what Sixless wants to do here, but if Sixless makes some calls, currently they're carrying the squad, just go with it. Just go with it. Right now, the main objective right now for the other 3 members, you know, Bucky, Q, support Sixless, because Sixless is carrying the squad, and I want to see them work together, mesh together here, and I think they can go pretty far.
Well, let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moment here as we take a little look-see into how these spray downs are gonna go. It's a little bit chaotic here to actually get that eventual knockdown onto one player, but they do eventually get it and get the pickups here, right, Seven?
Yeah, and luckily for Team Queso, they were close enough that they were able to give suppress fire, so they didn't end up losing any player. But Irish from Lazarus, I think that was a great play. At least being able to knock down 2 players. It would have been better if he maybe would have been able to finish one. But as I mentioned, Team Queso just working as a team, staying together and getting that kill. And right here, Sam with that. Man, this was amazing to see. This gives me flashbacks for some reason when I see a player snaking and just taking advantage of the situation and being able to wipe a full team. That was a great play there by Sam. He noticed that his team, King A, wasn't really going to be able to help him out. I believe he was knocked, if I'm not mistaken, and took advantage of the situation, got the knocks, and on top of that, he made sure he finished those knocks to get some extra points for his team.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to go to a short break here, and when we return, we have 2 more games remaining. We're going to Vikendi and then Erangel to round things out for day number 1 here of the PMPL. We'll see you in a few for more PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PMPL as we're about to get into all of the proceedings. I've got a mosquito here. Go away. Go away, mosquito. It's fine. Don't worry. I've got Seven as well as David here with me. David, why did I did this in rehearsal? I've never called you David in 3 years, but then I did for some reason today. Dave, Mustache Dave. Guys, we're going on to Vikendi next, and personally, it's one of my very favorite battlegrounds here. I like the snow, I like the tundra, and I just like the structure of the map in general. But how about yourself, Seven?
I like it too, man. The snow, it's completely different, especially when you go ahead and throw those smokes in. If you're wearing something white in the game, they're not even going to be able to find you. So I'm interested to see which outfits the players are actually going to be choosing.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule here, of course, as we are 3 maps down and then 2 more to go for tonight's proceedings, as we have the 3 winners so far. Omen getting themselves the victory at the beginning of the day, Alpha 7, and then Kultu down towards the bottom there on Sandhawk. Vikendi and Erangel are still to come, and we are watching A, B, C, and D today. So Vikendi's coming up next. I'm hyped, David. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Seven, because I want to know your opinions about Vikendi too. Bring it to me. Bring it to me.
I got to rebrand to Mustache David now. You just said
no, please.
You just said David. Hey, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Mustache David has like a ring to it. You know, it reminds me of my dad. So thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Looking at this though, you asked the question. Loops Esports about 5 points ahead of second place. Loops Esports, one thing to note, no chicken dinners yet. So they have been getting all of their points and placements and kills. If they get a chicken dinner here in the last 2 games, they are going to set themselves up above all the other squads at the end of the night coming into tomorrow. So that will be really nice for them.
All right, let's take a look at Vikendi then, as we take a look over every little feature that it does have to offer. Seven, dare I ask, where on earth are you dropping?
Dino.
I know.
Without a question of a doubt. Just land there. Look at all the dinosaurs. I'm into that, all right?
Yeah.
Now, teams I am going to be looking forward to see how they perform here are going to be Tempo Storm and Cloud9. They're not having the best of days in a way, especially Tempo Storm. So I'm hoping they're able to go ahead and, at least this last 2 games, pick it up, finish it in a good way. I know it is only day 1, but you want to go ahead and be able to start hot, because even if you have a bad day, it can start getting to your head. So I don't want that to happen to any of those teams.
Definitely. I feel like Vikendi, Dave, when you look at it and how it kind of ironed out some of the complications that teams may have when it comes to rotating via Miramar or Sandhawk for that matter. There's decent ways to be able to rotate through some of these areas, even if you're in the snow, even if you're in the tundra, to be able to get yourself to the spots that you actually want. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the Zimas, And talking about spots that teams want, hopefully they did their research, because today the Knights are not participating. So that should ring a bell in a couple of these squads' minds. Say they are at the bottom half of the leaderboard and they want maybe a safe landing. Cosmodrome up there in the north, wide open. That's usually where the Knights like to go. And we've seen the circle favor that spot multiple times here on Vikendi. So hopefully, you know, a squad takes it for themselves.
Yeah, and if you have to rotate over the rivers at any point, make sure you're going over to some of the frozen parts, because that will make things a whole lot easier, right? Let's take a look at everything going on in the Twitterverse. You can also vote over there as well with the hashtag, the team name, and then PMPL at the very end of it. You can tweet us. You can actually tweet at PUBG Mobile Esports as well, which would be fantastic stuff. So get on that. Tell us who you think is going to be favorable here coming up in the next couple of games. Again, especially Vikendi, a very great addition as it stands to PUBG Mobile when it comes to the games there. So, Seven, who are you voting for on Vikendi? Give us
Loops. They're just absolutely destroying.
You're on the hype train.
They're being aggressive. I like aggressive gameplay, and they're giving me exactly what I like. They're pretty much what's on my ear right now, breathing down on teams and showing them how to get it done. So hopefully they can go ahead and continue that momentum, and I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a 20-kill game from them.
Oof. That's some big stuff. That's a bold claim. We'll see. All right, get away with you guys. Shoo. As I'm going to bring on our commentary team once again here to get things going. I say once again, but actually maybe some different faces. You know what? Let's do a little click and see who's here. Hey, we have Snods
nice
as
to meet
well
you.
as.
Hello, Colaris. How are you?
What's going on?
Hi guys. How are you doing, Snods?
Oh, it's been a rough week. I only got internet installed in my household yesterday, so I'm basically playing catch up with everything, trying to get the studio up and running before today. But besides that, I'm doing great.
You're in the UK, so at least 3 meg internet, right?
Do you know what? Actually worse than that. My upload was 0.5, and now it's in the 400s. Yeah, I know, so can't be complaining living near London.
Boo. Okay, well, there you go. How about yourself, Hot Jukes? It's been a while since I've seen you, friend.
Lars, good to see you once again. Last time I saw you was over a year and a half ago in Dubai as a player. But guess what? Since that time, these players have gotten so good. Almost 10 seasons of PUBG Mobile have gone by. And yeah, I think I'll just rather be a broadcaster for the time being right now. Much happy to be on
Less
this
stress.
Definitely, definitely. Looking forward to the rest of the matches today.
So am I, my friend. All right, I'm going to leave it with the very capable hands of you two, and then I shall disappear once again.
Oh, thank you very much, Kalaris. So, Duked, it's our first game casting together. It's going to be on Vikendi. Obviously, not quite as exciting as we saw in Sanhok, but what are your thoughts initially before going into map 4?
Hey, well, Vikendi is one of those maps that I think if you get the right zone, you put the players in the right position, they can get a chicken dinner and 20 kills just as easily. So this is definitely a game that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and also in terms of momentum as well, it's going to be very different to Sanhok, a map which starts off small and slowly starts to build up. Whereas here in Vikendi, it can almost be like a heel-off at sometimes towards the end with those compounds where almost rotational plays are so paramount going into this one. But obviously, we are now ready with game 4.
Let's get it. Let's jump right into it. I think you're perfectly right. Oh, look at this first circle over here to the top left. So, you know, you look at teams like Omen Elite, Cloud9, Team Solid, they're going to be set up really pretty for this zone. But Team Kesso, all these other squads that dropped early are going to have to make the rotation on in.
You're right. Obviously, Dave mentioned as well in the preface before the game actually did go live about Cosmodrome. Obviously, we saw from Seven Worlds Gaming as well. He loves Dino Park for a bit of that gimmick. Obviously, not the, you can see no players dropping there yet. Not exactly the best place to drop. But for your money, as a former pro player, for the viewers at home, if they're wondering where they should be dropping if it's their first time on Vikendi, where do you think are the most paramount points here?
I think you can't go wrong with just dropping center in the map. But, you know, Wildcard in the past, 80 games of scrims, every Vikendi, they were dropping right on top of Villa. And it looks to see that that's the same thing they're doing here in this game. One thing to note that looks a little bit different, though, is they look like they dropped one player off to Mount Kresnik to just solo loot. And it looks like he's dropping their solo. So Wildcard definitely saw something that some of these other players missed.
Yeah, I mean, typically, if you're going to be seeing teams split up early in PUBG Mobile, it's usually a 2-2 loot split. In terms of loot, though, towards Mount Kresnik, is it really that strong, or is it more of a vantage point for Spring? Is he going to go there, try to get that elevated angle, and try and scout out the map, as right now we see the first phase circle go towards the northwestern side of the map?
Well, Spring is Wildcard's off-angle specialist, so if anybody's going to be doing that, it is Spring. And yeah, this is going to be great because while Villa can be hit or miss when it comes to loot. So for 3 players, you know you're going to have a better chance of getting looted up pretty well for that squad. But Spring, having Mount Kresnik all to himself, yeah, I think that this Wildcard team is going to be pretty set up here for the rest of the match.
Speaking of the teams as well, I mentioned it when Kalaris was doing his little introduction as well. I haven't actually casted any matches. You were the part of the duo that casted the 80 games of scrims. So for me, coming into this, it's almost like I have a fresh perspective. And especially for the South American teams as well, because at the World Finals in Malaysia last December, it was all really Team Queso that were stepping up from that region. Since then, though, Duked, what other teams from South America have you seen really come to the rise, and which ones should we be looking out for?
Well, I mean, hey, I think we mentioned it earlier, Loops, right now they're in first place. They were by far one of the most dominating teams in the scrims that we saw. Another team, of course, Team Queso. When I talked to some of these South American players directly, they all said that Team Queso is considered the top team in South America. So I know that that is a squad that a lot of these South American squads were gunning for. But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, you just see the aggression from Loops playing so tight together. And yeah, I think they deserve to be in first place the way they've been playing these first 3 matches.
Yeah, and obviously this is game 4 on Vikendi, the first Vikendi we've seen so far in this season of Pro League in the Americas. And Vikendi, obviously notorious for sometimes having that slow start, especially as well, Duke, when we add in the added pressure of the first day of the season. A lot of these teams may start off quite subtle, quite calm, pick up their cars, pick up their loot, choose their compound inside this first phase circle, but then what? What should these teams be looking to do?
Well, I'll tell you right now, you nailed it around the head, because right now we're big chilling in Vikendi. That's usually the way it starts off in these zones, but you can already see Ace, try to utilize that 4-car strat. I think it's going to be so useful going into the end game where if you get into an open space, you're able to kind of set up those vehicles, blow them up, and get some good hard cover for the future. And you can see Cloud9 here. They're just trying to get looted up as well and hopefully find some cars.
Yeah, let's maybe touch on Cloud9 too, because there were familiar faces coming in from the last season of the Worlds, you know, C9, Tempo Storm, Queso, etc. But so far, after 3 games being played, we haven't really been seeing them coming up top trumps. Instead, Instead, we saw Omen Elite take the top trumps in game 1. But besides that, Tempo Storm, Cloud9, 2 North American teams that were touted to come into this strong. Why do you think they've had such a slow start? What's changed from the scrims that you saw?
It could be so many different things. I mean, one thing that you can never really underestimate is that clutch factor, the nerves. You know, now, back then at the scrims, it was $1,000 on the line every day. Here, we got $200,000 on the line. So sometimes it takes a little bit of players, you know, to get those kind of nerves calmed down and get back into that rhythm. But if there's any team that can do it, you definitely see something to expect that to come from Cloud9.
Cool. So far, as you said, slow start from all these teams as we're going to be eventually going into the second circle, as it's just a slow start until the blue zone starts to constrict the map. So far, though, 3-4 teams towards the eastern hemisphere of Vikendi so far. No teams currently situated towards Castle or Vornova, so the rotations from east to west should be fairly easy, but oh no, Ace.
Oh,
they've already lost a player early. It's going to be already a 4 versus 3 here as Ace might try and get away here scot-free with their squad still alive, as that may be their best bet because you're speaking about that 4-vehicle play.
Yeah, you know, I saw Xiaomi right there with the Bison being able to get that first kill here for this Vikendi match. You can't go wrong either picking up that Bison here in Vikendi because there's just 9 mil all over the place. So be able to sneak a kill off like that early, that's going to be huge. And speak of that devil, look at that. You see Enigma kind of having the same idea, trying to, you know, just poke at Xiaomi on the hill.
Speaking of the same idea, there's 16 teams still remaining, only 6 minutes in obviously, but the majority of the team's going to be situated towards the center of the circle. Ace trying to make the rotations around inside a better part of that circle, but it seems like really the only opportunities you have is towards the, Crickass above the center of that circle. But besides that, Ace trying the hardest to cut their losses, losing that player early, down to 3, using the vehicles to rotate out and try to get a better position towards the northern side, and that's exactly what they've done of this circle. But so far, just waiting to see for the action to start.
Oh yeah, it should start anytime soon right now. You know, with this kind of zone, it's so interesting to see like the experience coming from these squads, because you already see all these teams are already taking the center of the zone with only about 4 teams still remaining to be able to get into it. So I think for a good while here, we're going to see a lot of people just trying to get information, set up cars like we just saw Ace do in a safe position because you don't want to get any of those lost for the rest of the game. And yeah, but you may see some transitions right here, and you can see Loops trying to catch Alpha 7 on the corner here.
Ooh, speaking of which, Lazarus using Russell early. They're going to be down to just 3 players as well, as it may be more of a tally here for Lolo, as he does manage to get behind the rock, but his position has been seen. Ace Gaming as well. They did lose a player early, and that might actually affect their confidence here, Duke. I don't know if they're going to go for this, knowing that they did lose that player early, although Lazarus, they too are at 3. Molotov nearly being chucked out, but for now, more of a stalemate here as both these teams don't want to risk going out early when there's still 16 teams remaining.
Lazarus is stuck right now, and you can see Ace, they have one corner, but Loops, they heard those shots, so they're on top of the hill trying to get some peaks and get some points of their own. So, Lolo, unfortunately, the rest of this Lazarus team that's stuck in here are going to have to make some big plays if they want to make it out of this one alive.
Yeah, 12 teams currently situated towards the mountain terrain inside this first circle, and that's going to be the HE dunk down onto Lolo. He is taken out of the equation as well as Ace. Trying to see if he can throw a smoke grenade down to apply some cover, allow the rotation from Nunes back towards his teammates. But then again, he may try and get a little bit overzealous here, Juked, as he knows exactly where the players from Looped are. Although, Looped Esports so far today, Juked, they've looked on fire.
Man, this squad plays so well as a unit. You can just tell their synergy, always having one player covering the other, pushing together as a team. Right now, just trying to get all the intel they can. Nunes has a really good vantage point from this roof, but roofs are really scary because if he gets knocked right here, he's going to be in a tough position to get the pick back up.
Yeah, it almost looks as if Loops Esports are trying to see if they can bait the death out of Lolo. Almost as if they imagine that the rest of the Lazarus players are where Ace are right now. But actually, it's going to be 2 separate teams that Loops are currently engaging with. But Eventually, Lolo will bleed out, and there you have it. Corral, I'm not going to finish that name. I know what it translates into. He does finish off that kill, and with that, it's going to be a player going out of Lazarus. 2 teams now, down to 3 players.
Yeah, he's kind of living true to his name. I think you've named it perfectly. He was on top of that rock, just kind of baiting out some shots because he knows if he did get knocked, he's in a safe position for his team to get picked up. And right now, I think we're just going to see a little bit of sharing this kind of area with Ace and Loops.
Brilliant. Well, you're touching upon experience earlier. Let's hear it from you then, Duke. Obviously, as a former professional player, I imagine you're still very well in contact with the players. I mean, even off camera, you're talking to me about some of the conversations you've had with Sixless and a few of the other players as well from NA and South America. Obviously, we've heard about Dave. We've heard from Sevens World Gaming touting a few of the players from Tempo and Cloud9. But for you and your money, which players are you looking at going under the radar right now?
Well, I mean, I definitely got to take a look at Sixless, who is one of the most dominating players for North America in so many different areas. But look at this, hold on really quick. Team Queso losing a member to XQ Gaming. But to go back to my old point, I was able to talk to Sixless right before today's matches, and it's so interesting. It was even a shock to me to see him, be able to join Grunto Esports. And a quick reminder for everybody watching, Grunto Esports is a South American team. So when I talked to Six, I was like, how does that dynamic work with the rest of your squad? And he pretty much told me, guess what? Only one other player there speaks English. The rest all speak Vietnamese, and I mean, basically, I am assuming their strategy is, hey, Grunto, as a 3, they're going to be using their comm to make plays, and Sixless, we've seen him be so effective as that kind of snake in the grass. You saw game 1 getting so many kills for Grunto, just doing what he does. So yeah, it just looks like he's kind of on his own. So as far as synergy comms go, I think Sixless is a dedicated player, but I don't know about too dedicated enough to learn Vietnamese in a couple days. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out through the rest of this tournament.
Albeit, though, as you saw, he got his team that 3rd place finished. He finished 4th, but overall the kills tallied up as well. He did very well. We saw as well in the foreground behind, while we were watching some of the action there, that actually one of the players from Loops was downed, but not killed. So I believe, yeah, Loops are still on that 4-man squad. Lazarus, though, as we mentioned, they lost Russell early and Lola. And in the background as well, another player from Ace being headshotted down. So we're starting to see some action teasing us as well. I'm just waiting to see for things to kick off because Duked, all the teams, bar 3, are currently situated inside the center of this circle. It's only a matter of time.
They're so quick at just rotating, get the best position they possibly can. And right now, like you mentioned, they're just setting up, getting ready, and hopefully looking to catch out some team late on the rotation. So far you got XQ Gaming with 2 kills on the board leading this match so far, but they're at the bottom edge of this zone. And by the looks of it, this zone can go in any direction. So if I'm any of these teams right now, you know that those IGLs, they're preparing. They're talking to each other, getting those strats, routes, because what else are you going to do? For the most part, unless you see someone drive up, you're going to be just kind of holding that location. So right now, you want to have all those strategies laid out for any possible circle that's coming up.
So I guess during the downtime for you as a former in-game leader, it was this time where you had to theorize, okay, what happens if X, Y, Z happens? And almost have 3 playbooks for the one thing that may happen. Makes sense. Obviously, I imagine the other in-game leaders are currently fathoming what to do next, as we're about to see this phase 3 circle. And as you mentioned, it can really go anywhere. As towards the north, Krakas, there's nothing really there in terms of teams, but below it, towards just north of Dino Park, we see a few teams situated there, Wildcard and obviously XQ Gaming. But besides that, again, still a bit of a stalemate. And maybe this is time for you as well, Duke, just to mention about your favorites coming into this event, because we didn't have that time before the game started. We went straight into Vikendi. Is it the obvious pick? Are you going for Cloud9, or is there other teams that are taking your fancy?
Well, I think going into today, you had to look at Tempo. They dominated the second week of scrims, taking, I believe, 4 first-place finishes. Out of the top 4 players in total kills of the entire scrims, 3 out of the 4 were Tempo Storm players. So, yeah, to see them kind of, struggling here is definitely tough. But I think that, they just got to hit their P's and Q's, do what they normally do, and they should be able to have it. But you can see the zone shift right now, and it looks to be a very, comfortable zone. Just really nice, chill, real friendly. So it looks like we're going to see some more just kind of waiting for the rest of the game here until the next zone.
Yeah, Mazexis and Alpha 7 currently potentially locking horns shortly if the zone does favor either of those squads. Alpha 7 the last game, very close to finishing out in the top 2, or nearly winning it actually. Getting quite lucky there. They exited their compound there in Sandhawk during that last phase, but maybe they can have a bit of redemption here. But then again, Sandhawk can seem almost like a bit of an RNG map sometimes, depending on how it goes, whereas Vikendi's more strategic. It's slow, Rick. It's calm. It's about compounds, it's about rotations, and obviously having that playbook.
I think you named it perfectly right there. Sandhawk, that fifth zone is the MVP. That's the kill leader when it comes to Sandhawk right there. So if you're one of the unfortunate teams that get stuck out and you have 5, really good squads holding you down, you're gonna be in big trouble. But if you just kind of look at it right here, with this kind of zone, Vikendi, there's so many dips, so many little crevices where teams could get in. So even if that zone hard shifts on you, you have a much more likely availability to still find a spot, as opposed to, Sandhawk, you just gotta lay down, because that's really about all you can do.
And I've been dying as well to ask a professional player this question. With these crates, how much value are you putting on them right now at this point of the game? You're 50 minutes in, there's lots of teams out right now. Can he try and take that risk?
It's definitely worth it. You think about it, that level 3 gear can be so huge towards the end, especially in endgame if you get a hold of that M249 or that MK14. Those are so huge. Big advantage to have, especially in close quarter combat. So it could definitely be worth it, but at the end of the day, you want to have all 4 up. That's the main priority. And if you feel like you're going to lose one person just for a crate, best to probably leave it alone.
Yeah, Beowulf going down as well. In the midst of all of that, XQG though, they're going to be coming in hot and fast trying to take this compound. No one here though from Kultur. Instead they're going to be arming up just northern side of that ridge. But oh my goodness, actually one of the players here, Zyfan from XQG, will be coming up close just to try and test the waters here. No one's shooting back at him just yet. He may have caught a murmur or a whisper as to someone may being there, maybe heard a footstep or two, but going to be falling back to the rest of his squad for now. But you are, as we said, 16 minutes in, 59 players remaining, 16 teams as well, as we are seeing a stark contrast to the other games we've seen so far. And we mentioned as well Beowulf being downed, not out for the count though, he was revived by his teammates, but Cloud9, shaky start once again. It felt like we were casting them before back in the World Finals. They were so strong in terms of rotations, and that's what they showed in scrims as well. It was rotations. It was Tempo Storm who were getting the kills, and it was Cloud9 getting the rotations and the chicken dinners. Why can't they translate that here?
There's so many different variables that come into play. Team comms, team communication is just so huge. If you just have one player that's kind of having an off day, it could really just throw a wrench into the game plans. But I think Cloud9, like you mentioned, is one of the strongest teams when it comes to rotating, throwing down smokes for down players. And it's kind of funny because in the earlier games of the scrims, Cloud9 was struggling in both week 1 and week 2. But towards the end, they straight up dominated. So who knows if maybe they're just trying to create some hype towards the end. I seriously doubt it. But at the same time, they gotta definitely pick it up here this game.
Let's see it then. Omen Elite on our screens. As they are, you could argue, have one of the best compound positions right now. They're just north of the center of the circle. Actually, it's Kultur and EX Gaming that have the best positions right now in terms of the center of the circle, as they did win that little RNG as we are into phase 4 now. But as we are about to get to that phase 6 and phase 5 circle, what is it really here that the teams have to try and work out? Are they trying to get loot? Are they trying to get positioning? Are they trying to get early kills? What is the commodity right now for these teams?
Right now, of course, just great positioning, hoping you get the zone. Your zone is your friend in this position. Right now, you can see a pull-up, though, from Loops, taking out some players from Mezexix right now. There, looks like they're trying to get some kills early on, and heck, kills is what they're good at doing. And you saw some great shots there onto Vega.
Yeah, finally we see some action, and it's going to be Loops cleaning that one up for them. 4 team kills for them so far, all 4 players, still alive as well and kicking. So strong start so far this season in the Pro League Americas here for Loops. And those were one of the names, one of the teams that I was not familiar with coming into today. Obviously, you mentioned they're from South America. You mentioned how they've had this rise recently, and you said they're one of the teams to look out for in terms of dark horses. Mezexis, though, maybe they're going to be struggling here. It's all down to Darius. Last player alive here. I guess Duke, the best players, try and stay alive, as we saw Sixers do, and get that 4th finish.
Run and hide. Run and hide. That's really about your only thing you can do in that position. Loops already with 4 kills. You can just see the confidence coming from this squad. They're not afraid to take a fight early on, and they're going to have to take a fight because look at this zone. A good, solid shift south there on the absolute north. All these teams are about to get into it. So we haven't seen a lot of action yet, but we're definitely about to see some right now.
Here we are, Tribe King A as well. I've got a soft spot in my heart watching him cut shapes in the rave back in Malaysia. But now, can he try cut into this phase 4 circle as he's up against Garcia, Paris Boy, and a few other players coming out from EXG. And then obviously they have to get inside the circle. They have the high ground though. This is Tribe. But as you said, King A, the IGL from Tribe. How has he been so far in that in-game leading position?
You know, it's tough because at the same time, you look at Tribe Gaming, most of these players are one of the very few in North America to both have NA, LAN, and global LAN experience under their belt. But at the same time, when you put all those different players together, synergy is everything. So kind of talking to them and seeing them struggle in scrims, I think just their biggest issue is communication. Just kind of getting on the same page. Because when they're on the same page, man, they're a tough team to beat. But you got to be on point. You got to be on point because all it takes is one slip up and it's all over. But look at this. Here they go.
Oh, finally we see some action, and it's going to be the boys we mentioned. It's Tribe trying to see if they can crash on this compound here from EXG, but so far, kills going 1 for 1 as Tribe make their way upstairs. Paris Boy going to be eliminated here. Yeah, that's going to be one of the players. King A, he was down as well. Maybe they can try and revive him if possible. They've got Sam as well far back to try and scout out if there is going to be any more squads trying to go for the third party. Garcia, though, chucks out the grenades. Try and slow down the push.
Damn.
Tribe, Sam now as well, trying to join the action here. He's going to be coming in, but I believe Tempo might be getting a whiff of this as they are down the ridgeline. They may try and come in for the third party, but it's Garcia up close with the MAC-10. King A goes down. We see some action as well from C9 as they're being disposed of right now from Team Queso, but that's all in the background. Right now in the foreground, it all comes down to this. Garcia.
Siga and Sam. Last one's up right now. Siga in first person, trying to make some huge plays. And Sam finally joining him in this fight.
Garcia goes down, and that's going to be it. EXG are going to be eliminated out in 12th. We saw a few more teams as well hit the count. Cloud9 went out, Team Queso went out, Omen Elite went out as well, as Lazarus did fall, and they were the 16th team to fall. And we see it now as there's a buffer on the teams being eliminated as 6 have gone in just a matter of seconds.
Ooh, just like that, we're into it, and Tribe able to get those kills, but unfortunately stuck with only 2 left, having to gain his own, and 2 more teams go out, Alex.
Yeah, this is getting hairy quickly. 21 minutes is the timer that it really kicked off, and I said phase 6, phase 5 is where the heat would start. It felt like we were such a slow starting map here on Vikendi, but Tempo trying the hardest here to try and get some more kills. Obviously, that was their favorite play over in the scrims, but here we are in the officials. And that's where players aren't going to be so lackadaisical. That's when players aren't going to give away those kills for free. And I feel like if you are trying to bank on getting kills in the official matches, which you got in scrims, it can be so much harder to do that. You know, if I'm an investor, I'm going to be putting my money in Cloud9 in terms of the rotations. As you would imagine, that'd be much easier to transition over from scrims into officials. But so far, I imagine the remaining 8 teams suddenly saw that bloodbath and are thinking, okay, let's just hang tight and we'll wait for the other teams to kill themselves.
Definitely, and I think that speaking of rotations, Tempo, they need to make one right now. You kind of see them a little indecisive, trying to decide whether they want to gatekeep Tribe or get in his own. But Alpha 7, GG, they're in it right now as they crash this compound.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. They're up close as the MAC-10, but good enough for one. Going to be traded out there by the players from XQG. And now they have to try and evaluate the situation. 3 players here from Alpha 7 are down, just crawling around their vehicle, which is currently in flames. Pathetic fallacy for the squad itself, as here you have it. G360 going to be easily collecting these kills here for XQG. And then there you have it in the foreground, just there on the hillside, the remaining player there from Alpha 7. Mitek and Luke
Tempo!
as well.
Tempo and Team Solid getting into it. Rain, getting knocked in the background right now. Rezi trades all over the place. Here comes Tensa with a Uzi in hand, trying to finish it up and get a good position here for this Tempo squad.
Let's see then, Team Solid, not quite so solid as they're standing on shaky legs, just 1 player alive, NTX. He's going to say, nice try. You're not going to be getting me with that grenade as Tensa comes in close. It's going to be Tensa up close as both these players, the MAC-10, trying to see if they can rattle off the shots and fall back. Oh, maybe a poor play there. Yeah, there you have it. Plays the rotations well. Tensa takes that kill, eliminated our Team Solid, and now we're down to just 7 teams.
And speaking of Tempo, struggling in these first 3 matches, but they're in the zone here, and they got all these other squads holding the edge right now. Tempo in a great position. Only 2 players left, though, And it's HH24 and Tensa. These guys have played together for so long, coming from Team Totality. If there's any two players you want for Tempo, it's those two. So looking forward to see how they're able to hold it down for the rest of this match.
Ooh, Gronto and Alpha 7 going to be eliminated as well in 7th and 6th, which means now down to 5 teams and 14 players. 24 minutes into this one, as we saw him as a stalemate for the first 20 minutes, and then suddenly the action started to kick off. Teams now started to make the rotations inside the circle. Actually, this Phase 7 circle, Rick, there's no one inside it currently. It's anyone's game here to try and get inside the center of it, or try and claim a compound. The issue is that there are no compounds to try and get inside of instead. They're going to try and make some man-made ones. Wildcard Gaming, but it's not really working out for them just yet. Oh, and the car as well is going to explode inside the smoke. And with that, the players just trying their hardest to survive. There's only one player alive. It's Essor. He has 3 players to try and revive here, and they know exactly where they are. The smokes as well are going to be fading soon, Jukes. I imagine this is just a death wish.
What a tough break for Wildcard. Wildcard and Colt2 BG, the only teams up that had 4 players. But Colt2 with a huge play, knocking 3. Acer doing his best to try and get these pickups right here. And it looks like Colt2 is going to give them the opportunity to, as they're opting to choose zone instead of kills. And I think that that's probably the smart play in this decision.
Let's see then. XQ Gaming, as you can see, 11 kills so far into this one. Definitely leading the tally in terms of kills. And that's going to be so important for them in terms of points as well, being added to that tally once they eventually try and finish first. Ooh, Wildcard Gaming are struggling, yeah. There we have it. We said it was inevitable, and it is. Wildcard Gaming out in 4th, as now we're down to the big 3, and this is where the points really matter. As Cool2 start to make their own little fortification here by the trees, making the cars and smokes into their compound for now, but Tensa, he knows exactly what's up. He spots them out.
Oh yeah, they know exactly where he is. I think Tempo have the probably best position here, but Colt2, they have the numbers. And with those cars, they're gonna have some good makeshift cover in that position. Now Colt2, they're currently sitting in 4th place for this game in kills right now, so they definitely want this win. But Tempo, Tensa, and HH24 are gonna have to have something to say about it.
Yeah, the issue though for Tempo right now is they are the only team currently outside of this potential final circle, as XQG, they're really struggling here. Starlight going to be going down. There's still more players here from XQG, but the question is how many, as there's 2 remaining so far for them. But for Culture, they're down to 3, and Tempo Storm, as you said, Tensa, HH24, the 2 remaining players here. So fairly even, but maybe not for much longer, as Tempo has something to say.
Look at that, HH24 making plays right now, dominating Colt2, as there's only 1 member left, Fran, trying to hold on for his squad, but that car's on fire.
Yeah, this is going to be frantic. 2 players to revive. They know exactly where he is as well because of the down and Tempo. They can play the slow game here. They know that the circle's going to be coming in shortly. They've got 2 seconds until the zone starts to constrict. And for them, can they try and finish off this squad? Can they try and get it down to 2 players? As eventually they're going to be losing that advantage they had previously tried so hard to gain. AZ from afar has the scope as well. Just spots out the head over the course of the road, but can't manage to connect the shots as of yet. But there you have it. Fran, last alive here from his squad. And in the meantime, though, Tempo still applying this pressure. There's so much damage coming out from them as they are currently trying to get to that top kill tally. It's 13 for XQ Gaming. And for Tempo, it's 10, so they're 3 behind. So maybe if they can finish off the kills, they can try and get it, but no. Zyphan, he spots it. And now it's only 1 player from Tempo. There's only 1 player as well. It's Fran from Culture, so XQG looks so strong.
Yes, they do, because Shifan knows exactly where Tensa is holding this position right here. But it's all about who is going to hit those. You see him throwing those mollies, trying to get some pokes onto Tensa right now. Oh, that's Colt2 out, so right now, it's it. 2v1. This is going to be a huge play right now.
Let's see that the zone's coming in. That made us end it here. XQG made us take the win from the zone itself. Tensa trying to see if he can survive for just a few seconds more, hoping that one of the players from XQG will go down to the zone, but no. Grenades, Molotovs, to know exactly where he remains. This should be the win coming out from XQG. And I think that may be it, Rick. Yeah, they go down. It's going to be the win coming out from XQ Gaming. Tempo Storm eliminated in 2nd.
Wow, you know, you look at there. Heal strat. I bet you mentioned it earlier right there. Vikendi being one of those maps where you're always going to most likely see one. Tempo made some great plays there at the end, but unfortunately the zone wasn't on their side, and a huge finish for XQ Gaming.
Yeah, you've got to say, I'm impressed by Tempo. They applied so much pressure. They were, what, 2 versus 3 versus 4, and yet they managed to have the other teams on the rope and really applied that pressure and that damage because they were after those kills. That's what saw them success in scrims, and they're trying to have more of it here. But yeah, great game overall. It's our first one. We've still got a wrangle coming up soon. But overall, Jukes, what do you think? What were some of the best plays that really stood out for you there?
Man, I mean, you look at Tempo Storm, and right there at the end, 2 players up. Tempo, you got HH24 and Tensa. They work so well together. And even though Colt2 had the 4 up, had the confidence to still push that, be able to get some insane kills right there. Really, really good finish and a performance that Tempo really needed after those first 3 matches.
Well, gentlemen, welcome back to my virtual world here. And Jukes, I've got a question for you, to be fair, because for me, it really felt like one of the more pivotal moments in this game. XQ, they were playing their game, you know, they were doing cool. But Tempo, to be able to go from the east side of those final circles in a crossroads situation to the west side to try and crash into Team Solid and do the damage there, that was a huge play and a big risk, big statement to try and get themselves higher up in the lobby. That was great.
Definitely. What a play. I mean, at the same time, this is something I think we were all expecting from Tempo. And now they're showing, hey, this is why we did so well in the scrims. And this could be that confidence booster going in for the last match and for the rest of the PMPL.
Definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to send you away for now. Oh, you'll be back for the last game as we head over to the analysis guys to bring you some more of the breakdown here from Vikendi. And in general, gentlemen, as they do appear in a moment, we had a very heavy central game to start things off, guys. We had about 12 teams or so bombing that central location. Even Omen Elite actually leaving Goroka for another location to try and get themselves in a more central spot, Dave. And then from there, it was pretty passive, pretty chill. People were able to get themselves in a decent spot, but then the hard shifts come, and that's where it can get tricky.
Yeah, it definitely can, and as you mentioned, most of the circles were just dead center and people were just going for it, man. It was insane to see just all those teams together, and everybody was just waiting for the right moment, waiting for somebody else to make a mistake. Luckily for a lot of teams, that didn't happen. They waited until the circle started shifting just completely to the other side. And talking about something that you actually mentioned in regards to Tempo Storm, I think when they went ahead and rushed Team Solid, that was a risky play. But I think that's something, as you mentioned, that they needed. They needed that boost confidence because now it's going to be amazing to see. They know they can get the kills. They know they can get the placing. Are they going to try to go ahead and push for that first place in the next match?
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. I'm curious to see how Cool2 mixes in with that when we take a look later on that kind of central circle. I'm curious to see their exact spot as to how they actually kind of rotate into the final circles with those hard shifts. Let's take a look at the overall points so far from that game. XQ Gaming up towards the top with 35 big ones, and Tempo Storm 10 kills to their name, and that second place finish, Dave. You've got to be happy with that.
Hey, I am happy, and 7 made mention of it. I believe it was Team Solid around circle 5 or 6. Team Solid made the push onto Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm losing 2 members in that push, but by then they already had around 8 kills, and then they just popped off as that duo at the end. They're able to get those placement points. Now, it was HH24, I believe, getting a nice spray down onto 2 of the members from Colt2 that were across that road. Honestly, I thought Colt2 had this one in the bag, but HH24 playing spoiler right there for Colt2, you know, just ruining their dreams. But Colt2, XQ Gaming, I mean, they have been consistent here all evening long.
One thing that concerns me, Seven, when looking at this is Loops did not have the best game. Loops got in, I think, like 11th place or something like that, but they still fragged out with 9 kills. So even in games that they're not showing up in placement, they're showing up in kills.
And we've seen that happen twice now today. And I think it goes to show the consistency that they have. They're going to continue to be aggressive. If they see you down a man, they're going to try to get that kill. If they see another team fighting, they're going to try to at least get something out of it. So they are being aware of everything going on, and they're not being scared. That's what it is. They're not being scared to engage, whether it's early in the game, as we're being able to see their placing might have not been as high, but they can get those kills. And as long as you're able to at least get those kills, it will keep you right up there for the fight.
Let's take a magnified view then at some of the team stats coming in from that game, of course, as we do have XQ Gaming showing on up. And actually, damage to kill ratio, pretty darn solid from XQ Gaming. It kind of goes, I suppose, Dave, to what I was mentioning before. Like, I don't feel like a lot of other players were super flashy this game. It was just solid, consistent, and concise.
Yeah, in XQ, they made sure to dominate the final zone. They didn't want to allow those solo members, because at the end, it was a 2v1v1. They both spread out their separate ways. They made sure to take those enemies out, and then they had the zone. They didn't want it to come down to a heal-off, because their med situation at the end there wasn't the strongest.
Yeah, definitely so. And when you're in kind of those crossroads situations here, Seven, I feel like if you're 3 teams remaining, say a la XQ, Cool2, Tempo Storm, if you're the first one to fire in that kind of situation, or the first one to get caught in a slightly odd dip like Cool2 was, you're the one that's going to be losing out very, very quickly, because then you all of a sudden have the potential for a third party coming in, and then it can go really tricky.
You are, and that's mostly what those teams are going to be looking forward to. It's on that final 3, somebody's going to be looking for somebody to make a mistake. As soon as you hear one gunshot, everything's going to happen. Whether you like it or not, the players are just going to go ahead and focus on that. It's just human instinct. We want to go ahead and notice where the noise is coming from, and they're just going to focus on that exact same place, which kind of ended up working out for them. And talking about loops, we're now seeing loops here. I know we're actually mentioning this when we're watching the match. We're wondering why they were throwing smokes in the middle of the road. There you go. Now we know why. In SQ, just trying to get those snipers on point, and they were able to get some knocks. I don't believe he was able to get that finish, but they were able to take advantage when it showed up to them. And look at this push right there, Dave.
Yeah, this is huge. King A actually already knocked in the process, so Tribe just sending 3 with that vehicle. Sam with that off angle, able to get that knock and allow Seagut to get the 1v1 on Garcia up there on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
Man, and Wildcard, I feel bad for Wildcard. They're the ones. Acer was the one to kind of bring in the meta of the Bison here, was the first one to pick up the Bison. After that, everybody started flocking to the Bison. Right there in that clip, we saw them getting sprayed down by that Bison from Call 2. So it feels bad, but you love to see it.
And we saw big plays as well from the G36C, which of course is that gun for Vikendi itself, Seven, and we saw some great sprays, again, from Trides actually, to be able to pick themselves up some points.
Yeah, it's a gun that's super accurate if you're able to pick it up. You know you have a laser in your hands. It comes down to preference. We're seeing AC right here using it and just doing some amazing work with it, and it's gonna right there, look at that. Pops up real quick, finishes that kill, and gets the job done. And we see that over and over again from those players. Now, XQG, we've seen so far 2 really great games from them. Can they go ahead and continue that momentum? We see them get the zone. I want to maybe go ahead and see something a little bit different from them. Not get the zone as much, how they're going to react to that, how they're going to adjust to that, because what we saw in Erangel didn't react to it so well. But I'm loving seeing the action that I'm seeing here from XQG.
Well, they have a chance to redeem themselves when it comes to Erangel, since we have another one coming up in a few moments' time. Let's take a look at the overall rankings to find out exactly how Vikendi has shaken things up so far. We have stood up towards the top. It is XQ Gaming, 70 points strong after even only 4 games so far. Loops is going to be falling off that top spot, but regardless, they still got themselves 9 points or 9 kills from this game. So kind of crazy amounts of points coming in from them as well. Dave, what do you make of this so far?
Yeah. I mean, if you asked me last week, will XQ Gaming, will Call 2 BG be up there in that top 3? I would have had to have told you, like, you're crazy. I'm willing to bet all the UC that I got on it. But they come into today. I mean, this is what they need. They need a good showing. They need to gain that respect, because towards the end of the scrims that we had last week, some of these teams, they're always at the bottom. So, you know, it kind of is worrisome, because if they get a knock, say Loops knocks out one from X2, they're just going to instantly push that, get the thirst, get those easy points. But with their performance here today, teams are going to be thinking twice.
Mezexis is the one that really stands out, that has to start stepping things up sooner rather than later here, Seven. Only 6 points so far after 4 games. It's not enough right now.
Yeah, it's not enough. You want them to go ahead and have a game that Tempo Storm just had. That's something that we mentioned before weekend happened. We said Tempo Storm needs to go ahead and wake up. I believe they only had 8 points at that time, and they did so. They woke up, they got the kills, and they ended up getting the placement as well. So Mexes, they need to step it up, man. It's now or never in regards to today. You want to have a good day one, and something to actually go ahead and point out is that Loops Esports is the only team at the moment, top 5, that does not have a chicken dinner. However, they are still in second place in regards to points.
Yeah, crazy consistent. Let's take a look at the total damage. I mean, even in a game where they came 11th place, I can only imagine they still had a lot of damage coming in. Halfway through that game, I think they had 3 of the top 4 damage dealers, and you can see it reflected here with 1,398 damage. And then XQ and Tempo Storm are the only 2 to beat them out, and they were getting first and second, and Loops got 11th. That is crazy numbers, David, to look at.
Yeah, I mean, every single game here tonight, and I know we only have 4 games played, and I'm not trying to get on the hype train too early, but Loops, every single game, their damage numbers are up there at the top over here. So they are doing phenomenal here this evening. XQ, like Seven mentioned, I love that they finally get a chicken dinner under their belt. 15 kills to go with it. That should boost them up on the overall leaderboards like we saw. And not only, hopefully, that snowball effect can start to kind of roll on over into the last game here today.
I feel like, Seven, it shows Loops' comfort in the lobby almost, even from day number 1. When you think about how this game started, again, about 12 teams in that central position, nobody moving, nobody doing much at all. Loops, in 11th place, somehow got 1,500 damage out during all of that. It's beyond belief how they managed to accrue these kills when the lobby is so kind of timid towards the situation, no?
It's insane, man. It goes to show how aggressive they are, and something that going back to scrims, and we keep going back to scrims because it's the only thing that we can kind of go off right now. They were so confident in each other's skill level that at one point I saw one player destroy. He did a 1v3 and he won it. And at that point I realized, listen, they got what it takes to go ahead and do what it is that they want to do in this match.
All right, let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moment here. And I think what we really wanted to highlight was how people were moving from circle to circle, of course, and seeing exactly how this all unfolded here, Seven.
It is, and right here we're seeing that push that was, oh man, that push was something right there from Tribe. And Tribe, Sam, as we mentioned earlier, he was able to get some kills, as we're seeing right now. That was huge. It allowed his teammates to go ahead and just readjust inside that building, and it was good to see. And right here, Colto, we see some explosions. XQG losing a member there, but they were able to go ahead and regroup.
Yeah. I think right after this, the spray downs from Tempo Storm on towards Cool2, David. Dave, god damn it.
That's okay. I'm David now. I'm fine with it. Call me David. Mustache David. I love it, honestly.
Oh, damn. Anyway, you can see them being knocked on the right-hand side there, just at the very end of that clip. And Tempo Storm, obviously, getting those shots just underneath the cars, Dave, was very, very important for their overall success, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you got to watch your toes there. And Cool2 finding out the hard way underneath the car. They didn't blow up the car, so it kind of limits that little gap right there. Yeah. But I got to give it to Fran as well for that quick thinking. They blew up the dossier right in front of them. They took a little damage, but it was able to create that hard cover where they had the safety. And we saw immediately those 2 down members on Cool2, they started to crawl their way up for that revive. But HH is like, nah, I'm not like the other players in the lobby. I'm not going to get a knock and walk away. I'm going to get the thirst. And they actually got both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the schedule. We have one more game coming at you today, and we'll remind you of exactly who has been able to win out the chicken dinners so far, because we have 4 winners at the moment. Omen Elite, we got Alpha 7 in there as well. Cool2, and the Cool2 could have almost had a back-to-back if they'd have booked up their ideas, with XQ Gaming being able to play out the rest of Vikendi. Now we have one more Erangel to go. Gentlemen, when we're looking from our first Erangel to our second, obviously our first circle for Erangel was, focused just north of Milta. We saw Omen Elite transfer over from Lumberyard very confidently from compound to compound and take the fights well. What are you looking for coming into our next game of Erangel 7?
I think I'm going to be looking at how Cloud9 is going to react here. They haven't had the day that they want to go ahead and see. They want to have a game that Tempo Storm just had, and we have seen them do insane stuff in Erangel before. So that's one team that I'm going to be looking at for. And I want to also continue watching Loops Esports. Are they going to go ahead and continue the insane performance that they're having here with kills, because if they do, some teams are going to start taking note of that, and if they see them in the kill feed being too close to them, they might start saying, you know what, let's not fight them. That's Loops. Let's run away from them.
Yeah, they're looking scary. All right, thank you very much, gents. Time for you to disappear until the end of the show for now, as I once again summon and coo down our commentating team here for our last Erangel of the day. Snods and Hot Jukes joining me once again. Snods, looking at how Loops have been playing so far, who could blame Seven for kind of mentioning them in the similar vein with the power?
Yeah, and obviously for me coming into this one, I wasn't expecting Loops to be so strong. I thought the best team coming out from South America would be Team Queso. Obviously, Queso's had their own struggles so far today.
Yeah.
You know, is this just a blip of the road for Queso, or are we seeing a passing of the torch now that we've had 2 seasons of scrims? You know, who's improved from South America, who hasn't? And we're starting to see who's put the work in.
All right, well, thanks very much, gents. It's time for me to disappear once again for the final game of the day.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Jukes, are you excited for the final game here, Game 5 on Erangel?
Always hyped for the last game here coming into Erangel. Let's get into it. You saw XQ Gaming crushing it in that last match. My boy Shifan and AZ getting 6 kills each for their team. I believe Shifan made a sensitivity video and settings video for PUBG Mobile on YouTube, and that video's got over 7 million views. And you can see he was putting it to work, and why that video is so valid here. So I'm looking to see XQ Gaming put in some work here in this last match.
But it is the last match here on Erangel, and here we have the playing trajectory as well, going from the east towards the northern side, but fairly fair, fairly even playing trajectory coming out here on this final map. Obviously, we mentioned before Pachinki, School, Yasnai, all these important places to drop. In terms of some of these teams here, Duke, which one's going to suffer from this playing trajectory if they're going over towards Quarry or Ferry Pier?
Well, you know, for the most part, Team Queso, they like to go to Primorsk mostly. So it looks like they're exactly trying to find a vehicle and drive straight there. But when you have a split vehicle strat like that, you could never really underestimate other squads, because you can have another team going for those same vehicles. And if they get there first, you're in a load of trouble. But you see Omen Elite doing their normal split loot strat here at Milta. Tempo taking Prim, Wildcard taking Severny. Looks to be nice and easy going, but look at
Tempo
this first circle. Oh yeah, they're holding it down.
Yeah, so we see the first circle coming out already towards the northern side of the map. And obviously we see what you mentioned before, Primorsk. We may see Team Queso go there. This rotation from the circle not really going to be favoring them as of yet.
Oh!
Oof, nearly the drive-by there from AZ. Doesn't quite manage to get it though, as eventually we do see it there, but it's going to be from Enxiaomei instead. Oh, and there you have it, XQG, they take it. That's the first kill already, just 2 minutes, or really just 5 or 6 seconds since the teams have landed. So already off to a much quicker start than what we saw in the Kendi. And even so, Lazarus up against Team Solid, but there's 2 players here and only 1 of Russell.
Oh man, Russell though, I mean, if you're gonna have anybody in a 1v2 situation on this squad, it's gonna be him. He's got the AK, that's the gun to have here early, but he is definitely pinned down. Gonna have to make some big plays for Lazarus right here.
Yeah, that AK versus the potential non-armored foes is gonna be deadly, but seems like Team Solid have a bit of a whiff here that Russell is currently perched here on top of the building. Oh, the AK, as you said, 1 single spray finds 1. Mafioso is down, and now it's down to NTX. Has to try and revive his teammate, but Russell may not actually know precisely where NTX is here from Team Solid, but Lolo has been spotted out.
Oh yeah, Lolo finally getting here to support. Oh, he's got the good old-fashioned Scar, and this last member just seems to have nothing but a pistol. Gonna have to lay down and hide for his life, but he is getting caught out.
Yeah, NTX here, struggling from all sides. He's got players on roofs, he's got players inside the building, and just like that, gonna be 2 players from the side of Team Solid gonna be taking out the equation. Oof, all so early on into Game 5 of today. Besides that, though, we've got some more action as well. Seems like Mystic is close proximity here from more of the players from Enxiaomei, but they're gonna be going back on foot for now. But Mystic gonna be getting away. He is currently separated from Marco and the remaining players here from his team, as it feels like there are quite a lot of teams going for the 2-2 split loot here.
Yeah, you know, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When you try to go and find those vehicles early, you can always get dropped on by another squad, and Team Queso seem to be at the bad end of it. Is Marco, look at him, just hiding in the bush, trying to survive. Axel trying to tell Lucian, get away from my boy. Let me see if we can get him to safety, and it looks like they are going to make it. Oh, really close right there. Axel able to hit the quick laydown.
Yeah, Parasport, though, going to be forcing Axel to lay down himself, covering fire there. But for now, teams just trying to get their loot, get their compound, and find their footing here, as I don't think they're expecting this first circle to be so far towards the north, as if we look towards the southern side of the map, towards the military base, we see Grunto, and of course, C9. What a rivalry Sixers would have there.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be one for the books right there. And I wanted to see like how that play is gonna turn out, because when you have that kind of rivalry kind of going on, you never know if, oh, just because it's that team, maybe we decide to play it more aggressively. And that's definitely a dynamic I'm looking forward to seeing. But, you know, talking about Team Queso, you see as we watch Axel running, they're in a world of hurt right now. Ayala getting ran over early, and every single second they're stuck waiting, they're going to be behind on loot, and they have a long way to get into zone. So, Team Queso, tough break for them here in this last match.
Well, for Tribe, though, towards the lower echelons of the table currently, but they did finish in 5th on Vikendi, and here in Game 5, maybe they found some momentum as they're inside the center of the circle, and now they can begin to fortify themselves up. Damn, they're scared that that was an opposition's vehicle, but actually just one that spawned. And now we see the team starting to make their rotations from the southern side towards the northern side to get inside that circle or play the rotation. Actually be a good question here for you, Juked. Should teams be playing rotations towards this northern circle, or should they be trying to get inside the center of it and compound up?
I mean, the best you can put yourself in a position, you always want to kind of predict zones. And for most of these players, they have those kind of instincts to be able to get it done. But at the same time, since they've played scrims for so long, they're going to know some of these squads and where they're at. Like, you know, Wildcard drops Severny for the most part, so you know that's taken. Tribe, they like to drop in Rozhawk. So because of that, they're going to have an advantage, as you can see, in getting position early. So all these teams need to be really careful on the rotations to not get shot out of their vehicle.
Yeah, speaking of careful rotations, we mentioned Grunto and C9 towards military base, and we keep talking about this northern side circle. They have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams they have to rotate through if they want to get inside this circle. Already, they're on 20 points, not from the last game, but aggregately after 4 have been played. I think, what, C9 are used to getting 20 points a game, and here they are now, 20 points alone going into Game 5, so they really need to step up here, and they are going to be making their rotation now away from military base towards the western side of the circle.
Yeah, they have a long rotation to go, and like you mentioned, C9 has to have a huge game here at the end, because Tempo, they were struggling for the first 3 matches, but with that last match, that rocket launched them up to 7th place. And, you know, with 20 points being a chicken dinner, this scoreboard can go in any direction. But Cloud9, if you want to have a solid first day, and quick reminder, you know, Beowulf, their IGL, just had a birthday a couple days ago. So if you want to make his birthday, if you want to have his birthday to be a good one, you gotta finish strong here.
Yeah, or maybe he enjoyed his birthday a little bit too much, as they have been struggling today. Ooh, one of the players here from Kultur is Yang. Here's the noise of Omen Elite making their rotation here inside the eastern side of the circle. He hasn't been spotted out as of yet, just going to be playing nice and safe inside the bush. Telly may be none the wiser. There is a player lurking here, and actually, if he allows his teammates to rotate away from him, he may be left alone.
Well, it could be a trouble, but you see Telly kind of had those, like, spidey senses going. He's like, I think somebody's around here. So, oh, Juicy found him. Oh, goodness. Here he is.
Accident.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Juicy, what an interesting turn of events. Poor Huang didn't even see it coming.
That's one of those plays you make as a player, and you're just so excited to watch the VOD back.
Oh, man, I can only imagine what was going through Huang's mind when that happened, you know? Just instant, just, are you kidding me? And Juicy, yeah, just talk about knowing your driving pathing. Perfect pathing from Juicy right there.
And maybe as well touch on this pathing coming out from C9 as they've left the military base, and instead of going towards Pachinki and towards the center of the circle, they've instead gone towards Ruins now, heading towards Everest, the mountain just south of Georgia Paul. They've gone for such a long rotation, and as there's no teams towards the western side as well, this may have been the best possible play they could have done. This is perfect rotations here from C9.
Oh yeah, Cloud9, you know, better safe than sorry. Just play the long game, make sure that you're able to get into zone and find someplace safe. But this is a team that's not just gonna full send it in the middle. They will spot check their whole way into the zone right here. So really looking forward to see how they're gonna be able to get into it. And Alex, only a few seconds left. This zone, it can go anywhere.
Yeah, it can, and Zexis, where are they gonna go? Currently towards the bottom of the leaderboard overall after the 4 games have been played. They need to go up, not just in terms of kills here, but in terms of points on the standing. But they are currently located inside the center of the circle towards the south there. Team Queso making their rotation slowly but surely as the circle just ever so slowly drifts towards the east. Has this really impacted the teams that much here, Duked?
For if you're a team like Tribe, Bezexix, all the Omen Elite, you're set up nice and pretty. Cloud9, I think they're still going to be able to get into this zone really well. So unless you have a squad that just kind of want to full send it into the center, you're going to have trouble. But for the rest of the teams, you should be able to get into this zone pretty safely.
Yeah, as well, you see Tribe and Ace currently really holding that river towards Lasnaya as well. So they may be able to catch out a few rotations from teams as they come out towards the northern side of the circle. But Loops currently on our screens now, and obviously Kalaris asked me about this team, and they've really impressed me so far today. They've shown no fear, just gone in, getting aggressive. You can see it here as well as already inside their vehicles. They split out a crew, a squad towards this compound here. They may go for the crash. You see players splitting up left to right as they're darting around it. Or will they go inside it? Maybe not.
Oh! Look at Mitz with a great spray right there, able to catch Memo, and that's going to be a huge loss for Tribe. But yeah, I think you named it perfectly. Loops, fearless. Just as you see their play style, they are not afraid to take a fight at any time. And I think that that's going to be a huge advantage for them. As you can tell, the top 5, they're second place right now with no chicken dinner, just pure kills and placement. So they need to continue to play strong and do this on this first day, because every single day, these players are going to get more well-adapted, the nerves are going to calm down, and you want to hopefully have a strong lead to hold you over. So, Loops just need to keep doing what they've been doing.
Omen Elite currently on top of the hill of Staubus. They're probably scouting out all of the terrain right now and seeing how many teams are just grouped up here just south, or you could say, north of Roshok, north of School, just really towards Yasnaya Plains at the moment. But for Omen Elite, obviously we constantly speak about Tempo Storm, we're talking about C9. Highlight for me, Omen Elite, what is it that makes them so prolific?
Omen Elite, you got Juicy and Angry, who are pretty much leading that squad right there. They previously were with SSG, and one of the few North American teams to actually live together in a gaming house for a long period of time. So their synergy is gonna be huge, and you see Doc really quick on the top of that roof, able to get a nice little knock. Looks like Ace is going to get picked up. But yeah, that synergy is it's gonna prove miles of goodness for that squad. And the rest of the team, we're talking some of the best players in North America. So Omen Elite, one of the favorites coming in here for NA, just proving why they are Omen Elite.
Yeah, speaking of Team Solid now as well, there's still 2 players alive as they are going to be coming inside the circle now eventually. I think for Team Solid, as we saw, they lost 2 players early on in the first seconds of the game, and since then they've been trying to survive on wounds here, hoping that more teams are going to be dying to others and trying to get those additional placement points, but it seems unlikely as of yet. But again, similar affair to what we saw in Vikendi, that calm before the storm. I feel like phase 4 here, Duke, might be the one that really steps up these teams.
Oh, I think you're going to be right, unless this, of course, third zone shifts into a completely different direction. But yeah, for the most part here, zone 5, zone 6, that's where all the play is going to be made. And it looks like this zone is just about to close. And I'm going to be surprised if it goes off. It looks like it might go dead center. Oh my goodness. And look at that. Tribe, Mezix, Tempo are going to be set up really pretty for this zone.
But then again, I mean, as a former in-game leader, if we're looking at teams like Team Queso, look how far out the circle they are. Look at the teams they have to traverse through too. If you're the IGL for Queso, what are you suggesting right now?
Well, Team Queso has been behind at the beginning of this match. They lost a player early, and their looting strategy was so far behind, and you just lost another member right there. So, oh man, if you're Team Queso, you're just trying to survive. Last player up, you just gotta snake it to make it.
Yeah, it's true. 2 players now remain for Team Queso and as well 2 for Team Solid. Zexis on our screens. This was the kill earlier that we saw. Besides that, though, there have been a few kills here and there from these squads, most of them happening at the start of the matches. Now they start to make their rotation inside the phase 3 circle. He said if it was quite an inconvenient circle that it could force teams to come out of the woodwork and come into some line of fire as
oh my goodness,
trying to rotate in, but they're going to be crashing instead into Tempo Storm here. But there's more teams as well towards the eastern side here as Tempo now catch wind as to exactly where EXG are as 2 more players come crashing down into this compound. Let's see then. Tempo Tessa, known for their kills, and right now they have to show it as Rain as well starts to lay out that utility, trying to see if he can shroud the left and right side and try and deny the flanks that are currently coming out towards them.
Big nade.
EXG, and yeah, as you said, that nade does hella damage here, and the smoke going to be coming out from Lupita, trying to shroud his teammates there to go for the revive, but no, it's all frivolous.
Oh my
as Tempo
goodness.
just annihilates Zame Gaming in 16th. And with that, they're now on 4 kills. A few players took damage. They're going to be using their meds. But in terms of loot, they're fine.
Oh, yeah, they're sitting pretty right now. And Jami, I think they needed to really kind of... I don't think they realized that they were in a red zone right there. You know? Because Tempo made one of their own and just dropped nades perfectly. Nothing they can do. And that's in Jami out in last place here in this last match. What a crazy, crazy play from Tempo.
Yeah, it felt like as soon as they started getting shot at, they just crashed into the nearest compound, and unfortunately for them, the team with the most kills happened to be lurking there, and they just wiped them out, as you said, 4 for nothing. So right now, in terms of team kills, 4 for Tempo, so they're leading the charge as of yet, and this needs to be their game, the final of the day, to really have that confidence going into day 2, do you think?
Yeah, and they had a really good match in the last one, and that squad wipe is going to be huge for them. And I'm really surprised they were able to get such well-placed grenades from that position, because usually when you're stuck inside a house, when you get ran up on for free, you're in a tough spot because you only have so many angles. And in Jam, they can run all over the place, throw nades inside those windows. Yep. Yeah, but it looks like Tempo beat them to the punch and took them out early. Very well played.
So let's see where this phase 4 circle will eventually conclude us at.
As we said before, we're expecting for the action to really take place there, as these teams have been, not going to say lucky with the circle, but it seems like it's been towards the northern side, and then it went more centered, oh, and again, more centered for a 4th time here, Juked.
Man, you know, if you're Tempo, Grunto, you're sitting pretty right now. You're zone magnets, and Tempo, they have a really, really good spot. All they got to be doing is watching their backs right now. Make sure no squad pushes up on them for free, because you got Wildcard, Colt2, BG, and Cloud9 all trying to get in from that side of the circle.
This is the thing, though, Jude. Should these teams really all be rotating inside the Yasnaya compound, or should some try and get in towards the plains just below it and try and take the open field instead?
It's so tough, because I think right now you're just trying to find the closest place in the zone. You don't want to risk trying to make it any kind of crazy rotation right here. As you saw, XQ Gaming, Tempo, all these teams are set up and waiting for them. But look at how they're all crashing the same spot right now.
My goodness, what are we about to witness here? We see, what, 4 teams already in our peripheral vision here, just from the player AZ from XQG. As he is seeing, what, Tempo towards this compound. He's also got Zexis as well. There's Wildcard Gaming here as well. So for these teams, this is going to be so important. Remember as well, Duke, this is inside the center of the circle. This is probably the best compound that you have right now in this phase, and these teams are going to fight for it.
Oh, they're going to fight for it hard. But, you know, you look at Mezexix, they are completely split up. Darius, he has a really good off angle right now. If he can stay alive. Oh, Slicky! Nading Acer, that's position, but Enigma hits the button, and it looks like Mezexix are just opting to just kind of let Darius go out in this position and hold his own.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly fire there, but they will get the revive onto their teammate, and they got the kill as well, as you said, onto Darius. So Mezexis losing yet another player. The remaining 3, Vega, of course, with Emrats and Mitz, are still close proximity here. And also to Kultura as well. We forgot to even mention them. They've had a few games as well where they finished, what, 2nd, 1st as well. They even won one of the games, I believe it was Sandhawk earlier. So they're going to be on form as well. And right now, into phase 4, it's about who can spot out who first. As I mentioned before, the open plains south of Yasnaya, it seems like Omen Elite have decided to opt in and take that position. Just west of them as well, we have Lazarus, who are taking the open ground position as well. And I like that. Let the other teams fight for power. Let the other teams try and take control of the compound and pray for a southern shift of that circle.
Real smart from Tempo as well. They were at the edge of those buildings, and as soon as they saw that rotation, they knew a bunch of teams were going to come right there. So they opted to just kind of push in, get further center into the zone. So great position for them. And like you mentioned earlier, Colt2, BG, they're currently sitting in 3rd place with 60 points. So they want to finish this first day strong.
Yeah, it's the boys of the hour. It's Loops up against it right now. XQ Gaming have been so strong as well so far today. So we have a current Titan matchup here.
First place versus second place.
Yeah, literally. Titan matchup right now versus Loops and XQG. As it seems like Loops may try and fall back slightly inside that smoke. They're trying to work out if they're being flanked right now, but instead, XQG are going to be going frontal inside this assault as they do come in. We don't see it right now in the peripheral vision, but I imagine they're about to be spooked as they hear the footsteps coming inside the building. Maybe they're going to be luring them inside this compound and trying to get the grenades in, make them make them weak from these HE grenades, and as they do eventually explode, there you have it, that's 1 down. And now XQC, them have to cut their losses here and try and fall away. There's no way that Starlight can try and go for the revive inside this compound. He tries to chuck out the HEs, they do damage. One of the players there from Loops has been downed. This is a tricky situation. Does Starlight go for the risk? Does he try and take out the opposition? Oh, no! Russell's joined in the fray as well. It's going to be Lazarus who's trying to go for the third party, and now Loops are really in danger here, but thankfully, Darden gets that one kill for the points, trying to stay alive as his teammate Starlight does go down in the peripheral. But right now, it's all about survival. Can they try and keep on to their players for as long as possible and get those kill points in the bank? Because more players here from XQG are going to be grouping up together inside the Harry Potter Tower.
Wow, that was really interesting because you saw XQ were completely split in that situation, just kind of holding off Loops on their own, but there's still 2 members up, 2 big members from XQ Gaming, so they could still make something happen in this zone.
Ooh, seems like Zexis are going to be going for the white flag, going to be retreating away, but we saw a similar affair earlier where Tempo Storm were very happy with the team that crashed into them, and maybe it's going to be Grunto Esports this time. Let's see. Oh, so easy there from Grunto as the players were just offering themselves up there as they exited their vehicle straight into their grave. And now 13 teams remaining, 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you know, you saw him just full send it out of another team, and Zexis was like, nah, we want to give these points to Grunto. And Grunto was like, we'll happily take them right now. And Bucky with a huge nade right there on the Team Queso. And that's Team Queso out early.
Ooh, it's been a very sad day for them so far. It's been a tough 5 maps for Queso. Ooh, Alpha 7 have now been spotted up. So have Tempo as well. HH24, kill leader of the scrims. Going to try have a similar affair here in the officials, as now they know that their position has been occupied. They're going to be trying to lay down that utility to buy them time to work out what to best do here, as Kultura as well are going to be rushed down by Tempo. That's more kills coming out from them. Currently sitting on 6 kills so far, but how many can they get? And also, what's the loss going to be for Tempo?
Oh man, it's gonna be major right now. Spec, all of them trying to hit some big nades. Oh, and he hits one. And Fran is on the run, and they take him out. That's Cold 2, BG, one of our top placing teams. Out early, Spec, and Tempo. Clutch plays right there.
This time on Vikendi, there were 16 teams left, and here we are at 9 at that 20-minute mark. And yeah, it is delayed, but Queso went out a few seconds ago, out in 10th place. And now Zame as well out in 8th. So for EXG, losing those players early up against Loops seemed to be too difficult for them, as XQ Gaming as well are eliminated. Team Solid too. So 8 teams now remain, 23 players alive.
Wow, I mean, I no wonder those eliminations came out late. So many teams just going out so quick right now. And it looks like another zone shift out into the middle of the open right here. This is going to be a tough finish to the last game here in day number 1.
Yeah, I mentioned before, what would happen if the zone went out into the open, and you're starting to see exactly that. All these teams are going to be fighting for that position. Maybe try and get a vehicle, 2 vehicles, make that V formation, lay down the smokes behind a hay barrel. But even so, there's no trees, there's no foliage, there's no cover. Everyone is going to be exposed here as soon as they rotate in 20 seconds.
Oh, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Nothing but tears and complaining from these squads right now, because they do not want to have to run out in the open. But nevertheless, this is what they prepared for. Ran from Grunto with a big grenade there onto a member of Wildcard. And like you mentioned it, there's nothing here. There's nothing in this zone right here. So it's all about just smoke out and try to find the best position you possibly can. And hopefully you don't get caught out.
Tribe as well are slightly a few meters outside of the circle. 6 clear from Grunto Esports, trying to lay down the damage onto Lazarus, who are currently the, well, probably best positioned team inside the circle, along with Omen Elite. Oh dear, but they're going to have to be elite here. 6 to catch them out. That's 2 players he's seen so far. Damage as well. It's going to be connecting here. Look at the HP for Angry, down to just, what, 2 or 3 points of health. One long extended arm with an HE grenade could finish off 2 players there from Omen Elite, but instead, Sixless going to be playing this one patiently.
The battle of the old roommates right there. Sixless and Angry trying to make it happen. Sixless with his famous VSS right now, trying to catch some pixels. Omen Elite got those hay bales, though. They're putting them to good use. Angry able to survive with 1 HP, so they're just going to try and heal up and be able to gatekeep all these squads as they have to run right towards them.
Ooh, difficulty here for Tribe. King A really has to keep his composure here to try and get the best call for his team, not just himself this time, as we saw back in Malaysia when he was on Omen Elite. So let's see, do they get aggressive here? Do they try and fight the tower that Alpha 7 currently occupy, or are they going to try and take their fight elsewhere back towards Tempo? Because either way, they're going to be quarantined, as there's also Grunto as well inside the compound just to the west.
I'll tell you what Tribe strat needs to be right now, and that is hit those. That's really all you can do. You got to hit some big shots right here if you want to get into this zone. And King A getting taken out to Q, but Midtech getting hit with a big molly. It's all up to C-Gut now for Tribe.
Let's see what he can do. Has the MAC-10 up close. That's exactly where he wants it. Spots out Rolex. He knows there's a player above him as well. So how long until he's sandwiched from above and below? But instead, his teammates have arrived. It seems like Cavalry is here just in the nick of time as C-Gut is starting to heal himself up inside that tower. We can see now from the bird's eye view the position of all these teams. You see towards the northern part there, Alpha 7. Below them in the center near the next crate that forms is going to be Lazarus. And outside the circle still is Omen Elite. They have time to get inside it, but how much? Just 40
And oh my goodness, look where this new zone has gone. Lazarus locked onto it, and we just see pandemonium going like crazy right now because all these squads have to get these kills right now so they can get into zone.
Yeah, 20 players remaining, 8 teams as well, so it's not a case where there's only 3 teams left, and if you die, you still get a good abundance of points for your placement. No, these teams have to fight tooth and nail right now if they want to try to get those placement points alongside with their kill tally. Right now for kills, though, only 2 currently for Alpha 7. Ooh, wildcard as well. Where did that shot come from? It was a
Big nade from Grunto right there, taking out 2 members from wildcard. That's going to give Tempo Storm a little bit of a break because it's just Rain and Spec. They're going to have to work for this one big time. Spec, though, 5 kills already, tied with Russell for the most kills in this match. If anybody could do it, it's them. But, oh, man, it's going to be a tall order as Spec now going out to the play zone. And looks like we're going to see a heal strat coming from the last member of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are about to die to the zone. As you said, a heal-off may ensure here at the latter stages of Orangu here. On Game 5, Omen Elite going to be taken out in 8th. We like their rotation, just the zone really didn't favor them there. Too many teams inside the compounds. And as I say, the Alpha 7 inside their compound are going to be eliminated. It's going to be Tempo up against it with Loops, Lazarus, Wildcard, and of course, Grunto.
Right, Lazarus and Grunto, Wildcard, the only teams right now with all 4 members up, and you only got 1 member from Tempo, Loops. They're one of the most dominating teams so far, trying to get as many points as they can to be able to make it. But here we go, here we get into it here at the end of the match.
Let's see, then this is what we've been waiting for. It's the crescendo of the past 26 minutes, and Tempo Storm going to be eliminated now. Another team as well, not sure which one it was as of yet, maybe Wildcard. No, it's Loops who are taking out
solos.
Yeah, 3 teams remaining, 11 players. It's 4 for Lazarus, it's 4 for Wildcard, and it's currently 3 for Grunto. So a very even 3 versus 3 here in terms of teams.
Oh yeah, and this is a very even kind of zone right here because they are all stuck in laydown, having to hit some big shots. Enigma able to take out one of their main fraggers, Russell, right now from Lazarus. It is anyone's game going here into this final match.
Ah, but look at the positioning here from Lazarus as well there. They're split up 2 for 2, and the grenades, as you said, are perfect. Sixless is nearly down. Ooh, and eventually he will be out for the count. That's another kill as well for Lazarus and Wildcard. Aiming for themselves, and now we're down to the final 9. There's the crate in the middle, but obviously it's far too risky. And now with the lack of cover, Lazarus just going to be waiting this one out. They've already blown up their vehicles, and they are actually using the hay barrel and the V formation, which I mentioned, so it's good to see, and they're using it to such great effect here.
Look at Russell with the pre-fire, with the Uzi right now. This is exactly what they need to be doing, just putting so much pressure. You do not want Wildcard standing up in this position right here. So Q, it's all up to him in the laydown. He could play spoiler, though, as he has a really, really big angle onto Lazarus.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know exactly where he is. He could try to play the patient game here. Now, maybe trying to allow for Wildcard Gaming and Lazarus just to take each other out as the next zone has spawned. And honestly, it's too small for me to even see inside the minimap. So if I can't see it, I'm not sure if the players can too. It may be a situation where it's anyone's game here where all the players get inside the center of this final potential circle, laying down inside the blades of just wheat here, not even grass to try and shroud them in these potential final moments. But Russell goes forward, tries to get the advantage point here, as he does spot out a few of the players coming out from Wildcard Gaming. Here come the shots though from Lazarus, but the MAC-10,
the confident
one at this range.
Wildcard just getting picked apart. Oh, and they found the last member, Q, in the corner and getting taken out right here. Grunto taken out early, so it's just right now the last member, Enigma, and he's gonna have a tall order. And that's it.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's going to be the win there from Lazarus. They played it very well. They had such strong rotations early, didn't they, Jukes? When we saw the, phase 4, phase 3 circle going towards Yasnaya, they positioned themselves inside the southern parts of the compound and managed to basically just outplay in terms of rotations. We didn't even see too much action from them, inevitably getting kills with Mac 10 just to show how undiluted they were amongst.
I mean, not just talking about strong rotations. Look at those kills that they got. A good solid 13 to put on the board. This is the performance that Lazarus needed here. And to be able to finish strong here is going to be a huge confidence booster for them going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, Gronto Esports as well. We can't forget that, Duke. Coming in 3rd, Loops in 4th. So once again for them, another fairly strong finish for them. But I feel like we're going to be seeing exactly who is where very shortly once we do see the analysts as well.
Oh, can't wait to hear what their thoughts are here. As we know, Calaris is coming back into the map.
Yeah, hi guys. What's that? It's Lazarus o'clock, I hear. Oh, nice. Cool stuff. Well done by them to be able to get themselves the victory there. And Hot Jukes, I've got to ask you, personally, I have a few rules about committing to cities, unless you know that the circle is going to be ending there. But Lazarus were able to do very well in the fields, throughout the fields, and when the circle shifts away from the city, that's some easy pickings.
Yeah, it's
Free
true.
reign.
It's true, it's true. I mean, we saw Omen Elite as well. They tried to go for a similar play. It just didn't work. You saw Sixless just annihilating them with 40 bullets, just shooting down Rage and just denying their push on towards any part of that circle. Felt like Lazarus just played a little bit more patiently, a little bit more reserved, and they had the bigger payoff.
Yeah, and I suppose the hard shifts didn't really help Omen Elite as well, going over their direction. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and go and enjoy the rest of your day as we dismiss them for now, and we'll bring them back on the analysis boys here to break down everything that goes on our last Erangel for the day. Joining me, where are they? 7 Mustache. I can hear them. There they are. Ho-ho. Hi, gentlemen. All right, so yes, 7. Lazarus finally getting themselves some big points on the board here.
Listen, they had 17 points before that last game. I cannot wait to see what. I'm pretty sure you can do the math at home, but I cannot wait to see the actual leaderboard because that's going to be a huge push, and that's a great way to end day 1, especially for that team.
Yeah.
Anything can happen here, and if you're able to go ahead and just finish off the day with at least a win, and on top of that, some kills, what else can you ask for? And as you mentioned, they played that super smart, played it a lot more passive. They knew where this zone was probably going to end up going, and they say, you know what, let's not go to the city. There's already way too many people there.
Right. Well, let's take a look at the points coming in from that game, of course, to see exactly how everything shook up, and then eventually we'll be able to see the overall standings later on. But we do have Lazarus sitting at the top with the 13 kills under their belt. Wildcard Gaming, 21 points. I gotta say, Dave, I have my own personal rules, as I was mentioning. Actually, they're not even personal. A lot of people sometimes believe in these, but Wildcard really made a good effort of it, using the smokes to their advantage to get out of the city.
Yeah, Wildcard, they heard the engagements between Grunto and Southern Yasnaya between Tempo Storm. They said, listen, we are not going to go that way. We're going to send it to the right-hand side. They tossed about 13 different smokes, and they were able to outmaneuver both Grunto and Tempo at the end there. So huge win for them in my books. But Lazarus, I mean, it's their first day being signed under the org. Getting a chicken dinner here, that has to feel phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely so. 33 points is nothing to snuff at, as we have Loops Esports once again, somehow, some way, every single time. 14 points coming in for them. So it's been a phenomenal day for them as well. Let's take a look at our 9 through 16 here. And unfortunately, for some teams down towards the bottom, not that many points coming in. Mazexis is once again here, 7, not really bagging themselves the points that they would want. So they probably had the worst day out of the team so far, but there's plenty more days to come, right?
Yeah, there's plenty more days to come. I mean, we have, I believe, 75 games left. So hopefully they can just go ahead and brush this up and say, listen, we did wrong here. This is what we need to go ahead and improve. If they can just adjust, that's when you know you have a great team. If you're able to adjust and come back with some performances, that's what you need to do. And hopefully they're able to do that. As now we're seeing the damage here from Lazarus. 2,435 damage.
Yes.
That is just insane.
13 knockouts, 13 kills. Deadly to the T here from Lazarus, as they're able to pick up exactly what they knock down. Very good by them. Again, Dave, they were one of only 3 teams. You could count XQ as a 4th team to not commit to the city, but I think we saw Loop, Omen Elite, and Lazarus as the 3 teams that really didn't commit to the city. There was 12 other teams in Yasnaya at one point. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I got to give it to Grunto, though. Grunto, they dropped in Nova with Cloud9, and we saw Circle 1 all the way up there to the north. So for them to be able to have such a southern drop and be able to get all 4 members into Yasnaya, that's amazing all in its own. And then you saw Sixless at the end there with the DP. But like you mentioned, Wildcard, avoiding that, pushing out, they tossed a grenade right onto Grunto. That pretty much ruined the dreams. And then, of course, that hard shift at the end, favoring Lazarus. Omen, they're stuck in the blue trying to heal on out.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from our final game of the day. Seven, what have you got for me?
Yeah, we got Lazarus just being able to go ahead and start hot, taking advantage of people that landed close to them. They maybe weren't ready for it, and they were able to just pick people apart. Lolo and my boy Russell, I believe Russell ended up getting 7 kills, so just absolute insane game from him alone. And right here, Mitz, at least, Mixesses, being able to get a couple kills. That's
unleashing the beast right there. One kill.
Get something.
All night. I think that's their only kill all night, unfortunate for them. So I don't know if Mitz unleashed the beast there really worked out. And can I just, tap on that team real quick there? I feel like they're lacking confidence because we saw early on, they pushed into Yasnaya. They had a 3-1 split. Their solo member, Darius, got a knock onto Wildcard, who were right between them, right here. Darius actually got a knock, and the other 3 members of Mazexix, they didn't make the push. Instead, they just let Wildcard get the revive onto Acer, and then about 5 minutes later, MRAS pushes by themselves into Wildcard. I don't know what's going on with this squad. Hopefully today is an eye-opener and how they need to come into the next games throughout the week, kind of with a new strategy.
Yeah, they've got a good amount of time to be able to try and adapt here throughout all of this. We previously saw XQ going up against Loops up towards the top. That was where Loops finally had their stage to be able to come down on a round. But here are some of the field moments. And obviously, when it comes to actually having original positions like Lazarus did with the cars available, that's super important, Seven. The fact that you can make these car forts and just be able to kind of hide and duck with also hay bales, etc. That's super important in those final moments.
Yeah, and at that point, you want to go ahead and use that to your advantage. You say, you know what, at this point, we're probably not going to hop on a car. If we do, we're going to end up getting destroyed. So, you know what, let's position them in a way that is going to cover our side, because remember, Omen was, I believe, to their right, and they could have shot them. So you said, let's sacrifice this car. It'll give us protection, and hopefully we won't have to worry about that team, and we can just focus to what's coming ahead. Yeah. So it helps out a ton, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that a lot more, especially in the upcoming days.
Yeah, it can be a luxury sometimes. A lot of cars get blown up during the game, but to have them towards the end of the game, very fantastic utility indeed. Let's take a look at everything coming in with the damage, as we have plenty from Lazarus, as well as plenty coming in from Grunto here too, Dave. So you were giving them the shout out, and rightfully so.
Hey, shout out to Grunto. I mean, their best game yet here. And, the Southern Yasnaya apartments, they had a 2-2 split. They were able to just take shots on everybody, even those teams out there in the field. Now, this is the first game out of 5 that Loops. They're not going to have above 1,500 damage, but I'll let it slide. They have been having a great night. Still no chicken dinner for them. So I am wondering, how do they finish on the overall leaderboards without that chicken dinner? Because they've been popping off. Oh, and as I say it, overall rankings, no chicken dinner. It does not matter. 39 kills here today, all to themselves. I mean, they are putting in the work. They clocked in today. And it's paying off.
They definitely did. 39 kill points, 39 placement points. It's a perfect balance for Loops coming into day number 1 with the 78 points. No chicken dinners yet. We'll see if they can even get one under their belt and how far that will push them up. XQ getting themselves 2nd place, Kulto in 3rd, and Wildcard 4th place so far, 7. Fantastic stuff by them.
It is, considering they don't have a chicken dinner and their kills is nothing in comparison to teams like Kulto, BGBG, SU Gaming, Loops Esports. So it looks like they're at least being able to be consistent in certain areas. As always, there's always a way that you can go ahead and improve. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be going back, looking at what they did wrong, improving it, and trying to get at least one chicken dinner, because one chicken dinner is such a boost confident for your team that you don't want to give up. And one team that actually surprised me that we're currently seeing here is Team Queso. I thought Team Queso was maybe going to go ahead and have a better day than what they did today. And another one is Cloud9. Not sure what was going on there. It is day one though, so keep that in mind. I usually expect a lot more out of those teams because they are two very veteran teams in this scene. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to see them come out guns blazing.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of opportunity for a lot of these teams to try and step on up throughout the days. There's plenty more to come, 15 more days after this. And not only that, but we get to see Group E in action coming up as well. So it's going to be great to kind of mix the lobby up, guys, and see how it's going to go. Because again, Dave, I feel like B4 could make some waves happen throughout this lobby. What do you think?
Yeah, you got B4. They're going to be introduced to the party here tomorrow. Same thing with the Knights with their new pickup that happened over the last week. So a lot of teams coming into here trying to shake things up. And I'm really happy Tempo were able to get a couple kills in these last two games, because games 1 and 2 of tonight, I believe they had like no damage. So I'm happy. You know, I'm still going to be rooting for them. I'm on the bandwagon.
Yeah, here's some of the Mountain Dew game fuel moments of this game. Plenty to pick from, of course, as we see a few extra kills coming in from Lazarus early. And because of that, you know, it gives them that little bit of extra boost moving on forwards. I feel like their control of some of those field endings, which can be difficult to control, Seven, definitely set them in good stead towards getting that win.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, just being able to get those kills at the beginning, it gives you a bit of a confidence, like, hey, now we got something to work with, all right? Let's go ahead and push it a little bit more. And then towards the end, we mentioned again, using those cars to their advantage, exploding them, making them into shields, and giving them better precision and better control of everything that was going on around the map. Just well played, and honestly, a great game from them, and I love seeing the performance that they're putting here.
Yeah, very well done. What a day number one, guys. What a day number one. How have you enjoyed yourself, Dave?
Hey, I'm loving it. I'm really thankful that Lazarus were able to get a chicken dinner here, because once when you get that first chicken dinner in this lobby, kind of a relief of pressure, kind of lifted off your back. Of course, like you guys both mentioned, there's a lot more PUBG Mobile to be had, but in order to get a chicken dinner in day number one when the nerves are high, that's going to be big. That's going to be big. And like I said, multiple times, I'm not jumping off the Tempo Storm bandwagon. They're just heating up. I'm not worried. I'm not concerned at all.
Yeah, I'll pop them in the microwave and make them a little bit hotter for you later on. We'll see how they're going to do in the next couple of days. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A pleasure to be with you as always. And thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well for day number one here of the PMPL. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to bring you even more PUBG Mobile action. So we'll see you then for more PMPL.
Thank you.